Hogwarts White Lord Chapter 101 to 130. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. There were radios, televisions, and even a computer. This last item especially surprised everyone. Besides Hermione, who had seen and understood it, even Harry was seeing one for the first time. After all, it was only 1991, and home computers had only started to become common in the early 1980s. Most families hadn't even seen these things, let alone owned them. What are these? Ronald and Neville stared curiously at the items Ivan had taken out, having no clue what these two boxes were meant to do. It wasn't surprising, after all, even Mr. Weasley had struggled with a simple rubber duck. Computer and television, Hermione replied, but her answer didn't bring any more understanding to their faces. Ivan, isn't this a bit too complicated? Hermione, familiar with the complexity of electronic devices, couldn't imagine how anyone in the wizarding world would grasp circuit diagrams, chips, or programming. PFF'd, don't worry, I'm not asking anyone to build computers or televisions. Ivan explained his plan. I mean, we need to understand the functions of these Muggle inventions, then create magical equivalents that can serve similar purposes. Magic is a power of intent. It's not about replicating their methods but achieving the same results with our own. Without electricity or signals, can't we still watch TV? With that, Ivan waved his wand over the unplugged television. The next moment, a burst of static filled the screen before two presenters appeared, reporting the latest British news. Merlin's beard. Harry and Hermione felt their entire worldview shaken. They immediately moved forward, ignoring Ronald and Neville's bewilderment, inspecting the TV from every angle, trying to understand how it was possible. No signal, no power, yet the news channel appeared on the screen. Most astonishing of all was that Hogwarts, magic usually interfered with electronic devices. Even something as simple as a digital watch wouldn't function properly on school grounds. But now, Ivan had shattered that common knowledge. This is magic, Ivan explained, and it's also the power of willing something into reality. He demonstrated the true essence of magic, not bound by principles or science. As long as you believe it works, then it does. There was no need for modifications or understanding internal mechanisms. Ivan's approach was simple. I don't need you to understand how it works, I need to know it will work. Magic in the Harry Potter wizarding world could be summed up in a single phrase, the power of thought. Ivan, Ronald and Penelope spoke at the same time, and Neville also looked like he wanted to say something, but they beat him to it. All right, go ahead, Ivan prompted. Doesn't this violate the laws of the Ministry of Magic? Ronald asked with a slight tremor in his voice. His father was the head of the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office, so he knew quite well that what Ivan did with the TV was technically illegal. Yes, it's illegal, Ivan replied without hesitation, understanding Ronald's concern. In the Ministry of Magic's view, Muggle items weren't meant to blend into the wizarding world. Muggles have invented all kinds of transportation, yet wizards are still using flying brooms and enchanted carpets, Ivan continued. If it were up to me, I'd charm a Muggle car to make it fly. Ivan's words made Ronald's eyes widen slightly. Gulp. He wondered if Ivan might know more than he was letting on. That mysterious first-year prophet of Hogwarts. The older students may not have heard, but in Gryffindor, among Ronald, Harry, and other students in their year, Ivan's reputation for knowing things no one else did was well known. Everyone said Ivan had insight into everything. My dad has a flying magic car, Ronald admitted, lowering his head, feeling a bit ashamed. He had just pointed out that Ivan was breaking the law, yet his own father knowingly did the same thing, which seemed even worse. In my opinion, prohibiting the use of Muggle items is one of the most unreasonable rules, Ivan said calmly. He didn't understand how wizards could possibly abuse Muggle items when they barely needed them. Wizards who acquired Muggle items would, like Mr. Weasley, usually enchant them, adding magical elements to make them more useful. In Ivan's eyes, the real beneficiaries of this law were the traditional manufacturers and investors in the wizarding world. Fresh innovations from the Muggle world could potentially disrupt the local magical market. Think about it, with a flying car, even if it couldn't replace the flying broom, it might at least give the magic carpets some competition, right? Yeah, Ronald nodded. My father and our family actually like Muggle stuff. But if we do all this, won't the Ministry of Magic notice? He asked, clearly concerned. Good question, Ivan replied, moving a little closer to Ronald. He wanted to test out just how far Ronald's loyalty to old wizarding traditions and the Ministry's rules really went. Neville, on the other hand, was too reserved and likely wouldn't be suitable for this kind of questioning. So, we just need to be more discreet, Ivan explained, telling everyone that their transformations and research would remain within their group and wouldn't be shared publicly. That way, as long as they weren't discovered by the Ministry of Magic, they wouldn't technically be breaking any laws, right? Quote, quote, or are you scared? What? It was a simple challenge, but exactly the kind of provocation a group of young wizards couldn't resist. I'm not afraid, Ronald, brimming with bravado, replied, my father is the head of the Office for the Prohibition of Misuse of Muggle Artifacts. He won't catch us. Mr. Weasley was known as a compassionate wizard. Even if he somehow discovered that Ivan and the others were experimenting with Muggle items, he'd likely turn a blind eye, especially with Harry and his own son involved. Besides, Mr. Weasley was more intrigued by Muggle inventions than dedicated to enforcing the Ministry's rules. Supporting creative young minds like Ivan and Hermione would be a priority for him over any Ministry regulations. Excellent, Ivan praised, applauding their spirit. I'll handle the modifications. Your job is to help me test the performance of these items so I can find any flaws and improve them. Modifying Muggle objects required powerful magic, and the more complex the object, the higher the magical skill needed from the wizard. Of the group present, only Penelope could manage basic modifications to some simple Muggle items besides Ivan. Transforming Muggle objects wasn't a serious crime. At least, the young wizards found it easy enough to accept. Young people are naturally rebellious, often enjoying things a bit out of the ordinary. The law might forbid it, but that only made them more eager to try. They wouldn't dare commit serious crimes, but studying and modifying small objects in secret. What was there to fear? Next, let's begin today's spell training. Ronald wants to learn dueling techniques, so he can stay with us. If he doesn't want to, he can head back early. Dueling. Why yeah, Ronald was instantly alert at the mention of dueling. Seeing his enthusiasm, Ivan had Harry tutor Ronald in the basics while he spoke to Penelope and Hermione about the upcoming Christmas holiday. Will you be going home for Christmas? Ivan replied, Hermione and I will be leaving school. Me too. Christmas is the most important holiday for both the people from the Wizarding world and the Muggle world. Hogwarts would have a 2-week holiday break, and Ivan planned to use this time to address the setup of their base in the Muggle world. Is there anything I can help with? Penelope asked. I've been waiting for you to ask, Ivan said with a slight smile. It's a rare chance. Want to get a feel for the role of a secretary. As Christmas approached, professors from various subjects began assigning a lot of homework. Ivan and Hermione, both academic prodigies, didn't worry about it at all. In fact, Hermione even felt that the homework was too little and didn't offer enough challenge. Perhaps because of Penelope, a high-achieving senior, Hermione and Parvati had started studying with her more often. Harry continued guiding Ronald, the new addition, and occasionally Neville joined as well. However, the three of them often fumbled through and ended up losing points. Professor Snape's contributions to their struggles certainly played a part. Time flew by, and one snowy morning in mid-December, Hogwarts awoke to find everything covered in several feet of snow, with the lake frozen solid under a layer of ice. Everyone was eagerly looking forward to the holiday. In the Great Hall, Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick were busy decorating for Christmas. Holly and mistletoe garlands hung along the walls, and 12 towering Christmas trees stood all around, some decorated with glistening icicles, while others were lit with hundreds of flickering candles. Ivan and Hermione bid farewell to Harry, and the others, then followed the rest of the students to the station. He and Hermione sat across from each other on the train, each holding their pets, Yumi and Crookshanks, in their laps. When we go back, does that mean we can't use magic anymore? Hermione asked. I read in Hogwarts, a history that only adult wizards are allowed to cast spells freely, and that underage wizards are monitored by the trace. How do they monitor it? With a magic trace, Ivan replied. The idea puzzled Hermione, but she wasn't too concerned about the monitoring itself. She had long accepted that underage wizards weren't allowed to perform magic outside of school. The trace is a type of contract magic, Ivan explained. Remember that list Professor McGonagall had us sign a week ago if we plan to go home? That's the trace, Hermione asked, surprised. To be precise, it's a kind of agreement. Ivan continued, I expected this agreement to be signed during the summer holiday, but they had us do it at Christmas too. Hermione didn't seem frustrated by the restriction, instead, she looked intrigued by the spell itself. Have you figured out anything about it? She asked, quicker than Ivan anticipated. She cast a soundproof charm around their compartment to ensure no one overheard. I have a few ideas, but not much. Under Dumbledore's careful guidance, Ivan had already mastered most aspects of white magic and transformation spells. Ivan also had unique insights into alchemy and potions. However, the one area he hadn't truly explored was contract magic. Dumbledore was cautious about allowing Ivan to study contract magic. In the wizarding world, contracts held a strong binding power. An unbreakable vow, for example, had a lethal effect comparable to the killing curse. Are you running into any problems with it? Hermione asked, hoping for a clue she could research further. Better not look for information on this topic, Ivan said, interrupting her thoughts. He warned her that it was too risky, not because of the magic itself but due to the Ministry of Magic's restrictions. It seems you'll need to be patient this Christmas, Hermione. 2 weeks without spellcasting wasn't an issue for Hermione. After all, there were plenty of books to read that didn't require a wand. 2 weeks of studying would make her equally happy. Incredible, Hermione remarked. The trace can actually give you trouble. I'm not omnipotent. Ivan smiled, shaking his head, his eyes glinting silver. The trace is, at its core, an interactive monitoring spell. It's quick to respond, but it lacks precision. It isn't accurate. In short, while the trace can detect if a young wizard casts a spell, it can't pinpoint who exactly cast it, Ivan explained. That's why students from wizarding families don't have to worry about the trace if they have adults around. I can see a golden thread wrapped around us, Ivan said, raising his hand. In his sight, the golden, translucent energy thread looked like a bracelet on his wrist. Hermione, along with almost every young wizard heading home, carried this same trace. Interesting magic, Ivan remarked, shaking his hand, his face calm and collected. The challenge isn't breaking the trace but doing it quietly. The trace wasn't on the wand itself but rather on the wizard, so even if you used another person's wand, the trace would still detect it. But here's something odd, Ivan noted. You can't shake off the trace by changing wands. But, it seems the trace can't detect wandless magic. This baffled Ivan most, as it didn't align with the idea that the trace was bound to the wizard. No, perhaps it wasn't entirely impossible to detect wandless magic. If someone near the young wizard casts a spell, whether it's wandless or not, the trace will detect it. This was how Dobby managed to get Harry in trouble back in second year in the original story. It doesn't seem to make much difference for you, Ivan. Not really, Ivan replied. But you'd need to hide your wand first. The wand itself has a range of trace detection. Within that range, even casting a spell wandlessly will still trigger the trace. So, you'd need to keep the wand far enough away before casting without it. Can we sit here? Parvati and her sister Padma stood outside the compartment. Ivan and Hermione picked up their cats from the seats beside them and placed them on their laps. So, what are you talking about? Parvati asked casually as she sat down. Padma seemed a bit more reserved. She took a seat next to Ivan, sitting carefully and occasionally glancing at him. But each time she'd quickly look away, worried he might notice. This repeated several times, making Hermione roll her eyes. Talking about the trace, Ivan didn't elaborate, just gave a brief mention. Oh, said Parvati, it really feels limiting, doesn't it? Learning magic but not being allowed to use it feels pointless. Isn't that right, Padma? Huh, Padma was caught off guard when her sister called her name. What? Her cheeks flushed a little, and she did her best to look forward, avoiding any eye contact with Ivan. Parvati raised an eyebrow, playfully tapping her sister's leg before turning to Ivan. She gets shy around our first-year genius wizard. At this, Padma blushed deeper and started playfully pushing at her sister, embarrassed and a little annoyed. Before long, Hermione, affected by the playful atmosphere, joined in the poking, and the three girls began laughing and teasing each other. When the train arrived, Ivan and Hermione said their goodbyes at the station. Mr. Granger had come to pick up his daughter and kindly offered Ivan a place to stay at their home. I should stop by the orphanage first, Ivan replied, explaining that he needed to check in to let them know he was safe, which was important to him. All right then, Mr. Granger said. You're welcome to visit us anytime. I will, Ivan replied with a smile, nodding as he watched Mr. Granger and Hermione head off. Meow. Yumi purred contentedly in Ivan's arms. After 4 months, she'd grown nearly as large as an ordinary house cat. Let's head home, Ivan said, leaving the station and idly twirling his delicate sycamore wand. He had changed into regular Muggle clothes, so no one around him paid attention to the small wooden stick in his hand. I'll be apart from you for a bit, he murmured to the wand. The sycamore wand warmed in his hand, as if responding to his words. The phoenix magic within him merged with his blood, but the wand itself still held a sense of loyalty and its own quiet will. Sensing its reluctance, Ivan gently reassured it, sorry. He was reluctant too, but he had no choice. The traceless extension charm on the bag couldn't prevent the trace from tracking spells cast nearby. So, to cast spells safely without alerting the Aurors, Ivan needed to keep his wand away from himself. However, storing a wand securely while keeping it at a distance posed its own problem. Fortunately, he had already solved that. Secret wardrobe. Yes, the secret space could indeed block the trace. Ivan recalled that whenever he entered the secret space, the golden thread wrapped around his wrist would start to dissipate. He realized he should have figured this out earlier. The secret space clearly didn't belong to the wizarding world, nor was it like Hogwarts, where spells could be cast without tracking. It was essentially the same as the Muggle world in the eyes of the wizarding world. But I can cast spells in there, and the Ministry of Magic didn't notice anything. It seemed the secret space could isolate itself from contract magic. Still, it's not entirely certain, he thought. Ivan was tempted to try an experiment, like having 2 people make an unbreakable vow, then bringing one into the secret space to see if breaking the vow there would bypass the contract's effects. If the secret space truly had the power to sever contracts, breaking an unbreakable vow inside it might have no consequences, right? But if, Ivan sighed and put the troubling thought out of his mind. He didn't want to become the kind of scientist obsessed with dangerous experiments. Power was tempting, but human emotions were valuable too. You have to keep a balance, he reminded himself. Returning to the grandiose manor, the orphanage where he had grown up, he took out the gifts he'd brought and some treats for the children. Additionally, Ivan noted that magical items like his traceless extension bag couldn't be detected by the trace. What a rudimentary piece of contract magic, he thought with a smirk, pushing open the door and soon finding himself warmly welcomed by the children. It was a peaceful night. The next morning, Ivan formally said goodbye to the director, caretaker, and the children. As far as they knew, he had met a generous benefactor who had adopted him. In reality, that benefactor was Ivan himself in disguise. All the documents were crafted by Ivan, entirely legal and above board, with no loopholes for anyone to find. Adopting yourself, I bet no one's ever done that before, Ivan mused, settling into the taxi and directing the driver to the manor he'd purchased. The entire estate sprawled over a vast area, with a villa covering more than 400 square meters, surrounded by nearly 1,600 square meters of grass and woodland. Snow-white stone walls encircled the property, and an elegant, old-fashioned iron gate stood as the sole entrance to the villa. A group of financial experts in sharp suits waited by the gate for their employer, Ivan himself. Go all in on short positions, just as I instructed, Ivan commanded. Using his metamorph ability, Ivan had disguised himself as a young man in his 20s, with short silver hair, a tall and poised demeanor, a handsome face, and an air of refined elegance. It wasn't just appearance that made him compelling, his employees couldn't refuse his orders. Ivan was no longer the person he had been before. His powerful magic allowed him to handle even modern weapons with ease. Even with the Ministry of Magic's watchful eye, Ivan felt confident. He was hardly intimidated by a handful of passive bureaucrats. With his resolve and skill, Ivan felt that, if necessary, he could likely take on the entire ministry single-handedly. Of course, that was assuming Dumbledore didn't intervene. Ivan felt a mixture of fear and gratitude toward Dumbledore. Truthfully, if he could avoid it, Ivan didn't want to become an enemy of the old headmaster. Thankfully, Dumbledore understood people's hearts well and wasn't as stern or quick-tempered as he sometimes appeared in the later parts of the series. Ivan saw Dumbledore as a genuinely kind old man, so kind that it could almost be off-putting. It was clear that the headmaster truly cared for talented students like him, hoping to guide Ivan along the right path. Sometimes, it's hard to repay a favor, Ivan thought, reflecting on Dumbledore's teachings, McGonagall's care, the trust of other professors, and the friendship of Hermione and Harry. He wasn't the solitary, silent person he once was. Go on, he said, dismissing the workers. As a wizard, he didn't have much in common with ordinary people, they just needed to work for him and help manage his finances. Meow. Yumi leapt from behind the sofa onto Ivan's shoulder, then settled back down beside him. The little cat seemed a bit overwhelmed by the size of the manor. It was understandable, such a large estate, and yet it was just Ivan living here, making it feel rather empty. Come on, let's explore. This is our home now. Ivan placed Yumi on the floor and strolled around the hall with her, examining the rooms. Oh, and we should send an owl with an invitation to Senior Penelope, he reminded himself, smiling. He hoped she'd like it here. Senior Penelope had agreed to be his assistant, or rather, his secretary, for the next 2 weeks, diving into the Muggle world with him and gaining some first-hand knowledge. On the third day after Christmas, Ivan and Yumi arrived at Diagon Alley. After waiting for a while at the Leaky Cauldron, the doorbell rang, and a girl with long curly blonde hair walked in. It was Penelope. She was carrying a small box, and when she spotted Ivan sipping a butterbeer nearby, she quickly made her way over to him. Happy Christmas holiday, Penelope greeted him with a smile, then waved to Yumi. Hello to you too, cute little cat. Meow. Yumi clearly liked Penelope, hopping into her arms and playing contentedly. Another butterbeer, please, Ivan called to old Tom at the counter, then turned to Penelope. You must be tired from the journey. Is there anything you'd like to eat? Thank you, butterbeer is perfect, she replied, picking up the glass he'd ordered for her and taking a sip. As Penelope enjoyed her drink, Ivan tapped his fingers and used a shrinking charm to make her gift smaller, tucking them into his pocket. The traceless extension charm couldn't be used just anywhere, so he had left his bag at home. However, with the shrinking charm, he didn't find it much of a drawback. Moreover, with many adult wizards around in the Leaky Cauldron, casting spells here wouldn't attract a warning letter from the Ministry of Magic. Impressive wandless casting. The wizard nearby noticed Ivan's spellwork, his eyes widening in disbelief. I've never seen a young wizard with your level of magic power. Ivan just smiled and tilted his head, replying casually, maybe I just work a little harder. Quote. The wizard decided not to pursue the conversation further for his own sanity. Every now and then, the wizarding world produced a few prodigies, after all. Finished? Penelope asked, referring to the issue of the trace. Ivan gave a slight shrug, looking a bit helpless. Not yet, but it's not too much of a problem. That's good to hear. Penelope seemed assured that Ivan would eventually resolve the trace issue. She continued, where to next? And Hermione, will she be joining us? Hermione's spending Christmas with her family, they planned a holiday trip together. Penelope raised an eyebrow, a bit surprised. She had assumed Hermione would be joining them, but it seemed this was to be some private time with Ivan. Thankfully, as a senior, Penelope maintained her composure. The older sisterly calm reassured her, there was nothing to worry about. After all, it's not clear who'll be at a disadvantage in the end. Where are we going next? Penelope asked. My home, Ivan replied directly. He downed his butterbeer in one gulp and then left the bar with Penelope. Senior, could you hand me your wand? He asked. Oh, okay. Penelope trusted Ivan so much that she handed him her wand without hesitation, pulling it smoothly from her sleeve. Ivan couldn't help but chuckle. Senior, it's best to be more cautious in the future, he advised, noting that her sense of precaution was a bit too relaxed, even if she trusted him. But the one standing in front of me now is my junior, Ivan, isn't it? She said with a slight smile. And drop the junior part, please. It's quite rude to a guy, Ivan replied with a smirk, taking the wand in his hand. He then applied the results of his recent research in the wardrobe's secret realm to temporarily restrict the wand's function. All right, it won't last long, just a few minutes, Ivan explained, raising his arm and gesturing for Penelope to hold on. Understanding his intent, Penelope reached out without hesitation. In the next instant, with a sharp pop, they both vanished, reappearing a moment later in front of Ivan's newly purchased manor. Apparition. Penelope gasped. You've already learned this. Nothing surprising, Ivan replied with a slight grin. After all, I'm Headmaster Dumbledore's favorite student. Right, Penelope muttered, momentarily speechless. Apparition was normally taught in 7th year, so having the headmaster train him was indeed exceptional. Where is this? She asked, glancing around at the quiet surroundings. The manor was far from the city center, isolated and serene. My home, of course. Ah, the senior knew Ivan was wealthy, but seeing such a large manor made her feel like he could easily be mistaken for a descendant of an ancient pure-blood family. Not bad, right? Ivan remarked with a grin. It's just a pity I live here alone. Well, if you count yourself, there are two of us now. Does that make a difference? Penelope asked, somewhat puzzled. She didn't see how much difference it would make. With just the two of them, such a large villa would still be so quiet at night it might feel eerie. Let's transform it together, Ivan suggested, getting to the heart of why he'd invited her. Penelope would offer suggestions, and Ivan would handle the magic. Together, they worked on turning the manor into a welcoming space for their friends in the mysterious side. I've been studying the Fidelius charm recently, Ivan mentioned. It's an ancient and powerful magic that can hide a secret within someone's soul. I've heard of it, Penelope replied, nodding thoughtfully. The Fidelius charm was indeed intricate. It could hide a person's secret forever in the soul of a chosen keeper. The secret would remain concealed in the keeper's heart, undiscoverable by any means unless the keeper willingly disclosed it. As long as the keeper doesn't reveal it, Ivan continued, even if a thief pressed his nose right against the living room glass, he wouldn't see a thing. Before, I was contemplating how to remove the trace on you, Ivan said thoughtfully. Then it occurred to me, since we already have the Fidelius charm, why waste energy on solving the trace directly? As long as we use the Fidelius charm, we can conceal this manor within someone's soul. This way, any spells cast within the manor won't be detected by the trace. The principle here is similar to creating a larger oath that overrides the original agreement. I studied it for a long time and realized this is the best approach to bypass the contract, Ivan explained. As Professor Flitwick always said, magic should be used to counteract magic. Ivan had also considered simply severing the contract, using spatial isolation from the secret world. The method he'd just used to seal Penelope's wand had come from there as well. But it's quite challenging to sever it entirely, Ivan continued. The trace isn't really a thread, its structure is far more complex than we might imagine. He paused, considering how best to explain it. We may have underestimated the Ministry of Magic. The magic behind the trace isn't something just anyone could devise. Ivan had read plenty of fan fictions in his previous life where characters removed the trace easily, and some even thought it was embedded in the wand itself. It's not that simple. Based on its classification, the trace is likely a type of advanced magic involving the soul, Ivan explained. Such magic is extremely rare in the wizarding world. Known examples include the Fidelius charm and the Hogwarts Book of Admittance. Excuse me, Penelope raised her hand slowly. I have to clarify, I've never underestimated the Ministry of Magic. After all, the Ministry governs the British wizarding world, Penelope continued. Isn't it reasonable for them to have some depth? Reasonable. If there were truly powerful wizards in the Ministry, how could Voldemort have broken in so easily, wreaking havoc in the Department of Mysteries, destroying the Time Room and the Hall of Prophecy? This suggests that the Ministry does hold some secrets unknown to outsiders. But it's not worth overestimating. The wizards who originally created these protective spells have long since passed, and it's uncertain if any strong wizards remain there today. Probably not, Ivan thought, recalling the Ministry officials from the original story, corrupt, self-serving, opportunistic, and, in Fudge's case, completely delusional. This culture of intrigue and power plays didn't spring up overnight. And given enough time, the Ministry's knowledge and expertise would likely be eroded. With everyone focused on political scheming, who's left to focus on real research? If I get the opportunity in the future, I'd like to visit the Ministry of Magic, Ivan said thoughtfully. His words caught Penelope off guard, and suddenly, a thought crossed her mind that made her expression shift. I have a question, she began cautiously. What is it? The prophecy you showed me last time, was it suggesting I'd work at the Ministry of Magic? Penelope asked, sensing a potential contradiction. As far as I know, your predictions are always accurate, right? Ivan nodded. Once he made a prophecy, it was destined to happen. But, she continued, I've already accepted your offer to work with you, so why would that future still appear? It didn't make sense to her. Could it mean that Ivan's plans might somehow be exposed, or that the group might be forced to disband? Well, Ivan didn't answer immediately. Instead, he handed Penelope's wand to Yumi, who took it away to place it in a secure spot. This wasn't to harm Penelope but to ensure no external detection from her wand while he prepared to cast a spell. The last prophecy wasn't everything, he explained. A soft white mist began to rise from Ivan's form, the same kind Penelope had witnessed in the room of requirement when he showed the bullet train and bombs. "Come and see the true future," Ivan said, releasing a stream of white mist that drifted and swirled in the manor's courtyard. Gradually, the mist condensed, forming a new vision. In a vast circular square, countless wizards filled the stands, their gazes fixed on a young man standing proudly at the center. He had short silver-white hair and a strikingly handsome appearance. It was a youthful version of Ivan. From the misty vision, Ivan appeared to be around 15 years old. Though this was only an estimate based on appearance, the disguise charm made it difficult to judge the exact timing of the scene. Beside Ivan in the vision stood Penelope, poised and natural, reminiscent of how Vinda Rosier once stood beside Grindelwald. It was evident that Penelope would join Ivan's team in the future, supporting him unwaveringly. "Ah, where is this place?" Penelope asked, noticing the crowd of adult wizards in the image. They were all focused intently on Ivan, the boy at the center, listening to him speak. "Père Lachaise Cemetery," Ivan replied. "Where is that?" "It's not in England, it's in Paris, France." This was Ivan's second time viewing this particular prophecy. "I'm not sure why we'd go there, but based on what we're seeing, it seems we're the ones initiating the gathering." The scene bore an uncanny resemblance to Grindelwald's rally, as Ivan remembered it. The same location, the same intense attention. If there were ever another prophecy of the future, Ivan realized it might look strikingly similar to Grindelwald's actions in Paris. "Looks like we'll be causing quite a stir in the future," Penelope said, feeling a bit of nervousness as she took a few steadying breaths to calm herself. Fortunately, Penelope wasn't too frightened. From the moment she saw Ivan take down the troll effortlessly, she knew that this younger student was bound to reach the pinnacle of the wizarding world. "So, we're really going to stir things up in Paris." Ivan looked at the villa door just ahead and slowly pushed it open. "But whatever our plans are by then, we have to make sure we're safe first." Ivan was serious about this. Reaching the goal was ideal, but if they failed, there would always be another chance. The last thing he wanted was for any of his companions to be harmed. Well, maybe except Ronald. That guy liked being in the spotlight anyway. The first bird to stick its head out often got shot. If danger arose, Ivan felt Ronald's enthusiasm might just handle it without any issue. "Then why would I go to the Ministry of Magic?" "I have a theory," Ivan replied thoughtfully. "You'll be graduating from Hogwarts in 2 years, and by then, Harry and his friends will only be in their 3rd year." The team was still young, and Ivan doubted they'd be ready for anything too ambitious just yet. Rather than going it alone, Ivan preferred to build a strong team and led them to achieve greatness together. "Excuse me for being blunt," Penelope said, "but the gap between us and you, Ivan, is huge." For Ivan, she, Harry, and Hermione often felt like they were just along for the ride. A group of young wizards, lucky if they didn't slow Ivan down. "That's not necessarily true," Ivan replied with a smile. "The gap is there, sure, but saying you're dispensable is a bit much." They walked into the living room, and Ivan cast a household charm, setting kitchen utensils and cleaning tools in motion to prepare lunch. "Is it safe to cast like this?" Penelope asked, watching the enchanted tools go about their tasks. "Don't worry," Ivan assured her, opening his palm. "Pure wandless magic, the trace can't pick it up. Anything you want to eat." "I'm easy to please," Penelope replied with a smile. "Not picky at all." "Hee, all right," Ivan said, tapping his fingers as he quickly settled on a recipe. In the kitchen, pots and pans sprang to life. The refrigerator opened, ingredients jumped out, and everything from cleaning to chopping began, as if the kitchen itself were working in perfect harmony. "I always think this is the magic every housewife dreams of learning," Ivan mused. One of his favorite things in the wizarding world was these small spells that made everyday life so convenient. They were easy to learn, and nearly anyone could master them. The only catch was the skill level of the caster, just like cooking itself. A wizard first had to know how to cook, and then magic could fill in the gaps. But the final taste still depended on the chef's real talent. Tasks like washing clothes and cleaning involved attaching the wizard's intent to the objects, letting them work automatically. "It's a shame muggles can't learn these," Penelope said, thinking of her mother's many complaints when her father was still alive. She found it hard to believe muggles had to do so many things by hand that could be solved with just a flick of a wand. "All done," Ivan said as he turned on the TV and settled on the sofa beside her. "Now, let's get back to our earlier topic. I think the reason you'll end up working at the Ministry of Magic is probably because I'll ask you to. Ah, Penelope quickly caught on and asked, you mean, you want me to go undercover at the Ministry of Magic? Most likely, Ivan replied. Have you heard of the Department of Mysteries, Senior? The Department of Mysteries. Penelope was unfamiliar with the term, given that it was a highly secretive division with virtually no external contact. Yes, the Department of Mysteries, Ivan explained. It's a special department within the Ministry of Magic. The people who work there are called unspeakables, and they're bound by contract magic that prevents them from revealing any research or findings to outsiders. A place like that really exists. Penelope's interest was piqued, but Ivan had no intention of sending her in just yet. It was far too dangerous. The binding power of contract magic is nothing to underestimate, he said plainly. It's too risky to go in as an infiltrator. If we ever do, I'd lead the team myself. His tone was firm, and Penelope nodded, showing she understood. So my role in the ministry would be to gather information on the Department of Mysteries. Exactly, Ivan replied. The senior realized her task would be to find her way into the ministry and learn what she could about the elusive Department of Mysteries. At the same time, she also needed to gather as much information as possible about that department. I understand, Penelope agreed, accepting the mission. The senior had her own commitment to her work. Since she decided to support Ivan, she was resolved to follow through. Although going undercover at the Ministry of Magic seemed a little extreme, it wasn't unheard of in the wizarding world. Every pure-blood family had their own spies within the ministry, so why couldn't Ivan? Penelope thought proudly, I'll be the spy my junior will place in the Ministry of Magic. Let's eat first, Ivan said, noticing that lunch was ready. He levitated the plates, allowing them to float smoothly over to the dining table. All right, Penelope replied, standing up gracefully. They shared a delightful and satisfying lunch, leaving her quite content. Afterward, Ivan explained his next steps. I plan to cast the Fidelius charm, making this manner a secret bound within my soul. Wait, you already mastered it? Penelope asked, surprised. I remember you only got the spell from Professor Dumbledore just before Christmas break. In just 3 days, Ivan had learned the Fidelius charm, an ancient spell that almost 99% of wizards couldn't master. At this point, Penelope felt she'd become immune to shock. Ivan was simply on another level. I think I'm almost ready, Ivan said, acknowledging that the Fidelius charm was indeed complex. However, no matter how challenging a spell might be, it was inevitable that he'd test it eventually. Now, the time had come. Don't worry, even if it fails, it won't be a big issue, he reassured Penelope. Ivan's soul was exceptionally strong. Other wizards might suffer backlash if they failed to cast such a spell, but he wouldn't. With a soul attribute of 5 points, his resilience was extraordinary. In the case of the Fidelius charm, the magic hides a secret within the soul of a chosen secret keeper. Theoretically, a secret keeper can only hold one secret in their soul, regardless of their magical prowess. Curious about this limit, Ivan had asked Dumbledore how many secrets one person could hold. The old headmaster didn't keep it a mystery. He revealed that he had been the secret keeper for many friends. Even now, there were still 5 secrets kept safely within Dumbledore's soul. Yes, the old man is very capable, Ivan thought, almost in awe of the implications. The soul of an average wizard might only be capable of holding a single secret, but Dumbledore could hold 5. Ivan estimated Dumbledore's soul attribute was exceedingly high, maybe not quite at 5 points but likely very close to 4. This realization led Ivan to ponder his own potential, especially regarding how many secrets he could guard through the Fidelius charm. I think I could probably hold over 10 secrets. The staggering number wasn't surprising when he considered Dumbledore's 5. There seemed to be a substantial leap between 4 and 5 soul points, signifying a profound difference. At 4 points, one could likely keep around 5 secrets, but at 5, over 10. It made Ivan wonder if Dumbledore's 5 secrets were truly his limit or if he could hold even more. So, do you need me to step out? Penelope asked, sensing Ivan was preparing for the charm. No need, Ivan shook his head, explaining, the Fidelius charm isn't that rigid. After all, if someone were to cast the charm on a house, it wouldn't require them to expel every last snake, bug, or rodent within. The Fidelius charm was versatile, not an inconvenience like that. Everything within the manor will become part of the secret held by the Fidelius charm, Ivan explained. But there's one condition. This secret only applies within the area defined by the Fidelius charm itself, he continued. Since you're in the manor now, I'll be embedding the location within my soul as the secret keeper. Once the charm was completed, Penelope wouldn't lose any memory of the manor as long as she remained inside. However, once she stepped outside, any recollection of the place would vanish, unless she learned of its existence directly from Ivan after leaving. What an incredible magic, Penelope murmured, her fascination evident. This is truly the realm of the soul. Sometimes, I wonder when I'll be able to grasp magic on this level. You will, someday, Ivan replied, giving her a reassuring look before calling out, Yumi, bring my wand. The Fidelius charm required immense magical strength, and without his sycamore wand, even Ivan doubted his ability to cast it successfully. Meow, Yumi appeared from the other side, carrying the sycamore wand in her mouth, padding over to Ivan with an air of purpose. The little cat was very resentful at this time. Just now, she first took Penelope's wand into the secret realm of the closet and then retrieved Ivan's sycamore wand from the room over there. The back and forth made the cat tired. Okay, I know you're working hard. Ivan took out a handful of dried fish and handed it to Yumi. Come on, eat up. Meow. The little cat then lowered her head in satisfaction, happily eating the tribute from her master. So cute. Penelope stepped forward, picked up Yumi, and put her in her arms, using her other hand to feed her more dried fish. The girl sat on the steps in front of the villa, watching her junior holding the wand and beginning to chant. As she watched, Penelope frowned slightly as she noticed something unusual. It looked like Ivan was holding the wand and casting a spell now. Realizing what she was seeing, Penelope reacted with surprise. This is also possible. She noticed it. The operating principle of the trace thread is that when an underage wizard casts a spell near the magic wand, it will be detected by the Ministry of Magic. The magic wand here not only refers to the little wizard's magic wand, but also other people's magic wands. So in order to break the bondage of the trace, the young wizard needs to use wandless spells while ensuring that there is no wand in a certain area around. Now, Ivan casts a spell, still holding his own wand to cast the Fidelius spell. The spell of the Fidelius spell is very complicated and cannot be completed in 1 or 2 minutes. However, as Ivan continued to recite, invisible power began to cover the entire manor. At the same time, the trace that was supposed to be activated also began to lose its effectiveness after sending out the signal. The location cannot be determined. A logical judgment appeared in Penelope's mind. The trace will detect Ivan casting a spell and fed back the information to the Ministry of Magic. Quote, however, there will be no problem. That is, the Ministry of Magic cannot obtain any information about the manor. Because of the Fidelius charm, everything related to the manor will become a secret, hidden in Ivan's soul. In a disguised way, this is to directly erase a certain concept from the real world. Even though Ivan was still casting the spell, once he completed it, the ministry would lose its target and be unable to track him and forget things related to this place. Of course, even if Ivan fails to cast the spell, it will not be that terrible. At worst, he can tell the Ministry of Magic that he is experimenting with magic. With Dumbledore behind him and being a first-time offender, Ivan, who is familiar with the Ministry of Magic's law enforcement rules, will receive the most serious punishment, which is just a warning letter. 1 Magic, testing the reactions of both sides at the same time. Feeling the magic that was almost successful, Ivan said to himself, now I just need to test the working method of the trace thread, and also use the trace thread to see if the Fidelius charm is really that invincible. Single quote. From what I can see now, it's just as I thought. Ivan, the secrecy mechanism of the Fidelius spell still needs to be under the supervision of the hospital. An invisible breeze swept through the courtyard, rustling the leaves. Despite the lack of any visible barrier, it felt as if the manor existed in a separate world from everything beyond its grounds. Success, Ivan murmured, lowering his wand and exhaling in relief. To his eyes, nothing within the manor appeared different, but he knew the spell had worked. The Fidelius charm had sealed every detail of the manor within his soul, turning it into a secret known only to him. What an incredible feeling, Ivan said, glancing at his wrist, where the trace that once wrapped around it had vanished entirely. Just as he'd hoped, the Fidelius charm's effect had overridden the trace's monitoring. Yumi, he called. Yumi's face dropped into an adorable look of exasperation, realizing she'd have to dash back and forth once again. Life is tough, The little cat seemed to sigh. You did it? Penelope asked, stepping up to Ivan. She glanced around, feeling no apparent difference, just as Ivan had. Want to try something? Ivan suggested and guided her to step just outside the manor's boundary. The moment Penelope crossed the threshold, she felt a sudden, inexplicable emptiness, as though she'd forgotten something important. Did I forget something? The thought flitted through her mind briefly, but soon even that thought slipped away. Why am I standing here? She asked, looking at Ivan with a mixture of confusion and curiosity. Senior, do you remember what we were just doing? Ivan asked with a slight smile. Of course, Penelope started to reply confidently, but the words faltered as she stopped, stumped. Actually, what were we doing just now? The Fidelius charm had swept away any memory tied to the manor. She remembered meeting Ivan at the Leaky Cauldron, apparating here, and even having a delightful lunch. But anything beyond that, about the manor or why she had come, was gone entirely. However, Ivan had anticipated the limitations of the Fidelius charm when he first studied it. The more intangible or complex the hidden secret, the more power it required. At Ivan's current magical capacity, he could perhaps hide a small town, but doing so would drain his magic and soul energy completely. He and Penelope ran a series of tests to check the charm's effectiveness. The results confirmed that the manor was flawlessly concealed. Ivan tried multiple spells and even enhanced detection techniques but couldn't trace the manor's existence from the outside world. Finally, Ivan took Penelope's hand and led her back into the manor himself. Where is this? Penelope exclaimed as they crossed the threshold. The moment she stepped inside, her forgotten memories flooded back with startling clarity. Ah, I remember now. Penelope's eyes sparkled with awe. Ivan, you really cast the Fidelius charm on the manor and hid it. Exactly, Ivan replied with a grin. From now on, this will be our exclusive base for the mysterious side outside Hogwarts. The manor will also function as a safe house to protect our members, he added. As they spoke, Yumi trotted over from the villa, looking rather disgruntled. The little cat hesitantly returned Penelope's wand, clearly miffed at having been made the messenger. Thank you, Yumi. Penelope held Yumi, comforting her with gentle pats and soothing words. Ahem, Ivan smiled, a bit awkwardly, realizing he'd been treating Yumi like a little messenger without much regard. If she weren't so loyal thanks to her blood, Yumi might have run off by now. Any regular cat might have taken to ignoring him entirely by now. Don't be mad, Ivan said, stroking Yumi's head. Seems we should take care of her first before diving into decorating. I was going to ask for your advice anyway, Senior, Ivan admitted with a shrug. You know, decorating isn't exactly a strength for most guys. Can I? Penelope asked, her excitement shining through. Of course, Ivan replied, smiling. I wanted everyone to help out, but since they're busy, I'm glad to have your help. It's my honor, Penelope said happily, eager to begin. Meow. Yumi let out a few insistent meows, and Penelope chuckled. All right, Yumi, let's make sure you get the attention you deserve first. She said and petted Yumi a lot. Penelope quickly sensed something unusual in the gift Ivan had prepared for Yumi. All right, Ivan said. Senior, have you heard of blood magic? Blood magic. Penelope, despite being an exceptionally talented witch at Hogwarts, was unfamiliar with such advanced knowledge without the pure blood heritage to expose her to it. I haven't, Penelope admitted, her curiosity piqued. It sounds related to magical creatures. Close, Ivan replied, waving his wand as images of various magical creatures appeared in the air. Magical creatures are born with inherent magic, so they can use it naturally without needing wands or spells. Blood magic and magical transformation are advanced fields, the kind that most wizards never encounter. Ivan, however, had the unique opportunity to study them, thanks to his talent, Dumbledore's mentorship, and access to Hogwarts' centuries-old library. Through this, he'd come to understand some of the ancient wizards' dark and complex research into blood-based abilities. The world of ancient wizards was full of darkness and sacrifice, Ivan explained, noting the grim undertones of these powerful magics. Many of the strange magical creatures today are byproducts of ancient wizards' experiments, Ivan explained. Werewolves and vampires in Europe, mummies in Egypt, zombies in the East, the list goes on. Penelope listened, wide-eyed. It was hard to fathom how many lives must have been impacted by these dark experiments throughout history. Ivan, are you saying you want to help Yumi regain her ancestral bloodline? Right now, she asked, clearly stunned. Once again, she felt she had underestimated Ivan's level of knowledge and expertise. Ivan chuckled at her reaction. Exactly, he replied. While most wizards our age are focusing on basic spells, I've been learning some advanced techniques under Dumbledore's guidance. Penelope shook her head in amazement, realizing how far ahead Ivan was. Wait, though, how can a cat go back to its ancestors? She asked, puzzled. Isn't Yumi just, well, a cat? Ivan smiled. Not exactly. Yumi isn't an ordinary pet cat, he explained. She actually has the bloodline of a magical creature called a Kneazle. What I intend to do is activate that dormant power within her. Animals and magical creatures are just like muggles and wizards, Ivan explained. Yumi is essentially a wizard. Among cats, she has the bloodline of a cat Kneazle. Meow meow, he continued, the term, cat Kneazle, doesn't refer to any ordinary cat breed. In the wizarding world, cat Kneazles are magical creatures that resemble cats but possess unique traits. They appear gentle but can be quite independent and unpredictable. A pure-blooded cat Kneazle has exceptional intelligence and can easily discern good from evil, Ivan added. They make wonderful companions for wizards with strong moral character, yet they will instinctively react against wizards with bad intentions. Penelope listened closely, absorbing every detail. She realized how much research Ivan must have invested into uncovering the origins of Yumi's bloodline. I found that the earliest records of the cat Kneazle trace back to ancient Egypt, Ivan continued. Egypt, Penelope repeated, intrigued. Yes, Muggles believe Egypt was the first civilization to domesticate cats, Ivan said. The ancient Egyptians revered cats as guardians, believing them to be keepers of the underworld. They thought cats would protect the spirits of the good while warning off evildoers, a role remarkably similar to that of a Kneazle. Intelligent, perceptive, and protective, with a strong sense of justice, Ivan summarized. It's not hard to see why they would naturally be drawn to guard against dark intentions. That makes sense, Penelope murmured, looking down at Yumi, who seemed to understand the conversation. PRR, meow, meow, Yumi purred, clearly pleased with Ivan's praise. All right, you're the best, Ivan said, rubbing Yumi's head gently, making her purr even louder. My eyes can perceive the magical composition within magical creatures, Ivan explained, his gaze becoming slightly more intense, his silver-hued eyes catching Penelope's attention. It's through this ability that I've managed to analyze the interactions between magic and blood across various creatures, Ivan added. Although Ivan made it sound simple, Penelope knew that such a feat was unimaginable for most wizards. Even the legendary Salazar Slytherin, renowned for his magical experiments, had required countless trials and often performed grim experiments on animals and magical creatures to advance his studies. But Ivan didn't need to go through such gruesome methods. His innate ability allowed him to observe the fluctuations in magical power directly, enabling him to identify patterns without a single experiment. Using careful calculations and deductions, I developed a potion formula that can help Yumi revert to her ancestral bloodline, Ivan explained. Yes, a potion. For bloodline reversion and magical transformation, potions are essential. Although there are no such potions in the East, there are equivalent alchemical techniques that serve a similar purpose. Both systems extract the essence from materials and rely on precise magical ratios. Neither is superior, they're just different methods. Penelope raised her hand slightly. What exactly is magical transformation? Ivan blinked, momentarily caught off guard by her question. But, on reflection, he realized it wasn't a common topic. Magical transformation rituals are even rarer than bloodline reversion, mainly because they're extremely dangerous. Out of 100 wizards attempting magical transformation, perhaps only 10 would be able to complete the potion successfully. And even among those 10, the survival rate after drinking the potion at the correct time and place is incredibly low. Many who attempt it end up twisted or worse, similar to Voldemort, if not more tragic. This type of knowledge, practically taboo, is hidden deep within even the restricted sections of magical libraries. Magical transformation is somewhat like the Animagus transformation, Ivan began. The specific process involves using extremely complex potion formulas to draw out the magic hidden in nature. This initial step is crucial, but it's also the most challenging and dangerous part. Magic in nature, Penelope echoed, surprised. I didn't know there was magic in nature itself. Magic is everywhere, Ivan explained. It attaches itself to all things, whether living beings, plants, microorganisms, or even inanimate objects like stones and water. He went on to explain that even natural phenomena, like a bolt of lightning flashing across the sky, might contain magic if the circumstances are right. However, not everything holds magic, only certain events occurring at a specific time, in the right place and environment, can harness that vital magic from the void. If bloodline reversion is about reviving power that already exists within you, Ivan continued, then magical transformation is about theft. In his view, magical transformation was akin to stealing secrets of the universe itself. Night, death, time, space, Ivan listed. Transformation is about drawing these intangible forces into yourself. There are 12 known directions for magical transformation, he added, each corresponding to 12 paths currently under study. Every successful magical transformation brings a wizard to a whole new level. Penelope's heart trembled as she took in Ivan's words. Can anyone actually achieve that? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The idea of merging a concept as vast as death into oneself was almost beyond comprehension, even terrifying. It's precisely because of the difficulty that only a handful of wizards in the magical world have ever completed a magical transformation, Ivan explained. He had yet to encounter a wizard who could fully integrate such mysterious powers. If anyone managed that, Ivan estimated it would reach the highest level of magic, a 6-point attribute in the system's assessment. Magical transformation is too advanced for you at this point, Senior Penelope, Ivan said gently. Advanced? Penelope shook her head quickly. I wasn't even considering something like that. From everything Ivan described, a wizard who could complete a transformation like that would be on the path to greatness. Penelope, just an ordinary witch by comparison, couldn't imagine aspiring to that. Nothing is out of reach, Ivan reassured her, sensing her hesitation. But before anything else, there's a journey to get there. I think you should start by preparing for Animagus transfiguration. Penelope's eyes widened. Wait, are you saying? Ivan met her gaze steadily. Exactly. I'll guide you through the steps toward a magical transformation. Knowing the risks of magical transformation, Ivan's words struck Penelope like a death sentence. Don't worry too much, Penelope, Ivan reassured her, his form once again surrounded by soft white mist. If I've decided to guide you in this, it's because I truly believe you can succeed. Here, take a look, he said, gesturing for her to observe. That's why I think Senior can succeed. After the words fell, pictures appeared again in the surrounding white mist. There, Penelope, who had opened her eyes and was no longer a young girl, was waving her wand and releasing powerful magic beams. One person beat more than a dozen oars and was still at ease. Penelope said tremblingly, I will succeed, you saw it. The girl couldn't believe that the arrogant and cold lady in the picture was herself. In fact, Ivan was no less surprised than Penelope. After Penelope took the initiative to find him, Ivan's powerful power began to give him the future related to the girl intermittently. A successful magic transformation will bring great power to this beautiful senior. Maybe she can't compete with Voldemort and Dumbledore. But from the picture revealed in the prophecy mist, the senior's potential is definitely not small. Especially in magic attainments, Penelope's talent is even better than Hermione. Ivan will naturally do his best to cultivate such a powerful follower. Do you want to try it? Ivan said. I will design a magic transformation potion formula for you, and prepare the most likely place and environment for success. No need to answer immediately. Ivan saw that Penelope wanted to say something, so he stretched out his hand to stop the girl. Seeing is believing. I hope that senior can have a strong desire from the bottom of her heart. After a narrow escape from death through magic transformation, Ivan saw the gift of fate, but he was not 100% sure that Penelope was the lucky one. If Penelope refused, Ivan would still support her choice. This is just a suggestion. Ivan would not do anything to force others to face life and death crisis. Next, let me show you the method of bloodline return potion that I have researched. Ivan took Yumi from the arms of the senior sister. Are you ready, Yumi? Meow. A cat's cry woke Penelope up, and she saw Ivan took out a bottle of magic potion from his pocket. The magic potion was not big, and it contained a blue-black liquid. Through the glass, Penelope vaguely saw a wisp of gray-white mist in the liquid shuttle through the water, emitting a faint light. Demonstration. Yumi WLLB alright, right. Penelope really likes Yumi. Seeing that Ivan wants her to try blood awakening, she suddenly feels worried. Will it be dangerous? Don't worry, I have done experiments. Yumi is Ivan's favorite pet. It is not an exaggeration to say that she is a family member. If Ivan is not sure of safety, he will not use Yumi for experiments. In fact, Ivan has already tested it on those magical creatures in the secret world long before this. With the resources of an entire secret world as a foundation, Ivan can easily collect the materials needed for the potion. As for the results, there are failures and successes. 990 success in 1000. But overall, the majority are successful. After countless attempts, Ivan finally found the delicate balance between the blood reversion potion and the magical creatures with the help of the magic eye and spiritual vision. The blood reversion potion is not complicated. The complexity here means that there is no specific time requirement. Depending on the brewing time, it takes 10 days and a half months, and as short as 2 or 3 days to prepare a set. I can't guarantee success, but after so many experiments, the potion I prepared will not hurt magical creatures even if it is ineffective. Just like the bottle in Ivan's hand, it took him 7 days to prepare. Even if the little PUD fails, she will be depressed for a while at most, which is not a big deal. Ivan has already explained the risks and problems to Yumi. The little kidna is very fierce and is not afraid of the risk of stomach. Proud cat, fearless. Let's start. Ivan opened the bottle cap, and Yumi opened her mouth very obediently, allowing the insider to pour the potion in the bottle. Gulp. After drinking the potion, Yumi didn't have any other reaction, but her little face immediately wrinkled into a ball. There's no way, the taste of potion is really anti-human. It's not that Ivan doesn't want to improve it, but it's simply impossible. The magic structure in the potion formula is extremely delicate. Any more or less will lead to bad consequences. Therefore, the taste and flavor can only be sacrificed. Is Yumi okay? She's very good. Ivan continued to open the magic eye and carefully detected the flow of magic in the little kitten's body. He held the magic wand and concentrated. If there is any problem, Ivan will immediately cut off the magic in her body. And this is the reason why Ivan dared to say that it is absolutely safe. As long as the magic can be cut off, then all the consequences, even if the body is blown into 2 pieces, Ivan has the confidence to heal it with magic. Of course, this is just an example. The actual situation is that with Ivan by his side, such a big mistake will not happen at all. The potion that Ivan developed for Yumi has controlled the error to the limit. KRRR. Just as the two were concentrating, Yumi, who drank the potion, suddenly made a sharp cat cry. Her hair exploded all over her body, and her pupils kept shrinking and dilating. The originally tiny and tender fangs were changing to a more ferocious direction at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, Yumi's body fell to the ground, twitching constantly. A large amount of blood seeped out from Yumi's fur, and her body began to expand rapidly. From the original one-handed hug, it became the size of an ordinary female wolf, and the fur on its body also changed from the original milky white to the dark blue. Gradually, Yumi calmed down. She seemed to have regained consciousness, but because she was too tired, she could only lie on the ground and gasp. Yumi, Ivan saw the last bit of magic light dim. How do you feel now? Are you uncomfortable? As he said, Ivan cast a cleaning spell on Yumi, cleaning away the blood stains and fallen cat hair on her body. It feels so comfortable. It's just that my mouth is bitter and uncomfortable. Single quote. The power of Psychic Master began to work. Ivan heard Yumi's inner voice and went forward to pick her up. A little kitten, with such a heavenly body. Ivan, who was only 11 years old, couldn't even hug her fully with his 2 hands. He could only barely hold her chest and abdomen. Just now, the magic impact brought by the potion lit up all the nodes in Yumi's bloodline. There is no doubt that from the perspective of the magic eye, Kneasel's bloodline combination is perfect. The master has become smaller. Yumi noticed Ivan, and she was shocked. Instinctively, the enlarged cat jumped out of Ivan's arms. However, unlike the usual landing, Yumi was seen emitting a faint gray mist, and she was dragged into the air. For a moment, Yumi seemed to have no bones, twisting and turning in the air continuously, like a fish swimming in the air. Penelope witnessed Yumi's changes with her own eyes. But this did not reduce her surprise at all, but made her more shocked. Success. Ivan really helped Yumi transform and gain her ancestral bloodline. Did she get the ability to fly? It's a bit simple. Ivan didn't know what the ancestors of the Kneasel in ancient Egypt were like. Forget it, let's test it first. Yumi, come here. Ivan waved to the Kneasel, and the latter obediently flew towards the little master. Show your new ability. Meow. Yumi was stunned for a moment, then reacted and hurriedly felt the changes in her body carefully. The next moment, under the gaze of Ivan and Penelope, Yumi's body began to dissipate, and then disappeared completely. Invisibility. Penelope's eyes widened. Yumi has the same ability as a demiguise. No, wait, Penelope recalled that the demiguise's invisibility wasn't true invisibility. Their magic was more like advanced mimicry, similar to a chameleon, but even more elusive. From this ability, wizards had developed the disillusionment charm. But Yumi's invisibility seems even more perfected than that, Ivan noted, looking for any influx or outline but still failing to see Yumi. It's as if she's vanished from the physical world entirely. Next, Ivan turned on his magic eye. This time, he could just make out a faint, blue-gray silhouette moving through the air, a shimmering, feline form. Fascinating ability, Ivan explained to Penelope. Yumi can shift into a magical state, effectively existing outside the physical realm. Ivan's magic eye was nearly absolute on the material level. Even microscopic magical creatures, which would normally require extreme magnification, couldn't escape its view. But the magic eye couldn't see the particles of ghosts, for instance. Yumi's invisible state closely resembled that of ghosts, with one notable difference. While ghosts could be perceived by wizards and magical creatures, Yumi's invisibility seemed to prevent detection entirely. There are some magical beings in our world that only wizards can see but muggles can't, Ivan added. Like dementors or ghosts. Ivan said, in addition, thestrals can only be seen by those who have witnessed death. To test the nature of Yumi's invisibility, Ivan cast several binding spells on her in succession. The results showed that while spells could affect and capture Yumi, simple physical attacks or objects created by transfiguration could not make contact with her once she was invisible. Her invisibility seems almost absolute. Ivan tried various methods, but nothing allowed him to see Yumi after she became invisible. Only the magical glow from his magic eye gave any hint of her presence. The disillusionment charm can make someone appear transparent, but if you look closely, you can still find small flaws, Ivan explained. The invisibility of demiguise is more advanced than the disillusionment charm. As for thestrals, Ivan found their condition-triggered visibility even more remarkable than that of others. But Yumi's ability, this escape into nothingness, surpasses them all. Ivan grew eager to study the magic surrounding Yumi. Wizards had developed the disillusionment charm by studying demiguise invisibility, so he saw no reason he couldn't create a new spell based on Yumi's ability to escape into nothingness. Even if the spell he created wasn't quite as powerful, it would likely still outperform the disillusionment charm. At least on the material level, this spell could completely erase all traces. All right, Ivan said, closing his magic eye and rubbing his slightly sore eyes. Do you have any other abilities, Yumi? Meow. The little kitten, now with a majestic, almost wolf-like posture, held her head high and gracefully circled in the air. Ivan thought she resembled an otter in her fluid movement. Meow meow. After wandering around for a while, Yumi didn't seem to uncover any additional abilities. Invisibility beyond the material level, Ivan noted, flight that's as smooth as swimming, and an enhanced intelligence. He carefully recorded each of Yumi's new traits. For now, that's all we know. To sum it up, Ivan said, stroking Yumi's soft fur, the bloodline reversion was a total success. Perfect. Congratulations, Yumi, Penelope said, her excitement barely contained. As soon as Ivan was done with his observations, she hurried forward and scooped the large, magical cat into her arms. Like Hermione, Penelope was a dedicated cat lover, utterly unable to resist anything soft and fluffy. Ivan watched as she buried her face in Yumi's fur, clearly thrilled. Cat cuddles, endless cat cuddles. Fortunately, Yumi was gentle by nature, or Penelope might have been swatted for her enthusiastic petting. Meow. All right, go play, Ivan said, as he took out a piece of paper from his pocket and wrote down the address of the manor on it. Yumi, come look at this. Meow. Yumi tilted her head, clearly confused by the piece of paper Ivan held out. This way, if you ever wander off too far, you'll know how to find your way home, Ivan explained. The Fidelius charm protected the manor. Yumi could play in the yard, but if she wandered out, she wouldn't be able to find her way back unless the secret keeper told her the location. It's amazing, Penelope said as she watched Yumi rolling and tumbling on the grass. The carefree sight eased the tension in her heart. I've made up my mind. Without waiting for Ivan to ask, Penelope declared with resolve, I want to undergo the magical transformation. Fear, that's for sure, no one is not afraid of death. Even with Ivan's prophecy, no one can be sure whether it is true or false. Penelope agreed because she believed in Ivan. This ambitious girl didn't want to live a monotonous life like her mother, she longed for a colorful life. Now, the brightest lights are close at hand. What else is there to hesitate about? I promise you won't regret this choice, Ivan said, clearly pleased. Her decision meant that soon, he would have a strong ally by his side. So, where do we start? With something simple, Ivan replied, taking out a leaf and handing it to Penelope. This is, Penelope examined it closely. A mandrake leaf. Are we beginning with Animagus transfiguration? Animagus transfiguration was one of the most complex and permanent forms of human transformation within the realm of transfiguration. Penelope was indeed talented and had mastered transfiguration well, earning praise from Professor McGonagall. However, even with her skills, she still felt a bit out of her depth when it came to practicing Animagus transfiguration. Ivan, do you realize that there are only 7 registered Animagi in the entire British wizarding world? She remarked, grateful for Ivan's confidence in her. To be precise, there are only 7 registered Animagi, Ivan replied with a knowing look. As for the unregistered ones, there are likely quite a few more. Quote. With that, Ivan pulled out a thick book, Dumbledore's Family Guide to the Tricks and Methods of Animagus Transformation. He couldn't help but mention, Harry's father's generation had incredible talent. They managed to complete their Animagus transformations while still at school, and for all 3 of them. Ivan didn't believe it was just raw talent that got them through it. Peter Pettigrew, after all, didn't exactly fit the image of a magical prodigy. So rather than believing it was all due to pure talent, Ivan had a hunch that Sirius, or perhaps the Black family, possessed a hidden method that boosted the success rate of Animagus transformations. Even someone like Pettigrew could learn the Animagus transformation, Ivan thought with genuine curiosity. How did they manage it? Pure blood families, he mused, often possessed valuable secrets. The Weasleys had their magic item craftsmanship, while the Blacks excelled in transformation like Sirius's Animagus form and Tonk's Metamorphmagus from her bloodline. Some knowledge within these families was so hidden that even someone as powerful as Dumbledore might not be fully aware of it. With centuries, if not millennia, of accumulated knowledge, what each generation of these ancient families revealed was often only the tip of the iceberg. Still, even those fragments were treasures worthy of a lifetime of study. Voldemort really wasted his potential, Ivan thought, reflecting on the Dark Lord's past. Instead of continuing his magical research, he had devoted his time to terrorizing followers and spreading fear. Although pure blood families followed him, they offered only wealth, often hiding their most valuable knowledge. Maybe Voldemort thought there was little of worth left in pure-blooded lineages, Ivan speculated, almost pitying Voldemort's short-sightedness. Just because pure-blood wizards might appear weak didn't mean their ancestral knowledge was insignificant. Unfortunately, Ivan knew he couldn't access these pure-blood family secrets. Dumbledore, though capable, was principled. While he acknowledged the worth of pure-blood knowledge, he would never covet or seize it by force. Fortunately, the Dumbledore family also has a rich heritage, and Ivan has sensed that Dumbledore seems to want him to inherit it. The book given to Penelope is one part of that legacy. Let's start preparing, Ivan said. Practicing Animagus transformation is incredibly time-consuming. You'll need to brew potions and wait for the right time to attempt the transformation. I know, Penelope nodded, well aware of the process. As Professor McGonagall's diligent student, she was familiar with the complexity of Animagus magic. To begin practicing Animagus transformation, a wizard must first keep a mandrake leaf in their mouth for an entire month. If the leaf leaves the mouth during this time, all prior efforts are lost, and the process must be restarted. After completing the first step, they wait for the second full moon, at which point the leaf, imbued with the wizard's saliva, is placed in a small transparent bottle under pure moonlight. To this, the wizard must add a strand of their own hair, a teaspoon of pure dew, and a hawk moth pupa. The bottle is then left in a quiet, dark place, safe from any prying eyes or disturbances, until the next storm comes. During this waiting period, at sunrise and sunset each day, the wizard must point their wand to their heart and chant, Amato Animo Animato Animagus. The waiting time for a storm could range from weeks to months, or even years. Throughout this period, the crystal vial must remain untouched by sunlight, as exposure to sunlight can lead to severe, irreversible mutations. If the spell is chanted correctly at sunrise and sunset each day, the practitioner will begin to sense the gradual changes brought by this magic. When the wand's tip touches the chest, a second heartbeat will become perceptible, sometimes stronger than the original heartbeat, sometimes weaker. Throughout this period, consistency is crucial. The spell must be repeated precisely, with the exact number of recitations and no deviations. Then, when lightning finally tears through the sky, the practitioner must quickly retrieve the crystal vial from its hidden place. If all prior steps were completed correctly, the potion inside the vial will have turned a deep blood red color. At this point, the wizard must proceed to a large, secure location, ensuring that the transformation won't draw unwanted attention or put their body at risk. There, they should point their wand to their heart, chant, Amato Animo Animato Animagus, and drink the potion. The complexity of the Animagus transformation is one of the highest among known magic, Ivan noted. This complex ritual has been a cornerstone of wizarding tradition for centuries. As I mentioned earlier, true magical transformation requires absorbing natural magic, Ivan continued. Almost all advanced magic draws upon this step. Animagus transformation is considered an introductory form of magical transformation. In Ivan's view, becoming an Animagus is like a preparatory step for the more complex magic transformations. Once someone gains experience with Animagus fusion, the risks of deeper magical transformation can be significantly reduced. I understand, Penelope replied, tucking the mandrake leaf into her mouth and holding it firmly in place. The most challenging step in Animagus training was now underway. For the next month, Penelope would experience constant discomfort. There was no other way. Gaining powerful abilities required enduring hardship. Without inherent talent or shortcuts, one could only rely on hard work. Fortunately, Penelope had Ivan, a prodigy who seemed to make the impossible possible. With Ivan's support, she saw a real chance to succeed. Determined, Penelope decided to seize it firmly. I can do this. I absolutely can. Suddenly, Ivan realized a slight complication. How was Penelope supposed to offer him feedback if she had a mandrake leaf in her mouth? Tisk. Didn't think that one through, he muttered. Seeing his mild frustration, Penelope couldn't help but smile. Despite her brilliant and skilled junior, Ivan sometimes made small missteps. To Penelope, there was nothing wrong with this, in fact, she found it endearing. It reminded her that Ivan, for all his abilities, wasn't an all-knowing figure without flaws, he was just as human as she was. I can communicate with you using an auto quill, Penelope said, pulling a notebook and auto quill from her suitcase. The items floated beside her, and the quill immediately began writing notes. Looks like you've had some practice, Ivan noted, recalling Rita Skeeter's quick writing quill from the books. Maybe it was standard for magical journalists. I actually considered working for a newspaper after graduation, so I learned the auto quill charm early. As the quill jotted down her ideas, Penelope followed Ivan around, offering her suggestions for decorating. With her knowledge of magical furniture and household charms, she helped bring his vision to life. Together, they worked until the evening, transforming the manor with ease. This time, Ivan didn't prepare dinner, instead, he left it to Penelope. She assured him of her skills, mentioning that she'd helped her mother with cooking since she was young. So, they divided the tasks. Ivan gathered ingredients, while Penelope expertly enchanted the kitchen utensils, making them prepare food almost as if they had a life of their own. It was clear Penelope had a natural talent for household magic. She was even more adept than Ivan when it came to spells for daily living. It was clear that powerful magic didn't always mean perfect execution. When both Ivan and another wizard could cast the same spell, the one with more practice and skill would always produce a better result. In this regard, Ivan knew he couldn't cut corners. Mastery required daily practice. After dinner, Ivan suggested that Penelope pick out a room in the villa for herself. After some thought, she chose the one right next to his. Will I be disturbing you, being so close? Not at all, Ivan assured her. Perfect, she said with a sly smile, joking, first come, first served, Hermione won't be back for a while, so I'm claiming this spot. Yup. Penelope chuckled at the thought of Hermione's reaction when she returned and found the room already taken. There was a mischievous glint in her eyes as she imagined it. Let's hope she handles it calmly. Knowing Hermione's personality, Ivan thought she might actually confront Penelope about it. Luckily, there was still one more room nearby if needed. If nothing unexpected happened, Hermione would definitely choose that room when she returned. Good night, Senior, Ivan said, smiling. Starting tomorrow, I'll take you around the Muggle world and give you a glimpse into the lives of some of the top Muggles. As your secretary, I'll keep that in mind, my junior, Penelope replied. Ahem, make that, boss, when we're out there, Ivan corrected. Of course, boss, Penelope said with a grin. Penelope truly lived up to her reputation as one of Hogwarts' most beautiful students. Her natural charm was undeniable. The next day, Ivan used magic to transform himself into a young man, while Penelope took care to dress maturely, her appearance refined with a careful touch of makeup. She was a senior and girls matured quickly, and with makeup's help, Penelope looked so sophisticated that Ivan almost didn't recognize her. She was striking, truly captivating, and her confident, polished appearance made her the kind of woman who would easily turn heads, especially among young men just beginning to notice the charms of others. By the way, Ivan said, taking out his wand and casting a spell on Penelope. Penelope asked, confused about what Ivan was doing. This is a new spell I came up with last night, Ivan smiled. Didn't you notice any changes, senior? Changes? Penelope paused, then suddenly realized that the uncomfortable feeling in her mouth had vanished. The mandrake leaf. She looked at Ivan with gratitude, realizing he had developed this spell specifically to ease her discomfort during the first step of the Animagus transformation. Thank you, she said sincerely. You're welcome, Ivan replied. I'm the big boss in the Muggle world, how could my secretary go around looking uncomfortable? Hee. The girl smiled but said nothing. Penelope felt Ivan's gentleness and thoughtfulness for the first time. Silently, but always able to warm their hearts in some details. Let's go. Yes. Without thinking any more, Penelope quickly followed Ivan's footsteps. Penelope's responsibilities weren't complicated, mostly taking notes, organizing materials, and reminding Ivan about his schedule. Ivan had planned to invest heavily in the ruble over the Christmas holiday. The outcome, the plan was a resounding success. Every step went smoothly. After years of preparation, Ivan had meticulously crafted this plan, so much so that calling it flawless was no exaggeration. How much is this? Penelope asked, staring wide-eyed at the string of numbers in Ivan's account the night before they were to return to school. It's enough that, as long as we're not reckless, it'll last a lifetime, Ivan replied casually. But Penelope, who had grown up without much wealth, still found it hard to believe that Ivan could accumulate such vast resources so easily. Fortunately, Penelope wasn't one to be greedy. She appreciated money but didn't value it above everything else. For her, family and stability were what mattered most. Money and material wealth were just means to live well. Of course, if she could afford a better life, Penelope wouldn't turn it down. Here, this is your salary, assistant. Ivan handed Penelope a check, saying, I've set up an account for you at a London bank. You can access the money anytime. This is too much. Penelope glanced at the check, instantly taken aback by the amount on it. In an era when the average income was only a few thousand, Ivan had paid her £100,000. It wasn't that Ivan couldn't give more, it was just unnecessary. Penelope was a witch, and pounds were only useful for daily necessities, food, and the like. Such things cost only a fraction of that amount. Is it really that much? Ivan chuckled. I thought it was too little. After all, compared to what we've made over the past few days, £100,000 isn't even a fraction. Ivan shook the stack of account statements in his hand, a thick pile. In just one day, their turnover reached tens of millions of pounds, showcasing the incredible profit. No, I can't accept this. Penelope firmly returned the check to Ivan, saying, I didn't do anything to deserve it. I've just been keeping you company these past few days. In fact, these days have taught me so much about the Muggle world's business and luxury. By Penelope's reasoning, she not only shouldn't take the money but should also be paying tuition for the knowledge she'd gained. I never realized Muggle life could be so vibrant. Ivan, you're absolutely right. Compared to Muggles, the wizarding world has been falling behind for far too long. Penelope returned the check to Ivan with determination. Anticipating this, Ivan slipped a bank card into her hand instead. What's this? Having seen bank cards over the past few days, Penelope knew what it was but looked at Ivan with surprise. A special credit card, Ivan replied. Don't turn it down. It's a perk for official members of the organization. Everyone receives one. Really? Penelope asked, somewhat uncertain. How much is in it? There's no set limit on the total. Just think of it as covering anything you'd want to buy in the Muggle world, Ivan explained. The card he handed her had a spending limit of £1 billion. As long as she didn't splurge on something like an office building, Ivan would cover her expenses. Penelope hesitated briefly before finally accepting the card. She reminded herself it wasn't a personal gift, it was an organization benefit. Plus, she trusted herself to spend responsibly, confident that her daily use wouldn't even come close to the card's limit. Ivan watched her walk away, a slight smile playing on his face. You still have a lot to learn. Penelope was not one to spend frivolously. But when it came to everyday essentials like cosmetics, clothes, and a few items Ivan suggested, she couldn't help but indulge. After all, who doesn't love looking and feeling their best? Even so, her spending remained modest. Ivan will provide everything his companions need, allowing them to experience the best life had to offer while following him. She's so easy to please, he mused with a soft smile. It was endearing. Really, Penelope, like Hermione, was surprisingly low maintenance. They were both easy to support, which only made him want to do more for them. Luckily, I've prepared for this, he thought, recalling the magical transformation he had devised for Penelope, knowing her determination and resilience. Hermione's aspirations, leaning more toward order and justice, aligned perfectly with a potential path as the future Minister of Magic. Ah, the kind of trouble that comes with happiness, Ivan thought with a smile, amused at the thought. He set these musings aside and focused on getting some rest. Tomorrow, he'd be catching the train back to school, and he was already looking forward to reuniting with his friends and returning to their studies. The room soon settled into darkness. Ivan was used to sleeping well, and tonight seemed no different, at first. But something was unusual. Ivan felt a strange lightness, as if his consciousness had detached from his body. He drifted forward, feeling as though he were floating through a boundless space. In a moment, clarity returned. Instinctively, Ivan nearly triggered occlumency to jolt himself awake. Forget it, he thought. Let's see where this leads. As his vision sharpened, he found himself in a mist-shrouded garden. Dew hung thick on the air, cool against his skin. The soft touch of grass and soil beneath his feet was startlingly vivid. Where am I, and how did I get here? Did someone bring me here, or did I find my way in myself? Ivan looked around, focusing inward to sense his magic. He found that both his wand and phoenix were present, quietly resting within him. So I can still use magic here, he thought with relief. As long as he could access his magic, Ivan wasn't afraid of whatever might be lurking. Sha-sha, sha-sha. Ivan's senses sharpened as he heard faint sounds in the distance. Instead of waiting around, he chose a direction and moved forward confidently. Before long, his heightened perception picked up on another presence. Someone else is here. The thick mist shrouded his view, even when he activated his magic sight. These fogs were clearly not ordinary. They were dense with magic, appearing as an opaque haze to his enhanced vision, but with a subtle shift in color. Through the mist, he glimpsed a small figure moving in the distance. It looks like a child. Despite the childlike appearance, Ivan kept his guard up, unwilling to underestimate whatever or whoever this figure might be. After all, there are plenty of eerie things that look like children in horror movies. Who's there? Show yourself. Gripping his wand, Ivan cast a protective spell around himself, his gaze fixed on the figure emerging from the mist. He took the offensive approach, hoping to startle them. If the person showed any signs of hostility, he'd be ready to counter. The response from the figure wasn't what he expected. No fear, no quick retreat. Instead, the figure seemed surprised, and her steps grew lighter as she came closer. Hello, sir. Are you also looking for the crumple-horned snarkak? Her voice was young and airy, probably about 10 years old, with an ethereal quality that made Ivan feel as though he was speaking to some otherworldly being. As she drew nearer, the fog thinned, and he could finally make out her features. The girl had bright silver eyes, dark golden hair cascading down her back, and she was dressed in light white pajamas, barefoot as if she had wandered here straight from her dreams. Seeing her appearance and hearing her mention of the crumple-horned snarkak, Ivan immediately recognized her, Luna Lovegood. The girl was surprised to see Ivan just standing there. She wasn't as cautious as Ivan, but moved closer, seemingly drawn by something about the boy in front of her. Hello, I'm Luna. Luna's eyes were not as described in the original book but instead were crystal clear and watery, very beautiful. Ivan, he replied, your name is Luna, from the Lovegood family. Ah, do you know me? Luna seemed surprised to have such a dream today, a strange boy who knew her. I don't know you personally, but I know who you are. Ivan told her his identity honestly. I'm a first year at Hogwarts, Ivan Ambrosius. That's wonderful, Luna replied with a smile. I'll be going to Hogwarts next year. My mother said it's the best magic school in the world. She's damn right. It's the duty of every Hogwarts student to uphold the reputation of their school, and Ivan was no exception. Their conversation was simple, but Luna seemed delighted. The little girl lived alone on a remote and barren hillside, with only her father and an owl that was almost too old to fly at home. The death of her mother had been a great blow to Luna. Fortunately, she knew how to find comfort within herself. It would be wonderful if you were real, Luna suddenly said. But I know that when I wake up, you'll disappear. Ivan understood that the little girl truly believed this was just a dream. No, he said with a smile, gently patting Luna's head. As long as you want, you can come here to find me every night. Really, Luna, who had few friends, cared deeply about those she held close. In the original story, Luna, even in her 4th year, was willing to risk sneaking into the Ministry of Magic and fighting Death Eaters for Harry and the others. The pure-hearted, ethereal Luna also had things she deeply desired. Of course, thank you, Luna beamed, then took Ivan's hand. Come with me. Having made a new friend, Luna couldn't help but want to share with him the beautiful scenery she'd discovered. Where is this? A garden. Luna tilted her head with a smile, her tone filled with the joy of sharing. There are so many interesting things here. Interesting things? Ivan looked around and noticed that the surroundings were becoming brighter, as if the sun were rising and dissolving the fog. It was then that Ivan saw the world around him clearly. Gorgeous colors filled every inch of space, and everything seemed to glow as if bathed in light, like splashes of paint across a canvas, vibrant and dazzling. Ivan, look, Luna crouched down and picked up a small, fluffy creature from somewhere nearby. The strange little creature was no larger than a ping-pong ball, with a grayish-white face that made it look like a little dandelion brought to life. The tiny furball gazed at Ivan with its bright little eyes, clearly intrigued by the newcomer. What is this? Ivan thought the little creature looked a bit like a puffskein, but he knew it wasn't. Bub, what? Ivan was a bit confused. Luna had used an English-sounding name, but Bub was not a creature he'd heard before. I've always called them that, and they seem to like the name, Luna explained. It turned out that, as Ivan guessed, this was one of Luna's own invented names. Bub. The sun streamed down, and the little creature let out a contented sound, almost as if basking in the warmth. Clearly, this was Luna's reason for naming it so, it was fitting to call it by the sound it made. Muru, la, aku aku. Soon, all sorts of tiny creatures emerged from the grass and flowers around them. Each was as small as a sprout, a mixture of plant and animal-like forms, each emitting a faint magical aura. These creatures were fragile, the kind that could be easily harmed if not handled with care. They reminded Ivan of the tiniest insects in his world, existing as part of the lowest level of the ecosystem, delicate but vital. As Ivan watched Luna playing happily with the tiny creatures, he suddenly noticed something unusual. He looked up and saw an enormous figure, illuminated by the sunlight, floating slowly across the sky filled with rainbow-colored light. What is that? Focusing, Ivan saw that it was a massive, light brown creature. It had a segmented body with 4 pairs of legs, each ending in claws, suckers, or toes, giving it a strange yet graceful appearance. The creature looked like some blend between an insect and an animal, using its 8 legs to glide slowly through the sky. Is that a tardigrade? Ivan recognized it as similar to a tardigrade, a virtually indestructible microorganism known for its incredible resilience. Ah, that's the water bear. Following his gaze, Luna seemed unfazed. Don't worry. Even though they're big, they're very gentle and won't hurt us. Seeing the massive tardigrade, what Luna called the water bear, made Ivan realize where he might be. He had somehow entered a microscopic world similar to the one he had glimpsed with his magical vision before, a unique dimension, distinct from reality but still part of the material world. However, Ivan sensed that he hadn't physically shrunk to reach this place. Instead, he seemed to have crossed some barrier, arriving here in spirit through the strength of his consciousness. Maybe Luna is right, this place could actually be a dream. Just as he thought this, Ivan felt a shift in the magic surrounding him again. It was just as he thought. This world, for both Ivan and Luna, existed somewhere between illusion and reality. To describe it in a word, it felt like a dream. Moreover, in this dream-like world, any harm or danger they encountered would ultimately fade away when they returned to reality. It was as if it wasn't their entire human souls that had entered, but rather a small part of their spirit. Ivan couldn't fully describe the connection between himself and this place, he only knew that he could leave at any time and return to the real world. "Ivan, don't you like it here?" "What?" Ivan snapped out of his thoughts, noticing Luna looking at him with curious eyes. "No, I think it's beautiful here." "Really?" Luna blinked thoughtfully. "But, it's strange." "Huh, there are no Raxperts around you, yet you seem worried," Luna observed gently, her words carrying a sincere curiosity. "It seems that Raxperts aren't the source of all troubles. Are you saying my mind is too complicated?" Ivan understood what Luna was trying to express. She was different from him in many ways. He had come here, connected to his soul through spiritual energy, allowing his consciousness to truly descend into this microscopic world. As for Luna, the little girl might genuinely believe she was dreaming. In this dream, she wandered through a marvelous garden, met a boy named Ivan amidst the mist, and shared the simple joys of her dream with him. Relaxed, unhurried, and without a care in the world. This was Luna's state of mind at the moment. So, seeing that Ivan didn't seem to appreciate the beautiful scenery around him but appeared somewhat puzzled, she felt it was a pity. This place was so interesting, why didn't Ivan take a look? "You're right," Ivan said softly, almost to himself, as he subconsciously reached out to touch her hair. It felt smooth and soft, not at all as unkempt as described in tales. Luna didn't resist, she simply stood quietly. She was like a pure and gentle little fawn, innocent, sweet, and serene. "Can you take me for a walk, little Luna?" Ivan extended his hand, and she took it with a smile. And so, hand in hand, the two of them began to explore this enchanting garden together. If someone were to look down from above, they would see that this so-called garden was, in fact, an island floating in a vast space. And there were countless such islands scattered across this world, in various shapes and sizes. Various forms of life danced and played, creating a strange and beautiful scene rarely seen in the human world. Chirp, chirp, sunlight streamed through the window, and Ivan woke from his sleep. He remembered everything that had happened. He and Luna had spent time playing with various microscopic creatures in the garden. The elf-like girl, with just a brief encounter, had brought Ivan a feeling of peace that seemed to purify his very soul. Unknowingly, the two had wandered and explored together in the dream for a long time, until Luna's figure suddenly disappeared before him. At first, Ivan panicked, worried that something might have happened to Luna. But soon, he understood. Luna had disappeared simply because she had woken up. Unlike Ivan, whose soul was strong enough to stay without being forced back, Luna had likely entered that world by accident during her sleep. What a pity. Thanks to his powerful soul, Ivan could enter the dream dimension anytime he wished. Even now, if he closed his eyes and emptied his mind, he could return to that place. Is this a new ability? Ivan had a feeling that the more he visited the dream dimension, the closer his connection with it would become. This wasn't a bad thing, in fact, it could be incredibly helpful to Ivan. He called it the dream dimension, though in essence, it was still part of the material world. There's a place in the Department of Mysteries called the Planet Room, and the planets are celestial bodies in the universe. Based on the magic knowledge he'd learned so far, wizards understood the concept of the universe, and some had even begun studying the connections between the stars and magic thousands of years ago. In many ways, the civilization of wizards was far more advanced than that of muggles. Unfortunately, with the implementation of the Statute of Secrecy, wizarding society had come to a standstill. Many of the once grand explorations and discoveries had been shelved, and the magical world no longer shone with the same brilliance it once had. But what about the microscopic world? Since Luna can enter that world, there must be others who have done something similar before her and me. What did those wizards call it? If the universe was an embodiment of the grand, on a cosmic scale, then the dream dimension was the tiny, a world in itself, yet existing at the opposite end of the spectrum. Small worlds contain vastness, Ivan thought, recalling the saying, the grand and the tiny, both are worlds, both are filled with life and their own guardians. Based on this, the wizard's worldview is truly extraordinary. He wondered how many such gardens existed in the dream dimension, and whether the universe held magical life forms that differed from those on Earth. Of course, these were not things Ivan could fully understand right now. Knowing too much all at once wasn't necessarily a good thing. Ivan was self-aware, so he quickly suppressed his more complex thoughts and recalled the pleasant time he had spent with Luna instead. Luna, what an incredible girl. For some reason, Ivan envied Luna's outlook on life. Perhaps only with Luna's carefree mindset could someone truly appreciate the mysteries of the dream dimension without getting overwhelmed. My soul attribute may be higher, but I'm not as at ease as Luna. Ivan liked Luna very much, being with her made him feel both happy and relaxed. It was a pity that they could only meet in dreams. And with Luna's soul attribute, she couldn't enter and leave the dream dimension at will. What a shame. Ivan had a strong desire to study the dream dimension and to create magic that could engage with microscopic elements. But human energy was limited. Ivan still needed to research bloodline reversion, magical transformation, and many other subjects. The dream dimension was certainly fascinating, but that didn't mean it was more powerful or essential than other fields. Compared to concepts like death or time, magic at the microscopic level was not quite as advanced. Speaking of which, did Luna in the original book also enter the dream dimension? Ivan wasn't sure. I remember Luna's mother was named Pandora, and she seemed to be a witch of extraordinary talent. Ivan didn't know if the eccentric girl from the original book had ever entered the dream dimension. But even if Luna had a similar experience, she'd probably just consider it a dream. For Luna, this kind of thing would be another adventure she occasionally experienced. It takes at least a soul attribute of 4 points to enter and exit freely. And I have a soul attribute of 5 points. Ivan continued, with strong enough magic, one begins to touch the rules that govern this realm. He felt that Luna's soul attribute was likely very close to 4 points but hadn't quite reached it yet. So, the creatures Luna often mentioned, like Nargles, Raxperts, and crumple-horned Snurkax, might not all be her imagination. Luna believed in these creatures, perhaps because she'd actually seen them in her dreams. If she played with them often enough in that dream world, anyone else might also wonder why such visions felt so real. However, in the material world, Luna couldn't find friends to share these experiences with, leading others to think of her as odd. Let's take a look at Luna's future. Ivan glanced at the full-length mirror on the wardrobe beside him. With a single thought, various images began to appear in his mind. Soon, Ivan ended his prediction for Luna. A small smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. It was clear that he'd seen a very promising future for her. In 8 months, Luna will enter Hogwarts. Before that, we need to prepare her path for growth. Luna's training direction is quite clear. She needs to continuously develop her soul attributes so she can access power from the dream dimension. Ivan has limited time, and only a handful of wizards in the world possess Luna's unique talent. Such talent shouldn't be wasted, it must be developed well. After getting up and washing up, Ivan headed to the first floor lobby and found that Penelope had already prepared breakfast. Bacon, eggs, toast, and a glass of milk. Yummy. After breakfast, they both packed up their gifts. Ivan had made a seamless extension bag for Penelope, which contained many of the Muggle items he'd modified over the past couple of weeks. The extension charm and modification of Muggle items both violate Ministry of Magic laws. But neither of them was concerned about that. Ivan is strong enough, and Penelope has grown used to bending the rules. Once it's done, what's there to worry about? Penelope has never been one to fret over minor things. After spending this time together, Ivan had a clearer understanding of Penelope. She seemed cold on the outside but was warm-hearted. Outwardly reserved, she took special care of Ivan, her junior by 4 years, with the calm demeanor of an older sister. Let's go. Ivan held out his hand, and she took it quickly. Snap. In the next moment, with a crisp sound, they disappeared from the manor. Ivan, Senior Penelope. At the station entrance, the two heard the excited shout of a little witch as soon as they arrived. Hermione. Penelope greeted Hermione quietly, while Ivan went forward to speak with Mr. Granger. As usual, Mr. Granger asked Ivan to look after Hermione, much to her exasperation. There was no helping it, the concerned father drove off, secretly feeling that perhaps he'd been too protective. Nope. As soon as her father left, Hermione ran to Ivan and excitedly began recounting her recent trip to Denmark. Known as the land of fairy tales, Denmark is one of Europe's popular travel destinations. Denmark is steeped in legends about magic and witches. However, as a real witch, Hermione saw these stories from a different perspective. Looking through the lens of actual magic, she found that the portrayal of witches in Muggle stories was full of misconceptions. They think witches are ugly old women, Hermione said, frowning. And in almost every story, they're the villains. It's all prejudice, Hermione went on. Witches don't have warts, and they don't go around poisoning princesses with apples. What about you? She asked, turning to Ivan and Penelope. How did you spend Christmas? Ivan showed me the world of Muggles, Penelope replied. It was really exciting. Hermione was about to keep chatting with Penelope, but unfortunately, as the Ravenclaw prefect, Penelope had duties to attend to. On the trains going to and from Hogwarts, the prefects have their own carriages and tasks, including patrolling the train and helping younger students in need. Ivan called Parvati and Padma as they pushed their suitcases across platform 9 3/4. Seeing them, Hermione quickly took out her magic materials to help carry their luggage. How was your Christmas vacation? Parvati asked Hermione. Very good, Hermione replied. I went to Denmark. How about you? We went back to India, Parvati said, but her tone shifted, and she began to complain. Believe me, it was definitely not a pleasant experience. Yeah, it was pretty terrible, Padma chimed in. The sisters' parents were wizards from India, where the customs were quite different from those in England, with some social expectations that felt restrictive, especially towards women. The elders at home are so strict, and they have something to say about everything, Parvati went on. It's like, if they don't point out every little fault, they think we'll be embarrassed when we go outside. Padma was more reserved about it, adapting to the expectations with a quieter demeanor. But Parvati wasn't one to tolerate such restrictions quietly. Learning magic with Ivan had broadened her outlook, and she knew just how powerful a skilled wizard could be. In Parvati's opinion, the dark wizards back in her hometown weren't even comparable to what Ivan could do. In the carriage, the four of them settled into their seats as they had on the way home. Ivan, a bit embarrassed, asked, You didn't actually say that, did you? That would be a bit extreme. How could I say that? Parvati quickly covered her mouth, laughing. I just thought about it. That's a relief, Ivan said, genuinely concerned. He didn't mind, but provoking others unnecessarily seemed foolish to him. Luckily, Parvati and Padma weren't the type to show off recklessly like Ronald sometimes did. They had simply compared their powerful dark wizards with Ivan in their minds and concluded that Ivan was, well, impressive. By the way, what's magic like in India? Ivan asked, genuinely curious. Since coming into this world, he had encountered magic from various countries, each with its own distinct cultural style. For example, Ivan knew that African wizards traditionally didn't use wands. Instead, they cast spells with their fingers and intricate gestures. Moreover, African wizards had the unique ability to transform into multiple animals, unlike the Animagus transformation, which was limited to one animal form. Ivan had once asked Dumbledore how African wizards managed this incredible feat. Dumbledore explained that Africa was home to the greatest variety of magical creatures in the world. The wizards there have lived alongside magical creatures since ancient times, which has given them a unique physicality different from that of wizards in other regions. In Ivan's words, it's as though ancient magic still lingers in their very blood. What they call multiple animal transformations resembles a kind of communal blood magic, unique to them. Wizards from other regions could never replicate their methods. Indian magic, Parvati considered thoughtfully before saying, most of it is similar to the magic taught by Hogwarts professors. The main difference would be Dharma and Maya. What's that? Hermione asked, unfamiliar with these terms. Parvati smiled, saying, it's my translation, they're not actually called that. She explained that India has no official magic school. There are 11 established magic schools worldwide, but only Mahadokoro, located on Minami Iwo Jima in Japan, is in Asia. Without a magic school, magic in India is passed down differently than it is here, Parvati continued. Mostly, it's a master-apprentice system, with one teacher guiding a group of students. This model explained why terms like Dharma and Maya weren't widely known. They don't write magic down in books. Hermione's eyes widened, the notion almost shocking to her. No, they don't, Parvati replied, dashing Hermione's expectations. Wouldn't it be easy to lose knowledge that way? Ivan asked, voicing his concern. Parvati replied, they'd rather lose it than share their research with outsiders. In India, magic is typically passed down through a master-student relationship, creating an organizational structure similar to a sect. This leads to a lot of division and conflict among wizards there. It's not an exaggeration to say that the Indian Ministry of Magic is probably the most challenging to manage of all the ministries, she added. Also, in India, they don't use the term wizard, they're known as ascetics. Ivan nodded in understanding. Every country has its own unique terms, like in the East, where wizards are often called immortals. Yes, Parvati agreed. Eastern wizards aren't called wizards, priests, or anything similar, they're known as immortals. Even though it's a bit embarrassing to use the term nowadays, it has historical roots. In ancient times, those who mastered magic in the East were called immortals, revered for their abilities to transform objects, control elements, withstand fire and water, or perform feats like summoning spirits, all seen as immortal powers. After all, like the Muggles here were writing books about witches because their grandparents had heard about them, the immortal novels in the East didn't come from just the imagination. So for ordinary people, those who wielded such magic were essentially living legends. And truthfully, they weren't far off. If someone as powerful as Ivan had lived in ancient times, he might very well have been revered as a god. After all, even Hagrid could tame a three-headed dog, right? Dharma and Maya are unique magical systems in India, Parvati explained. Dharma is divided into blessings and curses, somewhat like the white magic and dark magic we have here. Parvati herself hadn't learned either type, as her grandfather was very traditional and refused to teach these family magics to his granddaughters. Yup, this is the early 90s. And what about Maya? Hermione asked. It's a bit like our Transfiguration, Parvati replied. But Padma shook her head, disagreeing. Not exactly. Maya is different, it's more like an illusion, something that only appears real. What do you mean? Ivan asked, intrigued by the differences in their perspectives. After listening to them both, Ivan finally understood what Maya was. Simply put, it's an advanced illusion that manipulates perception, casting a veil over what others see and hear based on the caster's intent. Maya is a form of sleight of hand, Padma explained, because it only makes something look a certain way without actually changing it. For instance, if a spellcaster used Maya to make wine appear like water, it would simply look and taste clear and flavorless, but the wine itself wouldn't actually turn into water. By contrast, Transfiguration would transform the wine into real water, changing its nature entirely. In essence, the wine remains wine, but people are deceived through sight, sound, taste, and smell, mistaking it for water. Ivan listened to the sisters' debate and began to ponder. Using water to mask the characteristics of wine, creating the illusion that it's not wine but water. Ivan could quickly identify a drawback of this method. If someone drinks the wine disguised as water, they'd still get drunk, it's still wine underneath the illusion. But could Transfiguration avoid this flaw? Professor McGonagall had once explained that when someone's perception changes, the effect of Transfiguration can sometimes wear off. But the Indian magic called Maya seemed different, it was designed to reinforce a perception, deepening the illusion's authenticity. Transfiguration and Maya, Ivan mused, are like different ways of achieving the same result, just viewed from different angles. With this in mind, Ivan asked, then what can Maya achieve if practiced to the highest level? Well, Parvati hesitated, thinking. Basic Maya can deceive the five senses, but more advanced Maya can deceive the essence of perception itself. This, she explained, was something her mother had heard from a renowned Indian wizard, a perspective held in high regard among India's magical community. Deceiving the essence of the senses. Ivan began to grasp the concept. The essence of taste, for instance, is the reaction of cells on the tongue when they're stimulated. Basic Maya influences only the surface level of perception, simple judgments. But truly advanced Maya could alter perception at the cellular level, deceiving the fundamental responses of living organisms. For example, consider how plants naturally grow toward sunlight. If Maya could create an illusion of sunlight convincing enough to make plants respond as they would to real sunlight, this would represent the high-level Maya that Parvati described. And the most powerful Maya exists only in legend. Parvati believed that Maya could rival Transfiguration in complexity because of this legend. If, one day, Maya could deceive everything, then distinguishing between real and false would become irrelevant. In other words, while advanced Maya could make plants believe they're growing toward the sun, they wouldn't truly undergo photosynthesis. But with top-level Maya, plants would hallucinate that they were receiving sunlight, thus starting the process of oxygen production and nutrient transport. Then, Could one still say the sunlight generated by Maya was fake? It would appear real. Animals would say, I believe it's sunlight. Plants would say, so do we. Even chlorophyll might be fooled by the illusion, sparking its function as if under true sunlight. And if we take this idea further, when atoms and molecules complete their cycles and interactions as a result of Maya's influence, can we truly say there's any meaningful difference between the real and the illusory? The world is so vast. The 5 virtues in the East, the animal transformations in Africa, and the Dharma and Maya in India. Compared to the glimpses shown in movies and novels, the real magical world is far more expansive than Ivan had ever imagined. The magic in this world may not have the power to move mountains or fill the sea. But upon closer consideration, there's a profound depth and hidden terror within it. Thinking about it can be truly intimidating. If there's a chance in the future, I'd like to go and see it for myself. Ivan wasn't about to argue whether Maya was superior to Transfiguration, nor did he think the 5 virtues outshone magical transformations. Whether it's spells or magic, they are simply external expressions. The real strength lies within the wizard himself. Indeed, it's the point-based system and the attributes that grant true power. This is the foundation upon which Ivan stands in the magical world. With that, the journey back to school was exceptionally peaceful. If there was anything different, it was that Yumi no longer needed to be caged but instead followed Ivan in her invisible state. One wizard and one pet disembarked from the train. This time, they didn't travel through the previous path the founders had taken but took the Thestrals along an alternate path. Ivan, Hermione, and Parvati were sitting in a carriage. The 3 girls seemed intrigued by the horseless carriage. Is it enchanted to move on its own? Not exactly, Ivan said, shaking his head. There's something pulling the carriage in front, those are Thestrals. Thestrals. The girls trusted Ivan but were all curious about these mysterious creatures. Under Ivan's guidance, they each reached forward, feeling something invisible yet solid moving ahead of the carriage. Thestrals are a type of magical creature, Ivan explained. They have a tall, rugged body, dark as night, with a dragon-like head, a horse-like body, and large, bat-like wings. They can fly incredibly fast. But only those who've truly experienced death can see them. Experienced death. Hearing this, the girls quickly drew their hands back, as though they'd touched something ominous. Don't be so scared, Ivan reassured them. The belief that Thestrals bring bad luck is just a rumor. They're simply another magical creature. As for experiencing death, that part is true. Ivan shared a bit more about Thestrals. Here, experiencing death doesn't mean just seeing someone pass or witnessing a tragedy, it's a matter of truly understanding death. Understanding death. In simple terms, Ivan continued, it's the loss of someone close to you, someone important. It's that feeling of deep sadness in realizing what it means for a life to end. That's when you can see Thestrals. So, being able to see Thestrals is not necessarily a good thing. It's a reminder that you've lost someone important, a reflection of inner sorrow. Ivan, can you see them? I can't, actually. Unlike some others, Ivan couldn't see Thestrals with his natural sight. He had fought against dark forces, even defeated Voldemort, but those battles hadn't brought him grief. They hadn't given him the true sense of loss. However, Ivan possessed a magic eye. All phenomena and forms on a non-material level couldn't escape its perception. Through this eye, Ivan could see the Thestrals shrouded in a dark mist, an ethereal force that hid their true form. Death, Ivan thought to himself. He was certain it was magic related to death. No wonder people avoid them, he mused. Even though it's faint, that magic of death can give people an uneasy feeling. Soon, as Ivan had told them, the returning wizards stepped once more into the grand halls of Hogwarts Castle. After a long journey, the students were eager for a meal, and Dumbledore, ever considerate, kept things brief. With a simple, eat, he announced the start of the feast. This is a good tradition, Ivan thought. If he ever became a headmaster, he'd certainly imitate Dumbledore's straightforward approach. After the dinner, the students returned to their dormitories. Ivan, however, didn't follow Hermione and the others. Percy noticed this but said nothing, allowing him to go about freely. At Hogwarts, the name Ambrosius practically equated to a bit of privilege. So, Ivan slipped through the professors and followed Dumbledore at a distance. Professors McGonagall and Flitwick noticed him but seemed unsurprised. Only Snape scowled in disapproval, clearly annoyed by the casual disregard a certain young wizard had for school rules. Such blatant disregard. Professor, I heard Ambrosius is often out wandering at night, a Slytherin student grumbled, clearly unhappy. But all he received was a withering glare from Snape. I'm sorry, Professor. Go back. Did Snape know Ivan was frequently roaming the school after hours? But so what? What's the real purpose of prohibiting night wandering? The rule is in place to encourage students to go to bed early, wake up refreshed, and be more energetic for their studies the next day. Additionally, the dark corridors of Hogwarts could be dangerous, so young wizards are advised not to roam around after hours. However, every senior student at Hogwarts knows one thing well. There isn't a single student who hasn't snuck around at night at least once. Night wandering is practically a rite of passage at Hogwarts. Even the heads of houses typically give only a verbal warning. As long as students aren't caught in the act, it's not really considered breaking the rules. And if they are caught, Filch is the only one patrolling at night, and, well, he's a squib. If a student gets caught by Filch, well, the heads of houses would likely prefer not to acknowledge it. Has that kid grown even stronger? Snape felt a familiar, almost unsettling pressure from Ivan, a sensation he'd only felt before in the presence of the Dark Lord. But how could that be possible? Ivan was only 11 years old, turning 12 in a few weeks, a mere first-year student. Snape was shocked at the thought that Ivan could be on par with the Dark Lord. He almost laughed at himself for the comparison. The idea that Ivan had defeated Quirrell, who was possessed by the Dark Lord, seemed absurd to him. That was Voldemort, after all. No matter how talented Ivan was, there was no way he could defeat someone like the Dark Lord at such a young age. Only a fool would believe Harry's story. But Snape was there as well. This kid, ... Would you like something sweet? In the headmaster's office, Ivan sat comfortably in his usual spot as Dumbledore smiled and opened the jar filled with cockroach clusters. No, thank you. Once, after Dumbledore's strong recommendation, Ivan had tried one out of curiosity. How to describe it? It wasn't an actual cockroach, of course, it was made of chocolate and syrup. But that squirming texture, even though he'd been prepared, it nearly made him gag. Dumbledore didn't have many odd habits, but this one was certainly his favorite. Ivan couldn't quite understand it. What was even more awkward was that ever since Ivan tried the fucking cockroach candy, Dumbledore seemed to think he'd found a kindred spirit and recommended it to him every time. Ivan was sure the old man was doing it on purpose. That's a pity. Crunch, crunch. Dumbledore chewed on the cockroach cluster, clearly savoring the burst of syrup in his mouth, his expression one of pure enjoyment. Ivan didn't know how to respond, so he quickly changed the subject. I wanted to ask you about some knowledge on microscopic and planetary topics. Oh, that, Dumbledore replied, wiping his mouth. I believe there's some content on that in astronomy. From what Professor Sinistra has told me, you're doing well in her class, yes. Aurora Sinistra, the astronomy professor at Hogwarts, often kept Dumbledore updated on Ivan's progress. Dumbledore had a genuine interest in Ivan's development and regularly checked in with the professors to ensure he was getting the best guidance. This helped him tailor the evening lessons for Ivan without conflicting with the professor's own teachings. Ivan didn't mind the old wizard's attentiveness. Accepting a 110-year-old man as a mentor was no trouble for him, especially when that man was Dumbledore. If he didn't make the most of Dumbledore's wisdom, well, he'd only be a fool. Of course, Ivan suspected that Dumbledore's attentiveness might not just be a mentor's interest. It likely wasn't the bloodline of the Dumbledore family or his Phoenix lineage that piqued Dumbledore's interest, nor was it Grindelwald's influence. No, the old man probably harbored a notion that Ivan was somehow a descendant of himself and Grindelwald. Charming. Ivan thought with mild amusement that Dumbledore's ideas were endearing in their simplicity, a touch of nostalgia mixed with curiosity. This life is perfect. I did learn quite a bit about astrology in astronomy class, Ivan admitted. But what I'm interested in is the magic involving macro and micro realms. Professor, you know what I mean. Aha, Dumbledore's curiosity was piqued. If I may ask, Ivan, what draws you to these areas? You should know, Dumbledore continued, that even to an old wizard like myself, these are extremely complex fields. You would need massive magical instruments just to glimpse the tip of the iceberg. Dumbledore wasn't exaggerating. The soul's power would have to be extraordinarily strong to observe the microscopic world directly, without aid. As for the vastness of the macroscopic universe, telescopes can reveal distant stars, but what lies within other planets? Even the most advanced wizardry has its limits. In simple terms, Muggles go through endless trouble building rockets to explore Mars, while wizards can view Mars' scenery with just a spell. It's infuriatingly unfair. I've visited that world, Ivan said, telling Dumbledore about his experience in the dream dimension. There was no need to hide it. Ivan's talent was already remarkable. If this revelation made it seem a little more extraordinary, the old headmaster would be surprised at most. Incredible talent, but this time, Dumbledore's expression turned solemn. Ivan, this new form of blood magic you've awakened is indeed exceptional. The old headmaster knew there was magic in the microscopic world. Though he hadn't specifically researched it, he'd collected ancient magic relating to it over the years. At the very least, he could take effective measures if faced with a threat from that realm. The space we inhabit doesn't exist in isolation, Dumbledore explained. Time divides it into past, present, and future. There are also perspectives that divide it into the macroscopic and microscopic, objective and subjective. Dumbledore continued, to be honest, Ivan, I don't discourage you from exploring these realms, but they're distant pursuits for you right now. Distant, I mean they're not practical, Dumbledore replied plainly. You've glimpsed the microscopic world, but microscopic magic won't serve you in any practical way. For now, it seems impractical. But if you're just curious to know, Dumbledore smiled, I might be able to answer your questions. I understand. The old headmaster was subtly advising him not to chase every curiosity. Time and resources are limited, one has to choose wisely and stay focused. I do have a question, Ivan said. The world I call the dream dimension is within a microscopic space. But how can flowers, plants, and even sunlight exist in such a small realm? Recalling the dream's vivid landscape, Ivan found it hard to believe a tiny world could contain such rich detail. It seemed completely unreasonable. Isn't the answer quite clear? Dumbledore replied with a knowing look. It's all because of magic. Magic? Ivan was momentarily surprised but quickly caught on. You mean, the magic within the microscopic space constructed that world? With this thought, a new possibility dawned on him. If magic could create an entire world on a microscopic level, then couldn't it be that their own world, their planet, might be a microcosm from the perspective of something even greater? Perhaps, he thought, even the so-called macrocosm might itself only be part of an even larger reality. Big and small are merely perspectives humans use to categorize what they observe with their senses. But, from an objective standpoint, is the microscopic world truly just a magnified version of Ivan's own? It seems you've already realized it, Dumbledore said with a gentle smile. The microscopic world, shaped by magic, is like an entirely separate dimension for us. This means that Ivan's vision of a microscopic world does not mean he could reach out and crush it with a finger. That simply wouldn't happen. Ivan can observe the microscopic world with his magic vision, but he cannot physically interact with it because they exist on separate planes. Similarly, when Ivan's spirit enters the microscopic realm, he cannot influence the real world or step directly from the dream dimension into reality. That's why I advised you not to delve too deeply, Dumbledore continued. Macroscopic planets, microscopic expanses, he mused, his tone filled with reverence. These are truths that ancient wizards spent lifetimes exploring without fully understanding. There are 12 doors, 2 ancient forces. To gain even one would bring a wizard to godlike power. But even Grindelwald and I, after lifetimes of searching for the mysteries of death, failed to glimpse the world that lies beyond the veil of mortality. Magic, how wonderful. Ha! Dumbledore mused. The world is a vast question, and we can't grasp it fully from any single perspective. Just as we think of space as a single concept, it doesn't stand alone. It holds within it time, planets, emotions, life, and death. Similarly, magic involving time will always be intertwined with space and matter. The complexity of the microscopic dream dimension that you sensed, Ivan, is perhaps even more intricate and vast than major fields like transfiguration, alchemy, potions, or charms. If possible, Ivan, I hope you can set these things aside for now, Dumbledore said, his voice gentle but firm. At least, until you've learned the magic we teach here. Allow yourself to be a happy young wizard. Dumbledore wasn't suppressing Ivan's ambitions, rather, he was protecting him. In the headmaster's view, Ivan's talent and potential placed him on a level that very few could ever match. In time, even he himself might find it hard to keep up with Ivan's abilities. So, there was little that humans or their weapons could do to harm him. What Dumbledore truly worried about were the forbidden realms of knowledge, the deeper mysteries of existence, and the dangerous wills hidden in the unknown. He feared that if Ivan pursued these, he could become entangled in them, lost to a place from which he could never return. "Thank you, Professor." Ivan could feel the old headmaster's good intentions and realized he had indeed been a bit too focused. Returning to Hogwarts and immediately seeking out Dumbledore was perhaps proof of that. "Haha, you're still a young wizard, Ivan," Dumbledore said, pushing the jar of cockroach clusters in front of him. "You should enjoy your time studying at Hogwarts now." Ivan eyed the candies crawling around in the jar, a small twitch forming at the corner of his mouth. "I'll certainly enjoy it," he replied, sealing the lid tightly on the jar. "But I'll have to decline these, respectfully." Life at Hogwarts settled back into its usual rhythms, and Ivan naturally resumed his role as the leader among the first years. Since Quirrell had been dealt with early, Harry didn't develop suspicions about Snape, and Hagrid hadn't come into possession of a dragon. This meant that many of the events from the original timeline never took place. There were definite benefits to this. Harry and the others in Gryffindor had a quieter first year. Although, perhaps Harry didn't feel as great about it. Especially now that Snape was temporarily teaching defense against the dark arts. "Snape is completely mad," Harry shouted in the Gryffindor common room. "He took 20 points off me in one class." "Calm down, Harry," Hermione said, trying to reassure him. "Nobody's blaming you. We all know Snape targets Gryffindor." "She's right," Parvati added. "Besides, we still have Ivan and Hermione to help earn points back for us." "Then he should at least have a better reason," Harry fumed. Unlike in the original timeline, Harry already knew why Snape had it out for him. Snape held a grudge against Harry's father. He still had a lingering affection for Harry's mother. A good man, yet he can't let go of some petty grudge and takes it out on an 11-year-old. Harry grumbled, "It's so ridiculous. Potter, how long do you plan on dawdling?" 5 points from Gryffindor. "Potter, what is going on in that head of yours?" 2 more points from Gryffindor. "Blah blah blah. Does he even try to pretend he's fair?" Harry ranted to his friends. "Next, he'll probably take points for which foot I used to walk through the door first." Using one of Ivan's favorite phrases, Harry muttered, "This is unreasonable." Snape was really pushing things too far. Right now, all Harry wanted was for Ivan to teach him a few powerful spells so he could march right up to Snape and stand his ground. If Snape wanted to punish him, well, he'd just have to try. "You're not ready to take him on, Harry." Ivan reluctantly rejected Harry's request. The gap in strength between the two sides was too big, and it was impossible to win. Unless Ivan stepped in himself. But knowing Harry, he'd never ask his friends to fight his battles for him. "Snape, I just can't stand you," Harry finally muttered, completely deflated as he slumped onto the sofa, his face a mix of frustration and despair. Poor kid, Ivan thought, unable to offer much comfort and preferring not to get too involved. "Look, instead of getting worked up over Snape, why not focus on Quidditch training?" he suggested. Harry had managed to secure a win against Slytherin in his first match, but the upcoming games with Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff still awaited him. "Cedric from Hufflepuff is tough competition, Harry. You'll need to be on your game." Ivan had recently taken note of Cedric Diggory, who in the original timeline would go on to represent Hogwarts in the Triwizard Tournament. Cedric was known for being a friendly, sunny, and genuinely good-hearted guy. Cedric was 3 years older than Ivan, in the same year as the Weasley twins and now a third-year student. Ivan didn't have any particular connections within Hufflepuff, so he hadn't met Cedric personally, nor had they interacted much. But, with occasional bits of information filtering in from Hufflepuff, Ivan had pieced together a pretty good idea of Cedric's strengths and character. Cedric Diggory was indeed a traditional wizard in the truest sense. But, traditional, here didn't mean he was a pure-blood supremacist, rather, he was deeply rooted in the magic world, content with its customs and not particularly interested in the non-magical world. If Ronald Weasley was the kind of wizard who didn't fully understand Muggles but didn't outright reject Muggle culture, the Diggorys were the opposite. They represented a segment of wizarding society that saw themselves as beneficiaries of the current system and had little interest in the changes that Muggle culture might bring. As the influence of pure bloods waned, families like the Diggorys saw themselves as the next dominant class in the wizarding world. For people like them, the introduction of Muggle culture threatened their way of life and security. They neither knew much about Muggles nor cared to understand them. To Ivan, they were like the literati from his previous life's history, individuals who benefited from their established position. While pure bloods were like aristocrats of the old order, families like the Diggories were rising, akin to bureaucrats who secured stable roles through official, wizarding paths. In practical terms, this meant that someone like Cedric, with the same qualifications as a Muggle-born like Penelope, would advance more smoothly within the Ministry of Magic. Meanwhile, Muggle-borns often encountered invisible barriers, subtle but pervasive. Cedric, I heard, would mention him. Finally, Harry redirected his focus toward Quidditch, allowing the others to relax. They no longer had to listen to him vent about Snape. Although everyone agreed Snape was unfair, his treatment of Harry was so frequent that they thought Harry would eventually grow accustomed to it. "All right, let's call it a night," Ivan said, noticing it was getting late. He announced the end of their gathering, and soon everyone left the common room, heading back to their dormitories for rest. Ivan followed his usual routine, opening the door to the secret realm inside his closet, ready for his nightly material collection expedition. Neville, watching Ivan disappear into the closet, was no longer startled. By now, Neville and Hermione had become close allies in Ivan's plans. After Hermione, Neville was the only other person aware of the hidden world accessible through the closet. Living together as roommates, Neville often saw Ivan's nightly disappearances. Ivan couldn't very well cast a sleeping spell on Neville every night, that would eventually take a toll on Neville's health. So, he found an opportunity to let Neville in on the secret of the closet realm, explaining that he visited there every night to gather resources. Originally, Ivan had planned to invite Neville to join him, but Neville's condition made that difficult. Due to a childhood forgetfulness charm, Neville often struggled with exhaustion by nightfall. Staying awake through the night, like in the original story, was likely Neville's rare moment of courage and resilience. Meow. In the quiet dormitory, Yumi's soft meow drifted from above, breaking the silence as Ivan was gone for another night in the secret realm. "Yumi, aren't you supposed to be with Ivan?" Neville asked, watching Yumi materialize out of thin air. Though he knew it was her new ability, he was still fascinated every time he saw it. "Meow," Yumi responded with a look of exasperation, almost human-like. She spread her paws as if to say she couldn't keep up with Ivan's nightly routines. Not everyone could be like Ivan, who, thanks to his magical avatar, only needed a short amount of sleep to stay fully energized. To Yumi, her master seemed less human and more like a relentless, tireless creature. "Achoo!" Ivan sneezed suddenly in the secret realm. "Is someone talking about me behind my back?" He paused, a hunch crossing his mind. "Yumi," he muttered, making a mental note to cut her dried fish treats by half tomorrow as punishment for badmouthing her master. "Now, what should I work on today?" Ivan mused as he stood on the open grassland. Around him were rows of small, 1- and 2-story wooden houses. This was the secret village he had constructed with magic. Enclosed within a powerful protective barrier Ultron, Ivan had felt no need to set up additional defenses like walls. "I remember there was a family of unicorns living in the forest to the east," Ivan murmured. Unicorn hair was highly valued in the wizarding market and fetched a hefty price. After his recent success in the Muggle world's currency exchange, Ivan had turned his attention to acquiring wizarding gold, galleons. However, he had no plans to simply exchange Muggle gold for galleons. With the amount of pounds he possessed, he could easily do so, but Ivan understood all too well the nature of goblins. If he attempted to trade Muggle gold at Gringotts, the goblins would likely drive the price of galleons down to rock bottom. 1 ton of Muggle gold for a single galleon wouldn't be out of character for them. Never underestimate goblin greed, they were a pervasive influence in the wizarding economy. Goblins didn't produce any of the wealth stored at Gringotts, yet they controlled 90% of it, holding tight to all financial lifelines. "The wizard who handed over Gringotts to the goblins should be strung up for it," Ivan muttered, frustration evident in his voice. This wasn't the first time he'd found himself irked by the state of wizarding finance, and he was already developing a plan of his own. Someday, when the opportunity arose, Ivan intended to visit Gringotts and see if he couldn't reclaim some of the galleons sitting idle in the unclaimed vaults. According to goblin logic, any treasures they craft ultimately belong to them. Yes, wizards bring their materials to goblins, pay hefty crafting fees, and receive their items. But in the goblins' view, the items are still theirs. Once a wizard dies, goblins often claim the items were never truly given to the wizard, asserting instead that they were stolen. The vaults at Gringotts operate on a similar principle. If goblins can determine that a vault lacks heirs, they see no issue in absorbing its contents into their own assets. An absurd mindset, a robber's logic. Ivan's disdain for goblins had been simmering for some time. He hadn't taken action only because he couldn't be certain which vaults had already been quietly absorbed by goblins. Hogwarts arranged a trapdoor adventure on the 3rd floor for Harry, Hermione, and the others, he mused. Maybe I've found my own adventure. Ivan wanted to see if he could slip into Gringotts and emerge with a bounty using his current magical skills. Even Quirrell managed to get in. Ivan smirked. There's no reason I can't pull it off, right? In the blink of an eye, winter turned to spring, and April came to an end. As the final Quidditch match concluded, Harry caught the golden snitch. After 6 years, Gryffindor finally claimed the Quidditch Cup. That night, Professor McGonagall couldn't help shedding a few tears in her sleep. The stern but passionate Transmigration professor had always loved Quidditch, but the Gryffindor team had long been outshone by the other 3 houses, repeatedly falling short of the championship. Now, with Harry demonstrating flying skills far beyond his peers, even outmatching Cedric Diggory, it seemed clear that Gryffindor's fortunes had changed. It was foreseeable that in the coming years, Quidditch at Hogwarts might well be dominated by another Potter. However, Harry's celebratory mood didn't last long. As the semester drew to a close, the professors began piling on assignments at an alarming rate. Professor McGonagall, in particular, assigned a monstrously long Transfiguration essay that nearly overwhelmed Harry, Neville, and Ron, the trio of struggling students. Please, Hermione. The 3 hapless boys soon appeared before Hermione, pleading for her assistance. Why not ask Ivan for help? The answer was simple. Ivan didn't need to deal with such things. At the start of the year, Ivan had already aced every professor's tests, achieving outstanding grades across the board. Even Dumbledore had privately announced that Ivan was exempt from taking the final exams. There was no doubt about it, Ivan had become a living legend at Hogwarts. He attended classes as he pleased, roamed the castle at night with impunity, read from the restricted section without consequence, and was even excused from homework and exams. This wasn't just a matter of privilege anymore. It was as if Ivan treated Hogwarts as his personal domain, operating with absolute freedom and without regard for rules. No. Hermione glared at them fiercely. I won't let you copy my homework. Don't even think about it. Faced with Hermione's firm refusal, the 3 hapless boys could only turn their hopeful gazes toward Ivan now. They hoped that Ivan might intervene, perhaps saying a few words to soften Hermione's stance. Ahem. Ivan cleared his throat, clearly exasperated. He spoke with a hint of reluctance. Harry has been doing well with his spells lately. Ron has shown noticeable improvement too. And Neville. Ron had recently borrowed money from Harry to purchase a new wand. Although Ron's magical aptitude was average at best, his mismatched, hand-me-down wand had been holding him back for years. With a proper wand, his performance had begun to improve. Harry, ever the loyal friend, had been quick to offer financial help, ensuring Ron could buy a wand that truly suited him. As for Neville, Neville is still the same. His thinking is too low. Even though Neville's magical power and determination were sufficient, casting spells was still a challenge for him. On top of that, his memory was notoriously poor. Even with daily homework, Neville often needed Ivan's help to get it done. Fortunately, Ivan had foreseen Neville's potential early on. Based on what Ivan observed, it would likely take until the 3rd year for Neville to compensate for his deficiencies in memory and begin building his magical strength. All right, Hermione finally relented, pulling out her completed homework. But don't copy it word for word. The professors will notice. I know, Ron said quickly. Thanks, Hermione. When it came to neatness and thoroughness, Hermione's homework was unparalleled. There wasn't a single student in their year who could produce work as meticulous and beautifully written as Hermione's. Tisk. These guys. Watching the trio dash off to the dormitory with her homework in hand, Hermione didn't know whether to laugh or sigh. Still, she didn't voice any further complaints. In truth, even if Ivan hadn't intervened, Hermione would have ended up lending them her homework eventually. The reason she refused at first was simply to encourage the 3 of them to try harder. But when it became clear they had no other way out, she always relented in the end. After spending nearly a year with Ivan, Hermione had changed considerably. She was no longer as rigid or by the book as she had been at the start. Want to go out for a walk? Ivan asked casually. No, Hermione replied without hesitation. Her response surprised Ivan. It was rare for her to turn down an invitation from him. "I still need to review this year's material," Hermione said firmly. Her reasoning left Ivan momentarily speechless. The young witch was deeply concerned about her first-year exam results and terrified at the prospect of earning an E. At Hogwarts, grades were divided into several levels: outstanding O exceeds expectations, E acceptable, A poor, P dreadful, D and troll T. For Hermione, even an E exceeds expectations might as well be a failure. Yes, you heard that right. In Hermione's eyes, there was no distinction between an E and outright failure. She didn't want to let down her professors, nor could she bear the thought of the Slytherin sneering at her. "Well, then, good luck," Ivan said with a small smile, patting her on the head before standing up. "I'll be heading off to assist the professors with the final inspection of the trial beneath the trapdoor." After a meeting among the house heads and Professor Dumbledore, it had been decided that the challenges under the trapdoor would serve as this year's defense against the dark arts practical exam. Not just first years, but students from other years were also allowed to participate. Of course, the number of challenges required to pass differed based on the year group. To accommodate this, the professors made several adjustments to the trials. For instance, the level involving the troll had been modified. Instead of a single troll, the challenge now featured a monster specifically calibrated to the student's year. The troll itself remained a formidable test, assigned to students at a fifth-year level or higher. Even for senior wizards, a one-on-one battle with a troll was often a losing proposition. Only the most exceptional and talented witches and wizards, those with skills far beyond their peers, could hope to defeat a troll in direct combat. For example, Percy and Penelope. Penelope, in particular, who has been training with Ivan, had made remarkable progress, significantly increasing her magical strength and precision. The reason why Percy was able to pass is that the troll here is not the one Ivan encountered. The troll Voldemort had summoned had been enhanced with a violent spell, greatly boosting its combat power and resistance to magic. Such a creature would have been impossible for Percy, or even Mr. Weasley himself, to defeat head-on. "All students will participate when the time comes," Ivan said, casting a meaningful glance at Hermione. "Do you need me to give you some hints?" "I don't want any hints," Hermione exclaimed indignantly. She detested cheating and was as strict with herself as ever, driven by her intense focus on exams. All right, Ivan replied, amused. "You truly live up to the title of Miss Know-It-All. I hope you achieve excellent marks." After bidding farewell to Hermione, Ivan made his way to a quiet, secluded spot. "System," he called out. Just moments earlier, Ivan's system had suddenly responded. As he opened it, a string of new notifications appeared before him. Main task unlocked. First year trial. Trial name: Soul Coffin, Soul Coffin. Ivan thought the name sounded familiar, as though he had come across it somewhere before. Without dwelling on it too much, he clicked on the detailed description of the task. Soul Coffin. Category: Main Quest I. Introduction. You are about to complete your first year of study at Hogwarts. To verify your learning progress, a cursed object from another world has appeared somewhere in England. Requirement: retrieve the dead soul's casket and dispel the curse. Reward: 1 experience point, 1 major magical customization. Main quest. Ivan muttered. So, the system has something like a main quest as well. Although it was his first time encountering such a situation, Ivan wasn't particularly nervous. Instead, he felt a sense of anticipation. He had confidence in his abilities and wasn't afraid of any challenges or trials that might come his way. What intrigued him most was the reward for completing the main quest. 1 experience point. Experience points were crucial for increasing attributes beyond the standard limit of 5. From what Ivan understood, 5 was the upper threshold that any wizard could naturally achieve. Even through magical enhancement, no attribute could surpass this limit. Reaching 6 was theoretically impossible. 7 is a magical number, especially in the Harry Potter world, Ivan thought. It could be inferred that the maximum value for an attribute in the system might be 7, aligning with the magical significance of the number. Of course, in Ivan's opinion, the 7 represented more of a conceptual milestone than just a numerical data point. For instance, increasing from 5 points to 6 might appear to be just 1 more point, but that single increment marked a fundamental transformation. There's no question about where to allocate this attribute, Ivan reasoned. As a wizard, is there anything more crucial than magic? A wizard with 5 points in magic could already be considered a great wizard. But what heights could be reached with 6 points? Ivan recalled Dumbledore once mentioning that his own strength, at its peak, was on par with the legendary founders of Hogwarts. Although there was a saying in the wizarding world that, the older the stronger, every era also had its exceptional geniuses. A wizard like Dumbledore, who could define an entire era, might not fully match the founders of Hogwarts, but he had certainly reached their level in many respects. They might all be within the same realm, but Dumbledore was in the late stages, while the founders were at the peak, on the verge of transcending to something greater. The 12 doors of the Department of Mysteries led to the essence of magic, Ivan mused. Dumbledore and Grindelwald had both pursued the mysteries of life and death, believing that mastery of the 3 Deathly Hallows could grant control over death itself. Does becoming the master of death mean achieving full integration with the magic of death? Ivan wondered. The Elder Wand, the invisibility cloak, and the resurrection stone, simply obtaining these artifacts wasn't enough. There had to be a method to truly activate their combined potential. But Ivan wasn't entirely sure about any of this. After all, throughout history, no one had ever possessed all 3 Deathly Hallows at the same time. Currently, old Dumbledore should have 2 of the Deathly Hallows, but he hasn't obtained the Resurrection Stone, Ivan mused. The invisibility cloak remained with the Potter family, and the Elder Wand had been won by Dumbledore in his legendary duel with Grindelwald. Ivan could imagine that if the old headmaster were given the right opportunity, he might finally take that crucial step. In the original story, Dumbledore, cursed by Voldemort's trap on the Gaunt family ring, ultimately met his end at the hands of Snape. Death is but the next great adventure. Recalling the King's Cross station scene described in the original book, Ivan had reason to suspect that Dumbledore might have transcended his mortal limitations. Is this the power of the system? Ivan thought to himself. Dumbledore spent his entire life, and even faced death multiple times, to reach such a realm. Yet, I only need to complete this task and allocate the attribute point to magic. The main issue now was that Ivan had no idea where to find the soul coffin. This was proving to be quite troublesome. The system had only provided the task itself. Locating the artifact and breaking its curse were challenges he would have to figure out on his own. Breaking the curse shouldn't be too difficult, Ivan thought. With the dual abilities of his magic eye and spiritual vision, he could likely unravel most curses. That is, unless it was something akin to the killing curse of Avada Kedavra, which had no known counter. But how can I find it? Ivan wondered, frustration creeping in. Over the next few days, he scoured the Hogwarts library for any books or records related to the soul coffin, but his efforts yielded no useful information. With no other options, Ivan decided to seek help from the professors and even Dumbledore himself. However, even the wise and well-read headmasters seemed perplexed by the term. The soul coffin, Dumbledore repeated, his brows furrowing. It sounds like some sort of ghost story. The headmaster shook his head regretfully. I'm sorry, young Ivan, but I've never encountered such a curse. Thank you anyway, Professor, Ivan replied politely, though disappointment was evident in his tone. Failing to get any leads from Dumbledore left Ivan at a loss. His connections within the wizarding world were virtually non-existent, and the only magical experts he knew were the professors at Hogwarts. Fortunately, the professors were willing to assist. Despite their lack of familiarity with the soul coffin, Ivan mentioned, they promised to help him search for relevant information. After all, Ivan was the strongest and favored student among the Hogwarts staff, and they wouldn't turn down such a request, especially for something so seemingly harmless. Walala, just as Ivan was grappling with his dead-end search, far to the east of England, a cruise ship was fishing near the coast. The people aboard weren't fishermen but wealthy individuals enjoying a leisurely day of sea fishing. This must be a big catch. The captain barked orders to the crew, urging them to haul up the large fishing net. The passengers on board eagerly gathered around, curious to see what treasures the sea had yielded this time. Bang! The heavy thud of an object hitting the deck startled everyone. Their expressions quickly shifted from excitement to astonishment. Amid the tangled seafood now scattered on the deck, a stone coffin about half a person's length lay in stark contrast to the surrounding fish and sea creatures. The eerie atmosphere gripped the onlookers, and an unexplainable chill seemed to creep into their hearts, making several people shiver involuntarily. What is this? Someone asked hesitantly. A stone box, another ventured. Although the object resembled a coffin, its small size ruled out the possibility of holding a full-grown person, perhaps only a child could fit inside. Could it be an antique? Someone else suggested cautiously. The ownership of the stone coffin was immediately unclear. The ship had hauled it up, but it was the wealthy merchant family who had financed the sea fishing trip. In most cases, such an unexpected find would lead to disputes over ownership. Yet this time, no one argued. The scene fell into an uneasy silence. Neither the captain nor the merchant family showed any willingness to claim the strange stone coffin. Their instincts seemed to scream that the object was ominous, a thing best left untouched. How about donating it to a museum? Someone finally suggested. Both the captain and the merchant were wealthy individuals who cared little about the potential monetary value of the find. After a brief discussion, they reached a mutual understanding and decided to donate the peculiar stone coffin salvaged from the sea to the British Museum. But what's inside? Shouldn't we at least check? Someone in the crowd finally voiced what many were secretly thinking. The group, hesitant to approach the sarcophagus because of its strange aura, suddenly found their curiosity piqued. For a moment, silence hung over the scene. Gradually, their curiosity about the mysterious sarcophagus began to outweigh the fear that had initially gripped them. Should we open it and have a look? The captain and the wealthy sea fishing patron exchanged glances, a spark of anticipation evident in both their eyes. Opening a chest, drawing cards, scratching lottery tickets, these were irresistible impulses that ignited human desire. What could be inside the sarcophagus? Could it be some priceless treasure? As the thought took hold, neither the onlookers nor the involved parties could remain indifferent. Where are the tools? The lid of this sarcophagus looks heavy. Someone, come and help. Careful now. Yes, just like that. With several people working together, the materials encrusted on the sarcophagus were cleaned off, and the heavy lid was gradually pushed aside. Wow! As soon as the lid shifted, a dazzling golden light burst forth from the sarcophagus, momentarily blinding everyone. Peering closer, they saw the interior of the sarcophagus filled with gold coins, each as large as the base of a bowl. Gold. It's gold coins. The glimmering gold coins emitted a mesmerizing light, and each bore the depiction of a skull along with the design of a pirate flag from the 17th or 18th century. This is pirate gold, someone exclaimed. Though the origins of the gold coins in the sarcophagus remained a mystery, the captain speculated that only a legendary pirate could have gold coins like these. And there were so many of them. Even without considering their value as antiques, the sheer weight in gold alone was staggering. Gulp. The passengers, who had never seen such a hoard, stared in amazement. There must be nearly 1,000 gold coins in there, right? Someone muttered. This comment, like a stone thrown into a still pond, sent ripples of greed through the group. The captain and the wealthy patron began to argue fervently over the gold's ownership. One party claimed that since he had financed the sea fishing expedition, anything salvaged belonged to him. The captain, on the other hand, insisted that the treasure was hauled up using his ship, so it was rightfully his. The passengers remained silent, but a few among them began to hatch their own plans in secret. So many gold coins, if anyone could get their hands on them, it would amount to an incredible fortune. The sarcophagus and the skeletal gold coins inside seemed to radiate an almost magical allure, sparking greed in more and more people. Minister, we have a situation. A few days later, within the Ministry of Magic, the door to the minister's office was abruptly pushed open. A middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 50s, strode in with an air of authority. His thick eyebrows and piercing eyes gave him the look of an old lion. This was Rufus Scrimgeour, head of the British Auror Office. In the wizarding world, Aurors served as a powerful enforcement body, combining the roles of both police and military. As the leader of all Aurors in Britain, Scrimgeour was known for his decisiveness and intolerance for disorder. What's wrong, Rufus? Cornelius Fudge, the recently appointed Minister of Magic, asked with a frown. An unknown creature has been sighted at Ramsgate Pier in Kent, England, Scrimgeour reported, placing a dossier on Fudge's desk. Numerous local muggles witnessed the creature, and it's caused quite a commotion. Damn it, Fudge exclaimed, slamming his fist on the desk. Who's behind this mess? I want the wizard responsible locked up. Fudge, having just assumed the role of minister, was eager to maintain a polished image. But now, such an incident threatened to tarnish his reputation. It felt like a slap in the face, a public embarrassment. Fudge couldn't help but wonder if he had unknowingly offended someone since taking office. Those guys must be jealous of him, Cornelius Fudge thought bitterly, convinced that someone was stirring up trouble on purpose to undermine his position. Our Aurors arrived at the scene immediately, Scrimgeour reported, and used Obliviate on all the local muggles to modify their memories. In their recollections, the magical phenomena were replaced by more mundane, understandable events. Such procedures were routine for Aurors. Has it been resolved, then? Fudge asked, clearly relieved. For the time being, Scrimgeour replied. Fudge exhaled quietly, ready to commend Scrimgeour for his efficiency. However, before he could speak, the Auror head added, but it's not over yet, Minister. What do you mean? Fudge asked, his relief vanishing. We captured those strange magical creatures, Scrimgeour explained, and found they were cursed muggles. Cursed. Hearing the word sent a chill through Fudge. He instinctively picked up the report Scrimgeour had placed on his desk and began reading through it carefully. The more he read, the more alarmed he became. According to the Aurors' findings, the so-called strange creatures were decayed skeletons clad in tattered clothing, with remnants of flesh still clinging to their bones. By daylight, or in the absence of moonlight, they appeared indistinguishable from ordinary people. But under direct moonlight, their true nature was revealed. They would transform into grotesque, rotting skeletons. What's even more troubling, Scrimgeour continued, his voice tense, is that whether in their skeletal form or their normal state, these muggles are completely immune to harm. Immune, Fudge echoed, his voice wavering slightly. Completely immune, Minister, Scrimgeour emphasized, his scalp tingling as he spoke. No matter the method, physical attacks, magical spells, even curses, nothing seems to affect them. What are you saying? Fudge demanded, his growing unease evident. Quote. We made several attempts, Scrimgeour continued grimly. Whether cutting off their hands and feet or burning them with fire, nothing caused any lasting harm to them. Of course, such actions can be carried out, but as soon as the moonlight disappears and the sun rises. He paused for effect. All the dismembered remains vanish. And, most disturbingly, the damaged corpses restore themselves completely, and the cursed muggles come back to life. Merlin's beard, Fudge muttered, his face pale. In all his years in the magical world, he had never encountered such a bizarre and unsettling curse. Magic of unknown origin had turned a group of muggles into undead skeletons. How could this have happened? According to our investigation, the source of the curse is this. Scrimgeour placed a skeletal gold coin on the desk. We used Legilimens on those skeletal muggles to trace the gold coin back to its origin, he explained. Scrimgeour then recounted the events on the cruise ship, the discovery of the sarcophagus, the cursed gold coins, and the ensuing chaos. By the time he finished, Fudge looked overwhelmed. As a politician, Fudge was adept at scheming and maneuvering through bureaucratic intrigue. But when it came to magic, especially curses of this magnitude, he was completely out of his depth. Is it a curse? Fudge asked hesitantly, instinctively leaning away from the skeleton coin on his desk. Seeing his reaction, Scrimgeour quickly reassured him. Don't worry, Minister. The curse only affects those who take the coin directly from the sarcophagus. In other words, Scrimgeour continued, if someone else hands you the coin, you won't be affected. The consequences fall solely on the person who originally removed it from the sarcophagus. Fudge exhaled shakily, though his unease didn't entirely dissipate. Otherwise, Scrimgeour added darkly, the power of this gold coin would be too terrifying. Anyone who possesses or uses it would become a walking corpse. It's no exaggeration to call this object a curse plague in the wizarding world. Well, I suppose we can work with this new curse. It can be a small blessing in disguise, Scrimgeour admitted with a sigh. Still, our researchers have been studying this gold coin extensively, and we've yet to deduce an antidote for the curse. Can't find a way to remove the curse. Fudge found it almost impossible to believe. He was well aware of St. Mungo's Hospital's expertise in handling magical ailments and damage. With the exception of the 3 unforgivable curses, there was little magic couldn't address. Yes, Minister, Scrimgeour confirmed grimly. After those people transformed into skeletons, there were no detectable magical reactions on their bodies. It's very peculiar. In theory, even creatures like werewolves, when not transformed, could still be identified using specific magical tests to reveal their condition. But these cursed individuals were different. When they weren't exposed to moonlight, they appeared completely normal, indistinguishable from ordinary muggles. If I had to point out a difference, Scrimgeour added after a pause, it's that their senses seem slightly dulled compared to before. Dulled senses? Fudge asked, frowning. What do you mean? For example, when eating, they've reported diminished taste, food no longer has the same flavor for them. That's the most noticeable change, Scrimgeour explained. As an experienced Auror, Scrimgeour had encountered countless forms of dark magic and was familiar with magical systems from around the world. To him, this curse bore an unsettling resemblance to the legends of ghost ships prevalent in European and American folklore. In my judgment, Scrimgeour continued, these individuals are on their way to becoming true zombies, forever cut off from the joys and sensations of the living. Like ghosts? Fudge asked, his unease growing. Almost, Scrimgeour replied with a solemn nod. The key difference is that, unlike ghosts, they still have physical bodies. Though their bodies lacked flesh and blood, reduced to rotting skeletons, they still fared slightly better than ghosts, who existed as nothing more than intangible specters. I understand, Fudge said, rubbing his temples in frustration. He issued an order: apprehend everyone connected to this incident. Also, locate the sarcophagus and the missing gold coins. I want them recovered immediately. Yes, Minister, Scrimgeour replied crisply before leaving to carry out the orders. Once Scrimgeour had gone, Fudge's expression darkened completely. He couldn't shake the feeling that this entire situation was part of a conspiracy, someone secretly plotting against him. Could it be Dumbledore? He muttered to himself. Although Fudge outwardly showed the utmost respect for the world's most powerful light wizard, deep down, he was acutely aware that he was merely a puppet, elevated to his position by Dumbledore's influence. The old headmaster's sway over the wizarding world was immense. All Dumbledore had to do was utter the words, "Fudge is good," and suddenly, Fudge found himself as Minister of Magic. Were others truly less capable than him? Take Scrimgeour, for instance, the man who had just left. His competence as head of the Auror office far surpassed Fudge's own. But none of that mattered. Because Dumbledore had chosen Fudge, and thus, Fudge was the Minister of Magic. I won't remain in Dumbledore's shadow forever, Fudge muttered determinedly. No, I won't. Reassuring himself with this thought, he forced an amiable smile back onto his face. Then, using magic, he initiated contact with Dumbledore. Yes, contacting Dumbledore was the logical next step. Despite his wariness, Fudge was still relatively young in his role and needed to maintain respect for the old headmaster. Especially now, with the cursed gold coins proving impervious to the expertise of both Street Mungo's hospital and the Ministry's best curse breakers. Though Hogwarts was primarily a school, many of its professors were masters of their respective magical disciplines. Cornelius. Moments later, a ripple of magic shimmered through the two-way mirror, and the familiar figure of Albus Dumbledore appeared. The mirror reflected the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, but Dumbledore wasn't alone. Beside him stood a boy, no older than 11 or 12, who looked like a young wizard fresh into his first year. That boy, Fudge thought for a moment, then remembered. Ivan. Ivan's name had gained some notoriety at Hogwarts. Thanks to the troll incident earlier in the year, even Fudge had heard of him. Of course, Fudge hadn't paid much attention. What kind of first-year wizard could supposedly defeat a troll and dark wizards within months of arriving at school? To Fudge, it sounded more like a publicity stunt to bolster Ivan's reputation. As far as Fudge was concerned, it was all exaggerated nonsense. Albus, Fudge greeted warmly, though irritation simmered beneath his polished smile. I apologize for troubling you so late. You know, Albus, Fudge began, his voice carefully measured. I've just taken office, and I'm still unfamiliar with many aspects of the Ministry of Magic. As he spoke, however, Fudge couldn't help but notice that Ivan was still standing beside Dumbledore, showing no intention of leaving. What's going on? Surely, when the headmaster of Hogwarts speaks with the Minister of Magic, a first-year student ought to excuse himself. Even if Ivan didn't realize this, surely Dumbledore would. Yet, Ivan remained where he was, and Dumbledore made no move to dismiss him. Dumbledore tilted his head slightly, noticing Fudge's sudden pause. Cornelius, what brings you to me tonight? This. Fudge hesitated, glancing repeatedly at Ivan, his eyes practically pleading with Dumbledore to send the boy away. Dumbledore finally seemed to catch on, slapping his forehead with a smile. Look at me, how forgetful I've become. I nearly forgot about this young man. Fudge exhaled deeply, relieved. He was now half inclined to believe the rumors about Dumbledore's forgetfulness, or worse, senility. Fortunately, the headmaster finally appeared to address the situation. "Let me introduce you," Dumbledore said with a twinkle in his eye. "This is Ivan Ambrosius, a new student who just enrolled at Hogwarts this year. He's the most gifted child I've ever had the pleasure of teaching." Though Dumbledore had noticed Fudge's unease, the headmaster, unaware of the minister's inner thoughts, and lacking the benefit of hindsight from any original novel, didn't see anything particularly unusual about the situation. This was indeed true. Fudge's greed for power wasn't inherently wrong. The mistake lay in his suspicion that Dumbledore sought to seize power, especially during Voldemort's return. Fudge's fixation on this fear led him to ignore the very real dangers threatening the Ministry of Magic. In Ivan's words, Fudge was like a king focused solely on maintaining the status quo. For a time of peace and stability, leaders like Fudge, adept at appearances and maintaining order, could ensure a certain level of consistency in the wizarding world. At the very least, Fudge didn't harbor the overconfidence to believe he could reshape the wizarding world with his own abilities. The old headmaster's goal in introducing Ivan to Fudge was clear. With Ivan's extraordinary talent, his path forward was destined to be smooth. After graduating from Hogwarts, with Dumbledore's support and the connections Ivan would build during his time at school, combined with his own innate abilities, he was certain to rise quickly in prominence. He could start by securing a position within the British Ministry of Magic, eventually becoming Minister of Magic himself. From there, he could expand his influence, joining forces with the French Ministry of Magic and the German Ministry of Magic to create a unified Western European alliance. The next step would be to ascend to the position of chairman of the International Confederation of Wizards and take that funny title of the Supreme Mugwump. Perhaps Ivan might face setbacks in early elections due to his youth. But time was on his side. Ivan was still young. He could afford to wait, perhaps until his early 30s, before stepping confidently onto the international stage. Dumbledore had discussed these matters with Ivan before. But Ivan didn't agree. He was himself, and Dumbledore was Dumbledore. Their personalities and outlooks were entirely different. The path Dumbledore had chosen for himself might not be the right one for Ivan. Of course, Dumbledore's intentions were well-meaning, and even if Ivan didn't fully accept them, he wouldn't reject them outright. There was no reason to refuse the connections Dumbledore offered. Still, Ivan couldn't help but notice that the Minister of Magic seemed skeptical. What nonsense from a little wizard. Publishing academic papers in his first year. Absurd. Creating his own spells. Does he think he's the reincarnation of Merlin? Through his use of Legilimens, Ivan caught fragments of Fudge's thoughts. What could he say? The minister was even more foolish than Ivan had initially assumed. "Oh," Fudge exclaimed aloud, a strained smile on his face. "Of course, I always admire your vision, Albus." But now, Fudge was clearly on the verge of asking Dumbledore to send Ivan away. "Now we can discuss the matter at hand," Dumbledore said smoothly. The old headmaster gestured for Ivan to sit down. His demeanor made it clear to Fudge that Ivan was not only welcome but also qualified to hear the conversation. Old fool, Fudge was furious at Dumbledore's blatant disregard for the authority of the Minister of Magic. He took a few deep breaths, reminding himself that now wasn't the time to openly oppose Dumbledore. "It's good for students to know about things outside of school ahead of time," Fudge said with a forced smile. "After you graduate, perhaps you'll join the Ministry of Magic, won't you?" "Cornelius," Dumbledore interrupted gently, steering the conversation back to the issue at hand. All right, Fudge grumbled. "Let's get to tonight's matter." He then explained the peculiar case of the cursed items that had appeared at the docks in eastern England. As Fudge spoke, Dumbledore listened intently, focusing on the curse's mechanics and how it might be broken. Ivan, on the other hand, had a very different reaction. "What the hell?" Ivan thought to himself, startled. "Gold coins that transform people into skeletons, salvaged from a sarcophagus under the sea, with a curse targeting the first person to touch them. This is almost exactly like a movie I saw in my past life. Aren't these the Aztec gold coins from Pirates of the Caribbean?" Ivan couldn't help but question the origins of these gold coins. Until now, his focus had been solely on the soul coffin, assuming that the main task for his first year would involve a North Sea monster, or perhaps even a battle against Davy Jones. He hadn't expected cursed gold coins reminiscent of the Black Pearl to show up alongside the name, Soul Coffin. But the system only seems to have summoned that box of cursed gold coins. Ivan thought further. Maybe they weren't pulled directly from Pirates of the Caribbean, but instead, the system reshaped them through magic, much like the secret wardrobe's creations. Regardless of their origin, Ivan knew it was his responsibility to address the issue. But will the Ministry of Magic even let me get involved? He wondered. Ivan understood the significance of the Ministry of Magic, but he couldn't bring himself to like it. It was no surprise, his preconceived notions from the original novel made it hard for him to trust the Ministry. Figures like Umbridge and Fudge weren't anomalies, they represented a larger problem within the Ministry of Magic. Even now, whenever Ivan suggested a method to break the curse, Fudge would immediately dismiss his ideas. Tisk. Ridiculous political struggles, Ivan thought with disdain. They were wizards, individuals who wielded incredible magical power, yet they bickered over power and profit like ordinary people. Let's go, Dumbledore said, rising from his chair and gesturing for Ivan to follow. Cornelius, you don't mind if I bring along a student to observe and learn more, do you? Of course, Fudge replied, though his tone was strained. Inwardly, Fudge wanted to retort, what's this little wizard doing here in the first place? Why is he coming to the Ministry of Magic? But Dumbledore's firm demeanor left him no room to argue. All Fudge could do was nod and grudgingly agree. I'll see you soon, Dumbledore said, disconnecting the communication of the mirror. Turning to Ivan, Dumbledore added, we'll use the Flow network. Our destination is the Ministry of Magic. Although they could have used Fawkes and his Phoenix-assisted apparition to travel directly to the Ministry, Dumbledore refrained. That kind of apparition is a trump card, he explained. It's a life-saving tool, so it's best not to expose it unnecessarily during ordinary circumstances. Professor, Ivan asked curiously, do you recognize this type of curse? I've never seen it before, Dumbledore admitted. After hearing Fudge's description, even the experienced headmaster seemed puzzled. But my guess is that it might be a form of ancient witchcraft from the Americans. Witchcraft? Ivan asked. The magic practiced by Native Americans, Dumbledore explained briefly. He didn't elaborate much on its characteristics but did mention that witchcraft often carried a reputation for being cruel and bloody. In the European magical world, witchcraft is generally categorized as dark magic, Dumbledore added. This perception makes British wizards, in particular, quite resistant to anything labeled as witchcraft, at least on the surface. Boom. Ivan and Dumbledore stepped into the fireplace one after the other and used flow powder to travel to the Ministry of Magic. Emerging from the green flames, they found several Ministry members waiting for them near the fireplace. At the forefront stood Fudge, accompanied by Rufus Scrimgeour, Amelia Bones, Director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Bartemius Crouch Sr., Director of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, and Kingsley Shacklebolt, a senior Auror. Their presence underscored the severity of the cursed gold coin incident. At this hour, the Ministry of Magic would typically have finished for the day. Summoning such high-ranking officials back for an emergency meeting spoke volumes about the situation's gravity. Dumbledore, several voices called out as the group moved forward to greet the headmaster. Their eyes fell on Ivan, who stood just behind Dumbledore. Aha, isn't this the genius little wizard? Kingsley said with a knowing smile as he took in the scene. It didn't take him long to understand what was happening. Clearly, Dumbledore was mentoring Ivan, right? Kingsley had never seen Dumbledore show so much care for a student. This alone spoke volumes about Ivan's extraordinary talent, enough to compel even Dumbledore to take a personal interest in mentoring him. I've heard about you, said Amelia Bones, smiling warmly at Ivan. You've been able to transform spells since you first arrived at Hogwarts. She added, I read your paper published in the Future of Spells. It's remarkable that someone as young as you could pass the rigorous review process of such a cutting-edge magical journal. You're too kind, Ivan replied humbly. Recognizing the name Bones, he quickly asked, excuse me, are you related to Susan? She's my niece, Amelia said with a soft laugh. When she came home for Christmas, she couldn't stop talking about you. It's my pleasure to know her, Ivan responded politely. He then proceeded to greet Bartemius Crouch Sr. and Rufus Scrimgeour. Although Fudge appeared visibly impatient, he refrained from voicing his frustration. Since Dumbledore had brought Ivan along, Fudge had no choice but to tolerate the introductions without disrupting the moment. I want to take a moment to thank you for your incredible support and love. May your Christmas be filled with laughter, warmth, and magical moments. Wishing you joy, peace, and endless adventures in the coming year. Heart. This is the cursed gold coin. The coin presented was just a sample. As for the sarcophagus, it had been stored in Gringotts for safekeeping. What's the point of putting it in Gringotts? Ivan thought, puzzled. It was clearly a cursed item, yet the Ministry of Magic had handed it over to the goblins for storage. Did they not see goblins as outsiders? He wondered, finding the decision baffling. Ignoring Fudge's presence, Ivan focused his attention on the cursed gold coin. If he had harbored any doubts before, they vanished now. After witnessing the eerie magic emanating from the coin firsthand, Ivan was 100% certain that this was the challenge the system had prepared for him. Do you see anything, Albus? Fudge asked, his voice betraying his impatience. Dumbledore had been silently studying the coin for some time. Be patient, Cornelius. Wait a moment, Dumbledore replied calmly. The headmaster retrieved his wand. To the untrained eye, Dumbledore's wand looked like nothing more than an old, gnarled branch. But to Ivan, it was dazzling, a formidable artifact of immense magical power. In terms of raw magic, the Elder Wand was the most awe-inspiring magical item Ivan had ever encountered. It was difficult to fathom how such a wand had been crafted. The curse on it is very peculiar, Dumbledore remarked. He tapped the gold coin with his wand, causing it to levitate. As it floated in midair, he scrutinized it carefully. The ministry officials remained silent, watching intently. There was little else they could do. Among everyone present, Dumbledore was the unquestioned authority on magic. Ivan, Dumbledore called. I'm here, Ivan replied, stepping forward. What do you see? Dumbledore asked, his gaze shifting briefly to the young wizard. Dumbledore's words immediately drew everyone's attention. What's going on? The headmaster of Hogwarts was actually asking a first-year student for his opinion. It's an incredible curse, one that appears to be self-sustaining, Ivan said, ignoring the surprised reactions around him. Like Dumbledore, Ivan's focus was entirely on unraveling the mystery of the cursed gold coin. Dumbledore nodded encouragingly. Go on. The gold coin itself is a product of alchemy, Ivan explained. Moreover, judging by the degree of magical degradation, I estimate the enchantment on it has been active for at least 400 years, possibly 500. 5 centuries was an extraordinary time for magic to persist on any object. Even the most powerful enchanted artifacts typically saw their magic weaken over time. But this cursed gold coin was an exception. Not only had the magic on it remained intact, but it still possessed enough power to curse muggles anew after half a millennium. In Ivan's mind, the only comparable examples of enduring magic were the enchantments on Hogwarts Castle and the relics of its 4 founders. Of course, the 3 Deathly Hallows also fit into this category, their magic even more enigmatic than that of the castle. But here lay the problem, this was just a cursed gold coin. With nearly 1,000 coins like this, Ivan mused, if the original magical energy remains on all of them, it's hard to imagine just how powerful the overall curse must be. So, Fudge interjected impatiently, his tone laced with frustration. What are you trying to say? It was clear Fudge couldn't grasp why Dumbledore was allowing Ivan to speak. Was this some kind of teaching moment for the young wizard? Ivan means that this is a curse that cannot be broken by brute force, Dumbledore clarified. His disappointment in Fudge was evident. It seemed the minister had left all his magical knowledge behind the moment he graduated from Hogwarts. Can't be broken by brute force? Fudge asked, clearly confused. You mean Street, Mungo's hospital, potions, and even the finite incantatum spell are ineffective against it? It was Scrimgeour who grasped the implications. His eyes widened as he said, I've never encountered a curse like this. In fact, there are many similar curses, Ivan interjected, offering examples. Vampires, werewolves, and blood-cursed orcs, all of these are tied to blood curses that cannot be forcibly lifted. He continued, honestly, the knowledge of how to restore these beings to their original human forms has been lost to history. What are we supposed to do, then? Fudge demanded, clearly uninterested in theory. He only cared about resolving the crisis. It can be alleviated, Dumbledore said, shaking his head as he carefully returned the cursed gold coin to its container. With the use of potions and specialized spells, the muggles affected by the curse can be temporarily restored. But that's obviously not enough, Fudge snapped. There are at least 20 muggles who've been cursed. The Ministry of Magic can't just make them disappear forever. Erasing the memories of muggles and making them forget incidents involving magic was routine for the ministry. But making an entire group of muggles vanish permanently, even if it were technically possible, it would violate the laws of the Ministry of Magic and create an enormous risk of exposure. Such an act would leave a massive hole in their cover, increasing the likelihood of the wizarding world being discovered by the wider population. "We need time, Cornelius," Dumbledore said calmly. While he wasn't ignoring the issue, he had yet to find a method to break the curse. "And we'll need more of these gold coins." The cursed gold coin was a critical piece of material. With Dumbledore's vast knowledge, he estimated he could uncover the method to lift the curse within a week. This wouldn't involve forcibly breaking the curse but rather uncovering the original means by which it was meant to be dispelled. If these are truly Aztec cursed gold coins, Ivan thought, then the way to break the curse might involve the person who took the coin returning it and paying with blood. With this in mind, Ivan activated his magic eye and spiritual vision to analyze the curse and the peculiar properties of the blood magic involved. The result confirmed his suspicion: it was indeed an Aztec gold coin. Should I tell Dumbledore? Ivan hesitated. He trusted Dumbledore, but now wasn't the right time. With the ministry officials and Fudge present, Ivan had already attracted enough attention. Saying more might make him a target of resentment or scrutiny. Dumbledore seemed to sense this as well. He remained composed, fixing his calm gaze on Fudge, silently awaiting the minister's response. "All right," Fudge finally said, "but the items are in Gringotts. You know how it is, once something lands in the hands of those greedy goblins, it's never easy to get it back. Then why store the sarcophagus there in the first place, you motherfucker?" Ivan thought, baffled. He noticed the grim expressions of the ministry officials and decided to use Legilimens discreetly. What he discovered was startling. The goblins of Gringotts had taken the sarcophagus before the Aurors even realized what was happening. In the end, the ministry had only managed to intercept the cursed gold coins that had already leaked out from the goblins. The real prize, the sarcophagus and the bulk of the cursed coins, remained firmly within Gringotts. Given the unique power of these cursed coins, rivaling relics like those of the four founders, the goblins weren't going to relinquish them easily. Gold coins and such aren't important," Fudge said dismissively. He had no desire to antagonize the goblins, as maintaining peaceful relations with them was crucial to his hopes of being re-elected as Minister of Magic. Stability and steady progress were Fudge's guiding principles. "We've already reclaimed some of the gold coins," Fudge added. With that, Dumbledore took one of the cursed gold coins and, along with Ivan, departed the Ministry of Magic to return to Hogwarts. The officials at the ministry didn't expect that even Dumbledore couldn't provide an immediate solution to the problem. Fortunately, they still had time. With Dumbledore's profound magical expertise, it seemed inevitable that he would find a solution sooner or later. Back at Hogwarts, Dumbledore and Ivan stepped out of the green flames of the fireplace into the headmaster's office. Placing the cursed gold coin on his desk, Dumbledore turned to Ivan and said, "You've some ideas about it, haven't you?" "I have some ideas," Ivan replied. "What about you, Professor?" "Almost," Dumbledore said with a nod. Once again, Dumbledore's unparalleled knowledge exceeded Ivan's expectations. Even with only brief exposure to the cursed gold coin, Dumbledore had analyzed the curse and deduced how to break it. "A bloodline-based curse," Dumbledore mused. "It carries a deep hatred for greed. If I'm not mistaken," he continued, "to break this curse, the blood of the person who originally took the coin is required, and the coin must be returned by them personally." "As expected of you," Ivan thought to himself, impressed. His mind returned to the Aztec gold coins from Pirates of the Caribbean, as referenced in the system's task. However, Dumbledore's accurate deduction was based on his vast experience and insight. "As expected of you, Dumbledore, really," Ivan thought, inwardly marveling at the headmaster's brilliance. Then he asked, "Why didn't you tell them directly?" "Telling them doesn't mean the matter will be resolved," Dumbledore replied calmly. It seemed he was well aware of the shortcomings within the Ministry of Magic. He wasn't particularly worried that they wouldn't be able to break the curse. The real challenge wasn't in the curse itself but in addressing the broader situation. "The problem," Dumbledore continued, "is not that the curse is difficult to break. It's that the cursed gold coins are now in the hands of the goblins, which complicates matters greatly." "You mean we need to retrieve the sarcophagus and the gold coins from the goblins first?" Ivan asked. Dumbledore nodded slightly. Ivan understood the concern. These cursed gold coins contained extraordinarily powerful magic, and such items needed to be securely sealed with equally powerful counter-magic. As for Gringotts, its reputation for being impenetrable was dubious at best. Even someone like Quirrell, a dweeb dark wizard working for Voldemort, had managed to infiltrate it. Its security was riddled with loopholes. I'll ask the Ministry of Magic to locate all the individuals who originally took the gold coins, Dumbledore said thoughtfully. The sarcophagus, the gold coins, and the people who took them, all three must be brought together for the curse to be properly broken. There was another concern as well. Dumbledore's influence was vast, almost unparalleled. If he immediately provided the correct solution, the Ministry of Magic's own shortcomings would be laid bare. Rather than being grateful to Dumbledore, Fudge might resent him for overshadowing the Ministry's authority and his own. What an asshole. Ivan, I don't quite understand, Ivan said, furrowing his brow. Why would you support someone like Fudge to become the Minister of Magic? He wasn't always like this, Dumbledore said, his tone tinged with regret. Before Fudge became minister, there was little fault to be found in his behavior. However, once he assumed power, everything changed. Initially, Fudge frequently sought Dumbledore's counsel, but over time, he seemed to transform into an entirely different person. It wasn't until later that Dumbledore understood the truth. Everything Fudge had done before, his self-restraint, his demeanor, had all been an act to gain Dumbledore's favor. He had carefully molded himself into someone Dumbledore could admire. But once he achieved power and status, his true nature began to surface. If someone can pretend to be a good person for their entire life, then they are a good person, Dumbledore thought somberly. Unfortunately, Fudge had failed this test. Confronted with the temptations of power, he indulged himself and drifted further and further from the person he had once pretended to be. Then should we do nothing? Ivan asked, concerned. We need to prepare in advance, Dumbledore replied. This curse has many flaws. Flaws? Yes. Dumbledore nodded. To be more precise, the method of breaking this curse is flawed. He explained, while the method may appear straightforward, it's riddled with potential pitfalls. There are numerous requirements to break the curse, and each one is fraught with the possibility of failure. For example, Dumbledore continued, there are exactly 888 gold coins. If even one of those coins is destroyed, can the curse still be broken? And what if the person who took a coin dies and no longer has any blood to provide? What then? Dumbledore gestured toward the cursed gold coin on his desk. The negative emotions imbued in these coins are extraordinarily strong. Clearly, the caster bore deep malice toward those who picked up the gold coins, intending for them to suffer eternal torment. The Ministry of Magic now faced two urgent tasks: locating all the cursed muggles and gathering them in one place, and recovering the lost gold coins, along with retrieving the sarcophagus taken by the goblins. Every single gold coin from the sarcophagus needed to be accounted for. The goblins wouldn't be so foolish as to take the gold coins for themselves, would they? Ivan asked. Sigh. It's not impossible, Dumbledore replied. The goblins were notorious for their greed for magical items. Though he didn't mention it in front of Fudge to save face, Dumbledore suspected the goblins might attempt to keep the coins. He planned to address the matter tomorrow, giving the Ministry wizards time to avoid appearing completely inept. What will happen to the gold coins once the curse is broken? Ivan asked. Will they be destroyed? No, I doubt it, Dumbledore said, not catching Ivan's deeper implication. No one would willingly destroy treasures of such value. Even cursed items held significant worth in the magical world. Though dangerous, their value often outweighed their risks. Whether they end up in Gringotts or the Ministry of Magic, those are likely their final destinations, Dumbledore added. Ivan's heart sank slightly at those words. He was beginning to understand exactly what the system's main task wanted him to accomplish. Breaking into Gringotts or the Ministry of Magic to retrieve the cursed gold coins. Am I really supposed to challenge the two largest forces in Britain wizarding world right away? The only small comfort Ivan could take was that neither Gringotts nor the Ministry of Magic had a wizard of Dumbledore's caliber on their side. In terms of raw magical ability, Ivan was confident in his skills. But how do I go about it specifically? He wondered. And what about the aftermath? I can't just storm in recklessly. To complicate matters, Ivan needed to avoid exposing his identity. This meant he couldn't rely on some of his more iconic abilities, which only added another layer of difficulty to the task. I can't act rashly. I need a proper plan. After some thought, Ivan decided to wait and observe the actions of the Ministry of Magic and Gringotts. Once they made their moves, he would formulate a thorough plan and prepare adequately before attempting to complete the main task. A few days later, Dumbledore informed the Ministry of Magic about the method to break the curse. The wizards at the ministry were astounded by Dumbledore's knowledge and capabilities. But perhaps they were accustomed to his brilliance, as they didn't question his findings. They quickly began working to recover all the cursed gold coins and locate the cursed muggles. However, the ministry encountered a significant obstacle during negotiations with Gringotts. The goblins refused to hand over the sarcophagus and the remaining gold coins to the Ministry of Magic. Instead, they insisted that the Aurors perform the curse-breaking ritual within the secure confines of Gringotts. This stance infuriated many ministry officials. What difference does it make if the curse is removed in Gringotts or at the Ministry of Magic? They thought, why are the goblins being so unreasonable? In the end, it was Fudge who stepped in. Ignoring the tension between wizards and goblins, he opted to concede to the goblins' demands to avoid further delays. Naturally, this incident caused an uproar in the wizarding community. Reporters from the Daily Prophet, led by the ever-controversial Rita Skeeter, framed Fudge's decision as a broader issue of racial conflict between wizards and goblins. For a time, Fudge's actions provoked widespread dissatisfaction, not only in the British wizarding world but also in the international community. As for the outcome, Fudge attempted to use the Aurors to suppress the domestic press and stifle the escalating controversy. But he likely hadn't anticipated the backlash. What had initially been an effort to quietly resolve a delicate matter backfired spectacularly. Not only did Fudge fail to restore his reputation, but it also took a significant hit. Damn it, Fudge roared, slamming a copy of the Daily Prophet onto his desk. How did those nosy dogs find out about this? Despite his best efforts to cover up the situation, the news had spread. Why, who betrayed me? Fudge fumed internally, his frustration mounting. Minister Fudge, Scrimgeour said, his voice measured. Are we really not going to retrieve the sarcophagus and the gold coins inside? And how would we do that? Fudge snapped. The goblins are guarding them as if we're common thieves. Gold, antiques, and powerful magical artifacts, each of these alone was enough to pique the goblins' interest. Together, they were treasures of immense value. Any hint of the ministry coveting these items would immediately provoke a fierce response from the goblins. So, we're just going to leave it as it is. Scrimgeour pressed. What else can we do? Fudge shot back, exasperated. He had already decided the sarcophagus wasn't worth the trouble. At most, it was just a collection of valuable magical items. As long as the goblins could guarantee its security, Fudge didn't care who possessed it a week later. After all, even if the Ministry of Magic took custody of the cursed gold coins, they wouldn't belong to him personally. In that case, why should Fudge waste his energy worrying about them? But why are you so concerned about this? Fudge asked, narrowing his eyes at Scrimgeour. The minister couldn't help but think of the recent scandal in the Daily Prophet. Could it have been orchestrated? Fudge's thoughts spiraled. If something happens to me, who would be the most likely candidate for minister? Scrimgeour, or Amelia Bones? They must be plotting against me. Fudge remained calm on the surface, but in fact he had begun to guard against the two of them. Fudge decided not to press the matter further with Scrimgeour. Instead, he curtly instructed him to focus on his own tasks and not dwell on the issue. Negotiating with goblins was a thankless task, troublesome and ultimately unrewarding. Only a fool would willingly take it on. Just as I thought, the goblins ended up with the items, Ivan muttered to himself. Sitting in his dormitory, Ivan's gaze was fixed on the wardrobe before him. Reflected in the mirror was an image of Gringotts. In the image, Ivan could see goblins collecting the scattered gold coins from the Ministry of Magic. The curse had been broken. The memories of the cursed muggles and everyone involved had been erased or modified by the ministry. From a surface-level perspective, the matter seemed to have reached a satisfactory conclusion. But for Ivan, his main task was only just beginning. He needed to retrieve the task items and, using his existing magical knowledge, fully dismantle the curse. Only by completing this could he fulfill the system's requirements and gain the experience points he sought. Is this where they've placed it? Ivan murmured, his attention on the vault visible in the mirror, where the goblins had stored the sarcophagus. He memorized the vault number. This was where Ivan's prophetic abilities came into play, his unique ability to glean information about past events. Unless a powerful figure, such as a grand magician, was actively concealing information, there was little in the world Ivan couldn't uncover. How deep is that vault beneath Gringotts? He wondered aloud. However, Ivan found that he couldn't remember the route the goblins took to the vault for a while. There was no way, the railroad track was like a roller coaster, and the whole picture was constantly shaking left and right. Even though Ivan had an amazing memory, he could only force himself to remember it and browse it over and over in his mind. Okay, the route is mapped, and the location of the gold coins is confirmed, Ivan muttered to himself. The next steps were clear. Figure out how to break into Gringotts, open the vault door, and leave safely, all without revealing his identity. First, there's the matter of escaping. I can use the Phoenix's flame apparition to leave directly from the underground vault, Ivan reasoned. Gringotts had extensive anti-apparition enchantments both inside and outside the bank. These included barriers specifically designed to counter the magical abilities of various races capable of apparition. The goblins had clearly invested a great deal in safeguarding their wealth. Unfortunately for them, none of that posed a challenge for Ivan. No matter how meticulously the goblins prepared, they would never anticipate someone using a mythical creature like a phoenix to perform apparition. In fact, no anti-phoenix apparition spell existed in the world. Such a spell had never been developed, and likely never would be. After all, the only two known wizards in the world with phoenixes were Dumbledore and Ivan. For those without phoenixes, studying a counter curse to such a rare ability was impractical. And even if Dumbledore and Ivan possessed such counter magic, they would neither share it with others nor use it against one another. Moreover, Fawkes was unique, and so was Ivan's phoenix. Developing specific counter magic would require extensive study of both creatures, something neither Dumbledore nor Ivan would permit. First, I need to determine which magic to use, Ivan thought. He wasn't particularly concerned about Dumbledore discovering his identity. His sole goal was to break the curse. Once the magic on the cursed gold coins and the soul coffin dissipated, they would revert to ordinary objects. This meant Ivan didn't need to justify his actions. Once the task was done, the items would hold no further value. Ivan wouldn't keep them or use them for any other purpose. And Dumbledore, for all his wisdom and integrity, wasn't a strictly impartial figure. In truth, Dumbledore was fiercely protective of his own. He was unlikely to pursue Ivan harshly, especially if the outcome benefited the greater good. In that case, the real challenge is avoiding suspicion from the Ministry of Magic and Gringotts. Ivan only needs to be careful not to let them associate the invading wizard with himself, and he will be safe. Gringotts. In Diagon Alley, Ivan arrived outside Gringotts. He didn't do any disguise, no black cloak, no need to dress himself up like a dark wizard. Being a Metamorphmagus, as long as Ivan wanted, he could instantly change into anyone he had met. And now, Ivan chose a young man in his 20s. This young man had no distinguishing features, a completely random face Ivan had spotted on an ordinary day. Additionally, Ivan had altered the appearance of his wand. Using Transmigration, his sycamore wand now looked entirely different to the naked eye. So, how do we get in? To infiltrate Gringotts, Ivan had considered countless plans. But in the end, he realized there was no need to overcomplicate things. What defines a flawless operation? Eliminating all witnesses. It's the simplest and most effective method. All right, Ivan muttered, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Let's go with the plan, no holds barred. Without hesitation, Ivan walked confidently towards the imposing entrance of Gringotts. At the grand doors stood two goblin guards clad in scarlet and gold uniforms. Ivan gave them a cursory glance and shrugged. Stupefy, he whispered. In the next instant, two silent beams of magic struck the guards. Powerful magic surged through the air, even without the amplification of Ivan's wand. Though not enhanced by his sycamore wand, with Ivan's current mastery of spellcasting, the damage caused by basic and intermediate spells was nearly indistinguishable whether cast with or without a wand. Ah! A wizard exiting the bank suddenly noticed the fallen goblin guards and screamed in terror. What's happening? What's wrong? Someone's attacking Gringotts. The commotion spread like wildfire, and chaos erupted on the streets outside Gringotts. Ivan, however, paid no attention to the panic. He glanced at the uniforms of the goblin guards. When he cast his spell earlier, he noticed the fabric had offered some resistance. Gringotts really is wealthy, even their guards' uniforms are alchemical artifacts. He sighed, but dismissed the observation without much thought. Continuing forward, Ivan ignored the terrified men and women fleeing the bank. Customers and staff alike scrambled in panic, their business with Gringotts forgotten in the mayhem. Since Ivan had chosen to storm Gringotts head-on, there was no point in subtlety. Besides, he wanted to test the extent of his current power. Who are you? An elderly goblin, barely reaching Ivan's knees, stepped forward. Despite its diminutive size, the goblin's presence exuded authority. It was flanked by several wizards, evidently hired as Gringotts' security. "Put down your wand immediately." As the old goblin shouted, more and more goblins rushed over from all directions. Of course, the goblins didn't truly step forward. Goblins are inherently greedy and self-preserving, expecting them to rush into a fight with wands blazing was absurd. Moreover, by the laws of the wizarding world, goblins were forbidden from wielding wands. This meant that, apart from their incessant chatter, most of the goblins in Gringotts posed no real threat. "This is Gringotts, how dare you attack?" the old goblin began, his voice sharp and indignant. Ivan frowned, uninterested in the goblin's rambling. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and blasted the goblin aside. "Put down the wand," Ivan repeated mockingly, spreading his empty hands. "Do you even see a wand in my hand?" Wandless magic. The wizards accompanying the goblin were stunned. Those employed by Gringotts were undoubtedly among the best. Most were top graduates from renowned magical schools. Even if they weren't on the level of Bill Weasley, the eldest Weasley sibling and a curse breaker, they were still considered Hogwarts elites. Expelliarmus, Stupefy, Diffindo. The wizards began casting their spells at Ivan in unison. In an instant, the enclosed space lit up with the glow of colorful magical beams. The chaotic display sent the ordinary wizards nearby scrambling for safety. As for the goblins, apart from one startled scream, they quickly ducked behind counters, terrified of being caught in the crossfire. "Not bad," Ivan muttered, analyzing the incoming spells with his magic-enhanced vision. His sharp magical perception dissected each spell's structure, speed, and power in real time. It had to be said, the wizards employed at Gringotts were skilled. Compared to most Aurors, their overall level is higher. Is this the power of money? Ivan mused with a faint smirk on his lips. With that thought, his movements quickened. Facing the barrage of spells raining down on him, Ivan raised one hand and flicked his wrist lightly. Bang, 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 a translucent barrier materialized in front of him, effortlessly absorbing and deflecting the onslaught of spells. Not only did the barrier neutralize the attacks, but as Ivan stepped forward, some of the spells began rebounding off the barrier and hurtling back toward their casters. "Ah!" Cries of pain echoed as the reflected spells struck the wizard's security guards, knocking them to the ground one after another. "Pathetic," Ivan muttered, shaking his head. "Truly pathetic. Too weak." With each step he took, 2 or 3 wizards collapsed, felled by their own rebounded magic. What made it worse for his opponents was that the spells reflected by Ivan were amplified in strength, striking with greater force than when they were initially cast. This ensured that nearly every wizard hit by a rebound remained down, unable to rise again. Before long, Ivan's skillful manipulation of counter curses and spell deflection left the entire Gringotts Hall in disarray. The wizards who had come to Gringotts for routine business huddled low on the floor, trembling and hoping to avoid becoming collateral damage. The goblins, meanwhile, stayed firmly hidden behind their counters and barriers, muttering curses under their breath but not daring to peek out or act against Ivan. That's it. Looking at the wizard guards lying on the ground, Ivan felt very bored. He didn't even use 1/10 of his strength, and these people had already fallen. "There's no challenge here at all," Ivan muttered, curling his lips. Spotting a particularly vocal goblin who had been swearing loudly from behind cover, Ivan lazily flicked his hand. Bang! With a resounding explosion, the once solid counter was obliterated into ashes in an instant. What stunned the onlookers even more was the precision of the attack. Ivan's spell had destroyed only the counter, leaving the goblins and nearby wizards entirely unharmed. The sheer finesse of such magic was awe-inspiring, even to those accustomed to powerful spells. Who the hell is he? The same question echoed in the minds of nearly everyone present. This man had single-handedly defeated dozens of highly skilled combat wizards, Gringotts' finest security forces. The power and control he displayed were beyond anything they could fathom. Too strong. So strong, it was almost incomprehensible. Ivan murmured to himself, shifting his attention. He had been about to select the foul-mouthed goblin as his guide to lead him into the underground vaults. But just then, he sensed a distinct ripple in the space around him. A spatial disturbance. Apparition, Ivan mused aloud, his eyes narrowing. The Aurors from the Ministry of Magic, perhaps. It was clear that someone had alerted the Ministry of Magic as soon as Ivan began his assault on Gringotts. But this efficiency really shocked Ivan. Money really blinds individuals, huh? Ivan waved his left hand, grabbing a goblin nearby with an effortless flick of his wrist. What are you going to do? Let me go, you robber. The old goblin's incessant chatter grated on Ivan's nerves. He sighed inwardly, thinking, these ugly little creatures, can't they assess the situation? I could kill you at any moment. Yet you're shouting so loudly. Are you truly unafraid of death? Given the circumstances, the best way to silence him would be to use the Imperious Curse, to wrench the goblin's will from its body. But Ivan was not inclined to resort to such extremes, not immediately, at least. He didn't often use the unforgivable curses. Apart from a few forays into the darker arts, he had only dabbled lightly in most of them. It was difficult to resist the allure of black magic. Only by touching it directly could one understand its undeniable, almost unspeakable pull. Some might argue that power is neutral, neither inherently good nor evil, but rather defined by how it's used. But Ivan dismissed such notions as naive and overly simplistic. Power, much like black magic, was a double-edged sword. To deny the inherent dangers of such forces was foolish. It's like saying feces can be used as fertilizer. Sure, it's true, but no one can deny that it's still filthy. The same principle applied to black magic. It amplified the darkness within a person, tempting them further into its grasp. And the deeper one ventured, the harder it became to pull back. This principle does not change simply because Ivan is more powerful than other wizards. The corruptive influence of black magic is proportional to one's strength. The stronger Ivan is, the greater the temptation and influence he can feel from it. If there ever comes a day when Ivan realizes he has been consumed by black magic, it will already be too late. Thus, until he gains sufficient willpower to resist the erosion of black magic, Ivan resolutely avoids delving into dark magic with significant side effects. What are thinking, you robber? Sigh, let me show you my creation. Ivan smiled. What? Shocked the mind. That said, avoiding black magic does not mean Ivan is powerless to handle such situations. The core of the three unforgivable curses lies in using negative emotions as fuel to inflict irreversible harm on others. Ivan detests this kind of magic, spells that harm both the target and the caster. To circumvent this, Ivan has developed numerous alternative spells, some even rivaling the unforgivable curses in potency. For example, his Shock the Mind spell is inspired by the dream dimension. Its primary effect is to plunge the consciousness of its target into a deep, dreamlike sleep. Meanwhile, the target's body remains active, entering a state similar to sleepwalking. Because of this unique characteristic, Ivan refers to it as the sleepwalking curse. The sleepwalking curse's effect bears similarities to the Imperious Curse, though it lacks the latter's flexibility. For one, determining whether someone is under the Imperious Curse can be difficult, as the cursed individual can function and behave like a normal person. In contrast, a person under the influence of the sleepwalking curse is visibly affected. Their expression is vacant, and their behavior is noticeably unnatural. They obey the caster's commands robotically, like a puppet, making it obvious that they are under a spell. You don't need negative emotions to control someone's mind. The minor drawbacks are obvious, Ivan mused. But when faced with overwhelming advantages, a few flaws are negligible. You can operate the vault tracks at Gringotts, right? Ivan asked. Yes, good. Take me to the underground vaults, Ivan ordered. The old goblin wasted no time, scurrying ahead to lead the way. Along the route, a few goblins dared to hurl insults at Ivan. Without hesitation, he flicked his wand, sending a few spells their way and knocking them to the ground effortlessly. By the way, Ivan muttered to himself, his thoughts shifting. He suddenly remembered the Aurors from the Ministry of Magic who were undoubtedly on their way. Ultimate Guardian. Ivan's wand materialized in his hand. This time, he chose not to rely on wandless casting. Instead, he unleashed his full strength. A barrier came to life similar to the one casted in the movie to defend Hogwarts from the Death Eaters. Gasp! A collective intake of breath filled the hall as an immense wave of magic surged forth, expanding rapidly. In moments, the entire structure of Gringotts was encased in a shimmering, impenetrable barrier. What is this? Outside Gringotts, the Auror team, led by Dawlish, stood stunned, staring at the dazzling magical barrier that now enveloped the building. Ultimate Guardian, someone murmured in recognition. Such an advanced spell, who could the intruder possibly be? In this era, the Ultimate Guardian spell was primarily used as a foundational enchantment, binding together multiple protective wards to create a unified, nearly impenetrable magical barrier. But this situation was different. Wait, Kingsley Shacklebolt said, his voice laced with disbelief. You're telling me there's only one intruder in there? Kingsley turned to his subordinates, his gaze sharp. Are you certain? The information provided by the goblins is as follows, one of the Aurors reported. They had attempted to establish contact with Gringotts, but Ivan had already severed all communication between the inside and the outside. Even the flow network had been disabled, leaving no opportunity to exploit potential loopholes. How is that even possible? Kingsley muttered, staring at the dazzling magic barrier before him. There was no need to test it, its power was evident. The sheer intensity of the magic was nothing short of terrifying. Anyone reckless enough to step into it would undoubtedly be reduced to ashes by the barrier's energy. Let's attack it together and break it by force. Dawlish barked, unable to comprehend Kingsley's hesitation. It's just a barrier, after all. Magic cast by a single wizard. He gestured to the assembled Aurors. There were at least 20 of them present. The idea that one man could stop them with a mere barrier was, to Dawlish, absurd. Who did this intruder think he was? Dumbledore, or the Dark Lord? Boom, swish. With that, beams of magical energy shot forth from the tips of the Aurors, wands, colliding directly with the barrier. However, despite the onslaught, the only reaction from the barrier was an intensification of its glow. The spells simply made the shimmering shield even brighter. But that was it. The barrier didn't weaken, crack, or falter in the slightest. It remained perfectly intact and utterly unshakable. This is impossible, Dawlish exclaimed, his voice filled with disbelief. His understanding of magical defenses was crumbling before his eyes. What kind of ultimate protection is this casted by just a single wizard? How can it be this strong? You had 20 adult wizards on the scene, attacking together. So many people, wielding such immense magical power. And yet, no effect. The sheer disparity between the two sides was unfathomable. It's not completely ineffective, Kingsley observed, his sharp eyes catching subtle changes in the barrier. He pointed out faint scorch marks in certain areas of the shield. The originally pale gold and white surface now had small red spots, clear evidence of the wizard's previous assault. Keep attacking, Kingsley commanded. That was the strength of wizards. They didn't rely on a finite supply of magic like some magical creatures did. As long as they could endure the strain, they could continue casting spells indefinitely, hours on end, if necessary. My fellow Aurors, this barrier isn't invincible, Kingsley added firmly. We did manage to damage it, but the damage is minimal. Despite his confident tone, a flicker of doubt crossed Kingsley's face. He had quickly calculated what it would take to break through the barrier. By his estimate, even with 20 skilled wizards attacking in unison, it would require continuous bombardment for at least 30 minutes. Too exaggerated. Kingsley couldn't help but wonder, if they somehow managed to break through the barrier, could they even hope to defeat the intruder inside? With such a massive gap in strength, Kingsley feared that even if all the Aurors combined their efforts, they would still fall short against this opponent. Call for reinforcements, Kingsley shouted decisively. Request immediate support. What? At the Ministry of Magic, Cornelius Fudge listened to the report from Gringotts with a mixture of shock and fury. A dark wizard of unfathomable strength. The very idea left Fudge rattled. Why has such a powerful dark wizard appeared in England? He demanded, his voice rising as he slammed the table. Who is he? Fudge's thoughts spiraled as he asked repeatedly, is he connected to him? Is he a remnant of the Dark Lord? For Fudge, Voldemort was the ultimate nightmare, a name synonymous with terror and taboo. Any mention of a dark wizard, especially one this powerful, being linked to Voldemort would spell the worst possible outcome. His identity is unknown, Rufus Scrimgeour replied, already preparing to dispatch more reinforcements. Additionally, there are both wizards and goblins still inside Gringotts. If the intruder launches a direct attack. Damn it, Fudge hesitated, unwilling to take the risk of ordering a full-scale offensive. His political position depended on public perception, and alienating the wizarding or goblin communities could cost him dearly in votes for re-election. It's fine to send more reinforcements, but make sure to emphasize their ranks and authority, Fudge instructed sharply. At the same time, he had to prepare for an interview to address this alarming incident. Fudge was no stranger to such situations. As long as he could project confidence and reassure the public, he knew they wouldn't press further. In his words, the authority of the Ministry of Magic must never be challenged. Boom, boom, boom. A continuous stream of magic beams struck the barrier, each impact accompanied by a burst of sparks. The sound of apparition filled the air as more and more Aurors arrived from all over England, joining Kingsley and his team in their assault. Although the skill level of British Aurors isn't particularly impressive, there are certainly plenty of them, Ivan remarked as he walked deeper into Gringotts' underground levels, led by the old goblin. Suddenly, he felt feedback from his magic barrier. The original calculation, 20 wizards attacking continuously for half an hour, was no longer valid. The arrival of reinforcements had significantly reduced that timeframe. Then let's reinforce it again, Ivan said calmly. He waved his wand, conjuring another spell. Beyond the outer perimeter of Gringotts, he erected a second barrier, this one positioned above the underground passage. Guardian Resurrection. With a sharp flick of his sycamore wand, a beam of magic shot out, enveloping the entrance of Gringotts, the bank lobby, and all the ornate metal statues near the doors. In an instant, the lifeless sculptures sprang to life. The once static figures began to move, their joints creaking as they swayed and stretched. One by one, they leapt down from their pedestals and positioned themselves strategically, blocking all passages like a line of sentinels. What kind of magic is this? After 6 or 7 minutes of concentrated point-to-surface attacks, the Aurors finally managed to tear a small hole in the protective barrier. However, as they approached the entrance, what greeted them was a massive metal sculpture standing ominously in their path. It's just Transfiguration. Follow me and attack, Dawlish barked, taking the lead. He recognized these sculptures, they had previously been mere decorative fixtures in Gringotts. Bringing inanimate objects to life. Even low-level wizards can perform this kind of magic. Defindo. Dawlish cast a severing charm without hesitation, targeting one of the statues at the front. But to his shock, the beam of magic, which should have utterly destroyed the statue, seemed to vanish upon impact, leaving no visible effect. What the fuck? Dawlish froze, unable to comprehend what had just happened. His spell had been completely ineffective. Roar. The statue, seemingly provoked by the attack, let out a low, resonant growl. In an instant, a chain reaction unfolded. Dozens of statue guards, both large and small, sprang into motion, simultaneously launching attacks against the Aurors who had stepped inside. What kind of This is no ordinary transfiguration. Unlike Dawlish, Kingsley quickly recognized the extraordinary nature of the spellwork. These statues possessed enhanced resistance to magic and had the ability to move independently of their caster's active control, a clear sign of advanced and meticulous spellcraft. Advanced transfiguration, there was no doubt about it, these autonomous statues were the result of truly high-level transfiguration magic. This technique was far beyond ordinary spellwork, and only a handful of Aurors within the entire Ministry of Magic could hope to achieve something similar. Quick, stop them, Kingsley shouted, stepping forward. He cast a glacious spell at the lead statue guard, attempting to freeze it mid-motion. The spell succeeded, partially halting the statue in the air. But even this minor victory left Kingsley inexplicably drained, his magic straining against the immense resistance. It's not on the same level at all. The effort required to simply slow the statue made the disparity in magical power painfully clear. If Kingsley had harbored any lingering doubts about the intruder's abilities before, they were now completely gone. He was certain. The dark wizard who had broken into Gringotts was no ordinary foe but a powerful archmage. An archmage breaking into Gringotts. What a terrifying thought. Such a wizard was leagues above anything they were equipped to handle. Most Aurors in the Ministry of Magic were essentially combat operatives, trained in a limited repertoire of offensive and binding spells. After graduation, few pursued the rigorous study of advanced magic. For the majority, 80–90% of the magic they learned at Hogwarts had been forgotten or left behind with their professors. Notify Dumbledore, Kingsley ordered, his voice firm. He cast a glance around at the other Aurors. He knew that if they continued their advance, they would only be walking to their deaths. Magic was an unforgiving force. The gap between an archmage and an average wizard was like the difference between two entirely separate species. What? Kingsley's calm realization had not yet reached the other Aurors. They stared at him in confusion, puzzled by his order. What's going on? Why had Kingsley suddenly called for Dumbledore? The Ministry of Magic was its own entity. Dumbledore, though highly respected, wasn't part of their organization. Why involve the old headmaster now? Retreat. Everyone, retreat immediately. Kingsley, seeing no other option, ordered his colleagues to pull back strategically. As he had predicted, the moment the Aurors withdrew from Gringotts, the statue guards stopped moving and did not pursue them outside the building. This spell is confined to Gringotts. As long as we retreat, they won't attack, Kingsley explained, his tone steady but laced with urgency. Ha! Relieved for a moment, Kingsley let out a quiet sigh. But his reprieve was short-lived. Before he could plan the next move, several figures appeared at the scene, among them were Cornelius Fudge and Rufus Scrimgeour. Accompanying them was an older wizard with a wooden leg and a commanding presence, Mad-Eye Moody. How many wizards cast this ultimate guardian ward? And what's the story with the statues inside? Moody limped forward, paying little attention to Fudge or Scrimgeour. His magical eye swiveled, focusing intently on the towering statues guarding the entrance to Gringotts. Mad-Eye. Kingsley hadn't expected even Moody to arrive. Alistair, Mad-Eye, Moody, a legendary Auror with unparalleled practical experience. Among wizards below the rank of Grand Master, Moody was considered one of the strongest. But even someone as seasoned as Moody seemed taken aback by the scene before him. Who's inside? The Dark Lord, or Dumbledore? Just from this remark alone, the strength of the Dark Wizard inside became evident. Moody was comparing them to Voldemort and Dumbledore. Kingsley took the comment in stride, but Fudge, Dawlish, and others were quick to dismiss it. That's impossible. There isn't any wizard this powerful in England. Fudge exclaimed. Unless, Dawlish muttered, trailing off. The Dark Lord died 10 years ago, Fudge declared with certainty. It can't be him. To Fudge, this left only one possibility. The person inside was Dumbledore, somehow disguised. Are you out of your mind? Moody snapped. He found Fudge's conclusion utterly ridiculous. How could the intruder possibly be Dumbledore? It wasn't just unnecessary to suggest, it was absurd. Based on the sheer audacity of the intruder's actions and their high-profile approach, it was clear that this was not Dumbledore's style. As for Voldemort, it didn't quite seem like him either. An unknown wizard. Despite facing such a powerful opponent, Moody showed no fear. Ignoring Fudge entirely, he limped forward to stand at the forefront of the Aurors. The Aurors present had no real experience fighting against a Grandmaster-level wizard. They couldn't comprehend just how terrifying an opponent of that caliber truly was. Meanwhile, in the depths of Gringotts, Ivan and the old goblin had already boarded the vault rails. As he stared into the dimly lit tunnels ahead and then down at the rickety mine cart beneath his feet, Ivan couldn't help but criticize the goblins' sense of design. To protect their treasures, the goblins had cast powerful anti-flying and anti-apparition spells throughout the tunnels. Even the cascading waterfalls they passed on the way were imbued with enchantments designed to dispel all manner of magical protections. Wah-la-la! As the cart passed through one such enchanted waterfall, the old goblin immediately snapped awake. Hey, interesting, Ivan muttered. He had deliberately excluded the old goblin from the protective magic he cast on himself, wanting to test the waterfall's effects. The results were impressive. Ivan couldn't help but feel that this magical feature didn't seem like a goblin creation. Instead, it resembled something left behind by an ancient wizard of great skill. In other words, it was yet another priceless treasure the goblins had acquired by dubious means. What did you do to me? The old goblin screeched, fully awake now. You damn thief. Filthy, shameless thief. Enough noise. The old goblin's shrill voice grated on his ears, making him regret using the creature to test the waterfall's effects. Without hesitation, Ivan cast the sleepwalking curse again. It was a testament to Ivan's patience that he didn't simply toss the goblin from the cart. Had his mood been worse, he might have considered it. Squeak. Accompanied by the grating sound of metal rails grinding together, Ivan's cart came to a halt at his destination. Without hesitation, he cast a stunning spell on the old goblin and casually tossed the unconscious creature onto the platform outside the vault door. Ivan spared no further thought for the goblin's fate. After all, it wouldn't take long for the goblins of Gringotts to come here. Ivan hadn't taken a single life during the entire operation, a point he felt was quite in line with respectable principles. So far, the plan has gone very smoothly, he mused to himself. From the moment he broke into Gringotts, everything had unfolded exactly as Ivan had foreseen. Just as the prophecy had shown, he arrived at the vault under the guidance of the old goblin. The next scene from the prophecy involved his return to Hogwarts, where he would turn the soul coffin and the cursed gold coins within it into nothingness. It's missing a few details, but that's irrelevant, Ivan muttered. He turned his attention to the massive vault door standing in his way. The door radiated incredibly strong magical energy. Using his magic eye, Ivan observed dozens of protective spells intricately layered to prevent theft. "Let's break through by force," Ivan murmured, raising his wand. Alohomora. This advanced unlocking spell was far more than a simple charm for opening locks. Its purpose was to disrupt and dismantle any magical or physical structure related to blockade. At its core, the spell was a form of idealistic magic. As long as the wizard's intent was resolute and paired with sufficient magical power, it could theoretically open any locked door, box, or spatial construct. But, no reaction, Ivan muttered, frowning. He didn't believe the anti-unlocking spells on the door were strong enough to withstand his magic. Even with dozens of enchantments layered together, Ivan had complete confidence in his ability to break through. And yet, he had failed. What is this door made of? He wondered aloud. Stepping closer, Ivan placed his palm on the dark, forbidding surface of the vault door. The main material is likely magical iron, he noted. But it's been fused with some very rare elements. In the wizarding world, certain special metals are renowned for their extraordinary magical properties. Mithril, refined gold, and mountain copper are among the most notable. Mithril is as light as a feather, refined gold is nearly indestructible, and mountain copper is completely impervious to magical damage. The lock inside this vault door is crafted from indestructible mountain copper and can only be opened with a specially forged key made from refined gold, Ivan observed. Additionally, intricate ancient runes were inscribed on the door using mithril, their faint glow still resonating with magic. From a magical standpoint, this design created a formidable physical and magical blockade. Unless the vault door was forcibly destroyed with a high-powered offensive spell, opening it with magic alone was nearly impossible. This wasn't merely a question of magical strength, it was about precision and extremes. Sold. I just use a blasting curse? Ivan considered briefly. The vault door was highly resistant to non-offensive spells, such as unlocking charms. However, it had far less resistance to destructive magic. But there was a problem. Using a blasting curse risked collapsing the cave itself, and worse, it could damage the coffin inside the vault. Ivan understood the immense power of his own spells, which made this option too dangerous to consider lightly. Hey, suddenly, Ivan chuckled. He remembered how he had seen himself opening this door in the prophecy. Wisps of white smoke began to rise from Ivan's palm, curling lazily in the air. With a wave of his hand, the smoke seemed to gain purpose, weaving and writhing as it flowed toward the keyhole of the vault door. Little by little, the smoke seeped into the lock mechanism, moving as if guided by Ivan's thoughts. "Oh, this is the structure inside," Ivan murmured, closing his eyes and focusing intently. The white smoke, an incarnation of pure magic, was perhaps the most refined magical force in existence, far surpassing even legendary magical metals like mithril in versatility and precision. Moments later, a sharp metallic click echoed through the chamber. The internal mechanisms of the vault door shifted, and the blockade fell away. The door opened without the need for a key. Click, 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 click. The vault door creaked as it slowly swung open, revealing a space roughly 40 to 50 square meters in size. Lumos. With a flick of his wand, Ivan illuminated the interior of the vault. However, the golden glow he had expected was nowhere to be seen. Instead, the vault appeared dim, shrouded in an eerie layer of gray mist. Every object inside seemed blurred and indistinct, as though veiled by an enchanted haze. Clearly, this was a magical precaution against theft. No matter the size or shape, all items within were magically concealed, forcing any intruder to inspect them individually. One layer after another, Ivan muttered, his tone laced with disdain. The goblins' meticulous anti-theft measures were impressive, even to someone as skilled as Ivan. But if I simply pack everything up and take it all, wouldn't that render this entire system useless? The thought had barely crossed his mind when Ivan felt a sharp pang of unease. An inexplicable sense of danger washed over him, as though taking everything in the vault would trigger something disastrous. This feeling, his finely honed magical intuition immediately sounded the alarm. Ivan wouldn't ignore such a warning. A curse. The goblins must have placed some sort of powerful curse on these treasures. If someone were reckless enough to take everything indiscriminately, the consequences would undoubtedly be dire. Layered with so many curses, the vault was practically a death trap. Unless one possessed an ability like Ivan's, transforming into a magic incarnation immune to all magical effects, it was nearly impossible to escape unscathed. Even Dumbledore or Voldemort, faced with such a gauntlet of curses, would likely emerge gravely injured, if not worse. But for Ivan, such precautions posed no challenge. Activating his magic eye, he effortlessly pierced through the magical veils. The true state of every treasure in the vault became crystal clear in his sight. Almost immediately, Ivan located the object of his mission. The soul coffin was not left in plain sight. Instead, it was hidden inside a box enchanted with a traceless extension charm, placed alongside several other cursed items. Unfortunately for the goblins, nothing could escape the scrutiny of Ivan's magic eye. Even if there had been 100 such boxes, they wouldn't have been able to conceal their contents from his magical sight. If it wasn't me here, someone else might have hesitated for quite some time. For an ordinary intruder, the time spent searching would have been enough for the goblins to rally their forces and lock down all of Gringotts. Hey, mission accomplished. Ivan extracted the soul coffin from the enchanted box and slipped it into his pocket. Yet, Ivan didn't leave immediately. Instead, he leisurely strolled around the vault, examining its contents with a calm, almost casual demeanor. The goblins may lack in many areas, Ivan remarked to himself, but their ability to collect treasures is truly remarkable. With such an abundance of valuables at hand, Ivan saw no reason to leave in haste. He had one more purpose for being here, to test whether his magical strength after a year of growth was approaching that of Dumbledore. The Ministry of Magic's efficiency is truly lacking, he muttered, glancing at his watch. And the goblins aren't much better. Can't they move any faster? Ivan didn't believe for a moment that the goblins had such limited manpower. Gringotts was a massive institution. If the goblins didn't have sufficient resources and personnel, they wouldn't be able to safeguard their vast wealth. Before arriving, Ivan had done his research. He discovered that the goblins had invested heavily in hiring wizards from both domestic and international circles. This included collaborating with several wizarding associations from other countries. It was especially the latter group that piqued Ivan's interest. The wizards from Russia and Egypt were nothing like the sheltered, greenhouse flowers of England. It wasn't about magical aptitude. After all, England had its share of magical prodigies, including the world-renowned Dumbledore. But when it came to the middle and lower-level wizards, many had either perished or been sent to Azkaban during Voldemort's reign of terror. It was no exaggeration to say that, in the event of an international magical conflict, England's current state would leave it crushed by other countries. Since you're taking your time, don't blame me for being unfair, Ivan muttered, glancing at his watch. With at least 10 minutes remaining, Ivan decided he had more than enough time to analyze the contents of the vault. But why not take these treasures? Ivan wasn't here to steal. He had claimed the soul coffin because it rightfully belonged to him. As for the other treasures, they were goblin property. Ivan had no interest in plundering what didn't belong to him, especially not on goblin territory. Let's just think of today as an inventory check. When I take over Gringotts in the future, I'll know exactly what's here. He began inspecting the vault's contents methodically, summoning an automatic quill to record detailed information about the treasures. The goal was simple: to create a comprehensive list. Should the goblins be defeated in the future, Ivan wanted to ensure they couldn't skimp on any reparations owed. Oh, this is nice, Ivan remarked, holding up a ring that seemed to enhance magical power. And this, a staff. Curious, Ivan unraveled the protective curse surrounding an ornate staff and examined it closely. I didn't expect to find something like this. I thought wizards only used wands, he muttered, turning the staff over in his hands. Comparing the staff to his own sycamore wand, Ivan noted no fundamental differences in the materials or craftsmanship between the two. If anything, the staff could be described as an amplified version of a wand. By sacrificing portability and ease of use, the staff offered a greater boost to magical power and allowed for the casting of more potent spells. As for the cost-effectiveness of the two, how to put it? If you use the same material, a single staff could produce at least 10 wands, Ivan thought. However, the combined power of those 10 wands would only equal about 60% of the staff's capabilities. In other words, crafting a staff requires 9 times the material of a wand, all for a 40% increase in power. Overall, that's a 40% improvement, Ivan mused. But for wands, the amplification is more concentrated in specific aspects. He glanced at his sycamore wand. If he were to gather 9 times the materials used to create it, he could theoretically craft a sycamore staff. Such a staff would boost its power by at least 60%, bringing its effectiveness to 160%. But who could accomplish that? Turning a wand into a staff would severely compromise its portability, one of the wand's key advantages. Then there's the issue of replicating the materials. 9 pieces of phoenix wood of the same quality as his current wand. The mere thought was daunting. Extracting phoenix tail feathers, sure, I could get a few from Alia, Ivan muttered, referring to his divine phoenix companion. But to recreate the phoenix tree, which had been consumed in flames alongside a divine phoenix, and replicate its core material 9 times. That was a hellishly difficult task. And in the end, the mana amplification offered by a staff held little value for Ivan. His magical reserves were already immense. Even without a staff, he could cast spells at 160% of his current mana with sheer strength alone. The difference would only be in the time and effort required. In short, the staff is a tool that allows ordinary wizards to compete with powerful ones. At the same time, the staff's drawbacks, its scarcity of materials and exorbitant production costs, made it impractical for most mid and lower level wizards. In the era before wands, when only staffs existed, it was likely that many lower level wizards couldn't even cast spells at all. After about a quarter of an hour, Ivan had thoroughly examined most of the treasures in the vault. Suddenly, the grinding sound of metal rails echoed from behind him. Ivan immediately realized that the goblins' reinforcements were arriving. Casually, he cast a few protective spells around the vault entrance, then positioned himself near the cliff's edge, waiting for the approaching wizard guards and orders from the Ministry of Magic. Here they come. Before the rail cart had fully arrived, one of the wizards aboard spotted Ivan. Confringo. Without any preamble or attempt at negotiation, the wizard launched a powerful blasting curse directly at Ivan. The spell wasn't meant to incapacitate, it was clearly aimed to kill. So ruthless, Ivan murmured, unimpressed. Rather than letting the blasting curse hit the cliff face, Ivan casually flicked his wand, neutralizing the spell with a deft maneuver. The magic dissipated silently, leaving no trace of its violent intent. What? How is that possible? The combat wizards hired by Gringotts were stunned. They had never encountered a wizard capable of directly nullifying a blasting curse in such a calm and effortless manner. How deeply did this man understand the intricacies of such a destructive spell? Reducto, Confringo, Avada Kedavra, the first 2 spells, though powerful, were nothing out of the ordinary. But when the third wizard's wand tip emitted a distinct green light, Ivan's expression finally shifted. Even he was surprised. Fuck. Ivan instinctively transformed his body into white smoke, evading all incoming attacks. Within him, the phoenix cried faintly, its energy stirred by the danger. The killing curse was almost impossible to counter for most wizards. However, to Ivan, this unforgivable curse was no different from any other spell, save for the terror it instilled in others. With the phoenix residing within him, Ivan knew even if he were struck by the Avada Kedavra, the phoenix would use its vitality to neutralize the spell's lethal force. Of course, the phoenix's vitality wasn't limitless. Even if it could heal him, the process would take time. If Ivan were to be hit by successive killing curses in a short span, even he wouldn't survive. Hey, are you crazy? A burly wizard from Russia shouted at his companion, his voice rough and accusing. This is England, don't use the killing curse. Despite his words, the fact that the curse had been cast without hesitation showed just how ruthless these wizards were in their daily lives. Unlike the softer, more cautious wizards of England, these combat wizards were hardened criminals, accustomed to life and death struggles. It seems I don't need to hold back. He raised his wand and aimed at the charging combat wizard, firing a magic bullet condensed with pure magical energy. What is that? The opposing wizards noticed the spell but didn't understand its purpose. A magic bullet, and then, what's the point? Boom. But the next moment, the magic bullet jumped through the wizards and landed on the rock wall in the distance. The deafening roar from the explosion nearly made the battle wizards lose their balance. When they turned to look, the rock wall that had once loomed behind them was now completely obliterated. Countless fragments of stone plummeted toward the dark abyss below. But before the debris could disappear into the void, Ivan waved his wand. The falling rocks froze midair, then rapidly reshaped themselves, transforming into a massive flock of birds. The black swarm surged forward, hurtling toward the battle wizards. Transfiguration, such an immense transfiguration spell. And what's with the sheer power of his magic? The battle wizards split into 2 groups, one to counter Ivan's transfigured assault, and the other to shield themselves against Ivan's destructive magic. This included a barrage of powerful spells, curses, and even the deadly killing curse, whose green light flickered repeatedly in the chaos. It was clear that Ivan's overwhelming strength had shattered their earlier composure. For them, this was no longer about England's restrictions on using the unforgivable curses. If they were killed by Ivan, what would those rules matter? Resolving the immediate threat had become their only priority. Moreover, these weren't British wizards, they were hired mercenaries from other countries. Even if their actions led to repercussions, extradition to their home nations would shield them. With their connections and resources, evading responsibility in their respective countries would be trivial. Forget the killing curse. The goblins have plenty of galleons, one of the wizards growled. After all, in any country, enough galleons could solve almost any problem. And if it couldn't, that just meant they hadn't spent enough galleons yet. PFF'd, do you think you can win just by using the killing curse? How naive. Faced with dozens of killing curses, Ivan neither dodged nor blocked in the conventional sense. Instead, he boldly stepped forward to meet them head-on. With a flick of his wand, a red disarming charm shot forth, creating an almost magnetic pull that absorbed the deadly green light of the curses. What the? The battlefield fell silent for a moment as every combat wizard froze, stunned by what they had just witnessed. One man had used a single disarming charm to neutralize dozens of killing curses, an act that defied all magical logic. This has to be a joke. Beyond the peculiarity of Ivan's spell, the sheer power he displayed, holding back dozens of wizards single-handedly, shattered the combatants' understanding of magic. Where did this monster come from? Muttered the burly captain from Russia, his pupils trembling slightly. Unlike the others, he had been directly engaging Ivan in magical combat and had felt the overwhelming disparity between their abilities firsthand. The pressure was crushing, so immense that it defied description. Even with their collective efforts, the flow of their magical duel was still shifting against them. The beam of magical energy pushed relentlessly toward their side, showing Ivan's overwhelming power. Ivan was holding them back entirely on his own. At that moment, reinforcements from the British Ministry of Magic finally arrived, led by Mad-Eye Moody. The Aurors barely had time to process what they were seeing before being struck by the gravity of the situation. They used the killing curse. And he blocked so many killing curses by himself. How is he doing that? It wasn't just the younger Aurors like Dawlish who were dumbfounded, even Mad-Eye Moody stood frozen in shock, speechless for what felt like an eternity. For the moment, none of them had the capacity to process the blatant use of the killing curse right in front of the Aurors. Ivan's display of power was simply too overwhelming, leaving no room to focus on anything else. Moody, what should we do? Kingsley asked, his voice tinged with unease. The scene unfolding before them was far beyond anything they had anticipated. On one side was a tall man, standing alone, clearly the intruder who had broken into Gringotts. On the other side were the combat wizards, including Captain Grotter, a mercenary of global renown. The mercenaries were infamous, particularly Grotter, whose actions clearly violated the laws of the British wizarding world. The scene is too chaotic, don't act rashly for now. He neither moved to assist Captain Grotter nor showed any inclination to help Ivan. Intervening directly in the fight was simply too dangerous. Both Moody and Kingsley knew better than to throw their Aurors into a storm of killing curses. To put it bluntly, this is too dangerous for the new Aurors except for the old strong man like Moody. If they really rush in without caring about anything, these newcomers will die without knowing how. Are we just going to stand by and watch? Dawlish, being young and eager to prove himself, couldn't hold back his impatience. What Dawlish failed to notice, however, was the way the Aurors under his command were looking at him, as if he were a fool. The reality was simple. Aurors earned a decent salary, but that salary wasn't worth risking their lives for a situation like this. This was part of why the British Ministry of Magic wasn't as strong as it could be. Organizations like the Order of the Phoenix, united by a shared belief and willing to risk life and death without compensation, were far more effective in combat. Their sense of purpose was something that salaried Aurors simply couldn't match. In truth, the Ministry's real strength lay with its strike team, a group of elite wizards. Veterans like Mad-Eye Moody and Kingsley Shacklebolt had originally been members of that team. Compared to them, Dawlish was little more than an inexperienced Auror captain with limited combat exposure. In routine situations, this might not be obvious, but in the face of life and death decisions, the gap between them was starkly apparent. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Ivan, who was locked in combat with over a dozen wizards, noticed the Aurors approaching in the distance. One figure in particular stood out, an older wizard with a distinctive magical eye. Mad-Eye Moody. Ivan immediately recognized him. He hadn't expected Moody to show up here. In Ivan's memory, Moody had already retired by the time Harry was in his 4th year at Hogwarts. But now, 3 years earlier, it wasn't surprising that Moody was still active on the front lines, battling dark wizards. A troublesome guy, Ivan was confident in his strength and didn't take Mad-Eye Moody too seriously. However, the real issue wasn't Moody's power or combat skills, it was his special magical eye. From Ivan's perception, Moody's magical eye, with its chaotic and intense magical aura, was undoubtedly a top-tier alchemical artifact. In the original stories, the round, bright blue magic eye had extraordinary abilities. It could see through walls, clothing, and even the back of Moody's own head. Moreover, it could effortlessly penetrate magical concealments like invisibility cloaks and disillusionment charms. Of course, this wasn't a crude sort of X-ray vision. Moody's eye provided a more sophisticated perspective. It allowed him to observe the world from the viewpoint of magic itself, almost like a constant magical scan. In essence, the magic eye granted Moody low-level psychic vision. The moment Ivan sensed Moody's scrutiny, he responded immediately. First, he applied a layer of magic film over himself. Then, he used the phoenix and his magic incarnation to weave a protective layer that even psychic vision couldn't penetrate. Only after reinforcing his defenses did Ivan feel a measure of relief. On the other side, Moody was visibly startled. What's going on with this kid? My magic eye can't see anything. This was a first for Moody in his decades-long career as an Auror. He knows me, Moody muttered to himself. It was clear to him that Ivan's defenses were deliberate, they were specifically designed to counter his magical eye. This could only mean that Ivan knew who Moody was and understood the abilities of his magical artifact. Who is he? Moody wondered, frowning. It wasn't strange for someone to recognize him. After all, Mad-Eye Alistair Moody was a name known not just in Britain but internationally. But knowing the precise capabilities of his magic eye was something else entirely. One thing Moody was certain of, this intruder was not a foreign wizard. Because of Moody's magic eye, very few people knew its full range of capabilities. Even dark wizards defeated by him only understood that the eye could see through spells and uncover hidden places like black markets. But the more advanced abilities, such as its capacity for magical analysis and penetrating vision, were secrets Moody had never openly disclosed. No, that's not right, Moody muttered to himself. The only person besides him who knew the full extent of the magic eye's abilities was Dumbledore. In Moody's assessment, Ivan's strength clearly reached the level of a great wizard, one of the most powerful among them. Such wizards were extremely rare in England. Excluding Voldemort, who was thought to have been long dead, the only comparable figure was Dumbledore. His analysis led to one conclusion: Ivan's strength might not yet rival Dumbledore's, but it was certainly close. The power of a great wizard wasn't something Moody could easily measure. From his perspective, Ivan was weaker than Dumbledore but only marginally so. Appearances were meaningless in this situation. Moody's magic eye couldn't penetrate the effects of Polyjuice Potion, but he had his own methods. He could often determine whether someone had used Polyjuice Potion by observing subtle shifts in their magical energy through the magic eye. Unfortunately, Ivan's magical coat was impenetrable. It blocked every attempt Moody made to scrutinize him. Not only could Moody not identify any details about Ivan's magic, but he also couldn't discern even the faintest clue about his identity. This face isn't his real face, Moody thought grimly. He was almost certain that Ivan had altered his appearance. As for the method, there were many possibilities in the wizarding world beyond just Polyjuice Potion. A variety of magical means could achieve similar effects. It can't be Dumbledore, right? Powerful strength, a clear familiarity with the abilities of Moody's magic eye, and deliberate concealment of his identity, these factors all painted a complex picture of Ivan. The most telling detail, however, was that Ivan's spells had consistently avoided killing anyone. No, wait, someone had been injured. Moody's sharp gaze fell on Captain Grotter, whose arm had been blown apart by one of Ivan's spells. The sight of the gruesome injury caused some of the younger Aurors to pale, their stomachs churning at the bloody scene. It shouldn't be Dumbledore, Moody muttered. Though Ivan hadn't killed Captain Grotter, the loss of his wand-wielding arm meant the mercenary's career as a wizard was effectively over. For someone who had cast a killing curse at him, Sparing Grodder's life was a clear demonstration of Ivan's restraint, a hard but fair line he wouldn't cross. No. It could still be Dumbledore, Moody said, reconsidering after a moment of silence. The similarities between Ivan and Dumbledore were undeniable. Dumbledore was known for his steadfast refusal to kill unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, Captain Grodder wasn't just any combat wizard, he was a notorious cruel wizard with a terrible reputation, even internationally. What's more, Ivan had completely refrained from attacking the Aurors. Moody had observed the aftermath outside Gringotts. All the Aurors injured by Ivan's spells had been left with minor wounds and would recover after a brief stay in St. Mungo's hospital. Could it really be Dumbledore? Moody wondered. While Moody wrestled with these thoughts, Ivan had already picked up on his line of reasoning. Okay, they think I can be Dumbledore. An unexpected idea came to Ivan, and a faint smile tugged at his lips. With a flick of his hand, Ivan deflected the incoming killing curses effortlessly. Then, raising his wand, he unleashed a torrent of golden flames, resembling a majestic phoenix in its brilliance. The god of fire, make way. The next moment, as Ivan waved his wand downward, the originally violent and disorderly flames instantly seemed to have self-awareness, transforming into a golden phoenix that was a meter long.